That's right. They always take good care of us.
Very well.
They get up at the ass crack of dawn on a Sunday.
We are on stream us, please, wherever you'd like to stream your favorite podcast.
You can find us on so many platforms. The main ones being
Apple
and Spotify. That's right. And if you're listening on there, please don't forget to rate, review, and subscribe, because that's literally the only way we can go anywhere.
Tell us if you love us or if you hate us.
Yeah.
But really just more so if you love us.
Yeah. We're sad people. You can also find us on exactly one social media platform if you want to let us know how you felt about certain films. That is
at Boo Base Podcast.
That's right. It's on Instagram, and that is all
one word.
Mm-hmm.
Boo Baes, BAES, not a babes, because we're your Boo Baes, not your Boo Babes.
That's right. And I think that about covers it, huh?
Yeah. I loved it.
That was fun. Good.
Well, until next time.
Yeah.
Bye, Baes.
Bye, Baes.
This has been a Rogue Media podcast.
Join the ultimate celebration of digital content with its creators, passionate fans, and industry experts. It's all happening in downtown Waco across multiple venues on January 20th through the 22nd, 2023. Tickets are on sale now at RogueCon23.com.
Hi, I'm Hank. You might remember me from a show called King of the Hill. Check out a King of the Hill rewatch podcast. These boys ain't right, but they are funny. Find the podcast anywhere you get your podcasts or at RogueMediaNetwork.com. I tell you what.
Welcome back to another episode of No Waco. This is your host, Debbie. Welcome back to another episode of No Waco. I'm your host, Debbie, and today we have a very special guest here in the studio. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Well, thank you, Debbie, for having me on. My name is Andrew Taylor, and I'm the general manager at a Cafe Homestead.
Woo-woo!
Yeah, the restaurant at Homestead Heritage.
Yeah.
And I do some of the music production, multimedia production. Yeah, I'll be live streaming the Homestead Fair this weekend on YouTube.
Great. And one of the first questions I always ask our guests is, what brought you to Waco? Or are you a Waco native?
Yeah, so the answer to that question is my parents brought me to Waco.
Yay!
Because I was only about 10 years old.
Oh, okay. Same. Okay, so we have a very similar story.
Yeah, I didn't have much choice in the matter.
Yeah, understandable.
But I'm very glad that they made the choice that they did. I was born in Dallas, in Plano, actually, back when Plano used to be
nothing
small.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Now they have an HEB.
Oh, my goodness.
I
They're
know,
probably
right?
about to have a central market for all I know.
Yeah.
They've really moved up in the world. So
yeah.
I go back there frequently, and it's definitely grown a lot. My dad worked in a computer, RAID chip controller, all that stuff.
Back in the day.
And worked for Texas Instruments.
Oh, wow.
When they had operations in Temple, so we lived in Temple for a while. Worked at Compaq, so we lived in Houston for a while. And then when I was 10, we moved to Waco.
Wow. So why Waco?
So for us, we moved to Waco because my dad got into land surveying.
Oh, interesting.
He now has a land surveying firm.
Ooh, fancy.
Yeah, he worked for 1519 for years.
Wow.
Has his own business now, Sunbelt Technical Services. So that's why we moved to Waco.
Wow. Yeah, and so you've been here for a bit now. And what is one of your favorite things about Waco so far?
Oh, so I would say definitely the best thing about Waco, and I love where I was, born. I love, going back and seeing Dallas every once in a while. But Waco is definitely home.
Yeah.
Because it's just got the right. there's something about the small town,
Small town vibes, big city
yeah,
feels,
and no matter how we've grown here, we've still managed to keep that.
Yeah,
And I like that.
yeah, that's fantastic. So how long have you been working with Homestead? So tell me more about that.
Yeah, so we had joined the church and the community about the time we moved up here.
Oh, wow.
Which was definitely one of the reasons the biggest reason that we moved to Waco. And so I think I first played in one of the Thanksgiving festivals. I think I played like bass guitar.
Oh my gosh.
And I was 14.
Uh-huh.
And I sang in the choir when I was even younger than that.
Oh, wow.
I believe I was like 8 or
That's so
something.
cute. Adorable. We need pictures. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah. I'll have to get you some. I'm sure I've got some. I sang some solos. Hopefully we don't
That'll
have
be
any
like the photo we
recordings.
put, like, so we usually do on our little posts, like a little photo, or we'll do like the logo. We'll just do a picture of you at 8 years old.
There you
No.
go. There you go. Yeah, so we have these choirs that start at 6, and so I got to be part of that.
Oh,
That's
that's
pretty
great.
awesome. But so since about 14, I've been involved in some of the multimedia music, and then now some of the business development.
Yeah. So
as well.
how long have you guys been in Waco?
So we actually just last year celebrated 30 years.
Whoop woo!
Yeah,
Shout out.
30
That's
years.
fantastic.
Absolutely.
That's amazing.
And so we bought the piece of property, about 550 acres on the Brazos River in 1991.
Wow.
We started the restaurant in 1994.
Wow.
So we're
That
coming
was
up
still before I was born.
same. I'll be 30 this year.
Oh wow!
so-
Congratulations.
Well, thank you.
But yeah, so that's fantastic. So you grew up in the area, and you guys have an amazing festival every year that you open up to the public. You guys have demonstrations, all kinds of fun stuff. So tell me more about the festival.
Yeah. So it's the Friday and Saturday and Sunday following Thanksgiving.
Whoop whoop.
Yeah, it's a really great time of year to do it. Hopefully the weather is good.
That's
it's
what we're-
looking good so
Whoop,
far.
whoop, yeah.
So we're hoping for it all the way through the weekend. One of the most neat things that I think is, and I did this whenever I was a kid as well. Kids can come and make like a birdhouse or a bird feeder or something like that.
Yeah.
It's actually a lot of fun because those make great Christmas gifts.
Mm-hmm.
And so I would do that every year for I'm part of the community, and I would at the fair.
So your mom has like 12 bird houses.
Yes,
Is what you're telling me.
and I would give them to my grandparents, and
Yeah,
I'd give them to aunts and uncles.
Aw.
And so much fun, and kids do that every year. They're coming in, and they're not just making it, for themselves. They're making it
Aw.
for their grandpa or something.
Or it's their mom saying, "I don't want this in my house," so you're giving it to your grandma, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yes, yeah. Thankfully, my grandparents didn't comment on the quality of my craftsmanship because it probably wasn't very high.
Hey, that's all right. That's all right. That's why you keep doing it. Every year you got a little better, right?
That's right. Yeah.
But yeah, so you guys also have a barn raising demonstration. So tell me about that.
Yeah, that's really fun. So there's a business in the community that dismantles and restores and then resurrects these barns.
That's so cool.
It's a lot of fun. They've been featured on Chip and Joanna's.
Shout out.
Yes, for sure. Restoration Road, and as well as a little bit on Fixer Upper, but mostly on Restoration Road. So that's a lot of fun. You can get so all these barns they were made by some of the early settlers here in the States. People that came over from, maybe Holland or England and wherever they came from, they had a particular way of doing barns. They built them differently in England than they did in Holland. And so when they came to the States, they brought their skills with them and they made these barns, and there are only so many of them.
Wow.
And so we've been finding those when you come out to Homestead. Most of the buildings are actually, or a good number of them, I guess I should say, are actually restored barns.
Wow, that's so cool.
Yeah, and so every year at the fair, we usually will have a demonstration, a hands-on demonstration. Don't watch us do it.
You got to do it. Get in there.
You get in there with the little pike, and you raise a barn, just like they raised barns 300 years ago.
Yeah. And you guys have kind of like a craft village. So you guys have textile work and artisan work and other made goods. You guys even have a mill, correct?
Yes, a grist mill.
Yes.
It's
so
so fun.
I got some grits last year. That was,
Okay.
they're delicious. I love them.
Yes.
They're amazing.
There's nothing like stone ground grits.
I know. It's just the texture is so different. I don't want to go back to store-bought grits after this.
That's exactly right. And so one of the things that we do at the restaurant is all all of the flour that we use, that comes from the grist mill. They're on the
that's so
property.
cool.
It's all ground, and it's just like the grits. It's different than the stuff that you get at the store.
Yeah.
And so we have special recipes that we use, and it makes the bread taste amazing.
Yeah, that's so cool. And then you guys will also be having music demonstrations and stuff too. So tell me about that.
Lots of music. So that's one of the things that's nearest and dearest to my heart. And so we have children's choirs and
so
orchestras. We have this awesome kids orchestra.
Wow, I wish I knew how to play an instrument.
Oh yeah,
I don't.
Yeah. Well, they so what they do, the kids choir. We have two of them. One of them is from like 6 to 9 or 10 years old. So cute to see these little kids get up there and sing. And for every child that grows up in Homestead Heritage, 6 is like this massive year for them because getting to join the choir.
You got to do all the fun things.
They sit down there for, however long before and just pine away for the day that they can get up there. Yeah. And so I have a 4-year-old and a 2-year-old. Well, they'll be 4 and 2 in January.
Congratulations.
So pretty close. Thank you. And so my little daughter Eliza, who's nearly 4, is just dying to be part of the choir. I mean, she just can't wait. So 2 more years for her,
She's counting down the days.
Yes.
Even though she probably doesn't know how to count that high yet.
Right,
but
exactly.
That's okay.
She's going to learn just to be able to count.
Yeah, exactly.
Whenever she gets to be in the choir. So that's a lot of fun. And so then we'll have, I think it's like 10 to 16 or 17, and they're accompanied by the youth orchestra, which is similar ages. And then in the evening we'll have our adult and choir and orchestra.
Yeah, that's gonna be fantastic.
So basically, like across the weekend, there's like 5 concerts.
Wow. And what are some of the other things you guys have going on?
Yeah, so definitely food. We have a lot.
I'm there for the food. I'm a foodie,
Oh,
a
my
Waco
goodness.
foodie. So
yes, hashtag foodie for
yeah,
sure.
Yeah.
you can get everything from burgers to authentic Mexican gorditas. We actually have a sister community in Mexico, so some of them will come up and they'll just kind of give us some tips on how to make authentic Mexican food, which is really awesome.
What we need, yeah.
And then we'll do kettle corn. Some of my
I got
favorites.
some kettle corn.
For breakfast every year at the fair, I have this little tradition that I have to eat some apple cider donuts.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's donuts that are made from fresh pressed apple cider.
That's exciting.
Fresh press it on site, make donuts out of it. So that's awesome. I'd say the other thing, which is any one of these things, you could just come to the fair for just that one thing. You could just come for the music. You could just come for the food. You could just come for the hands-on crafts. What's also really awesome is the seminars that we do. So for the last,
I did one of the sustainability ones.
Did you? That's fantastic.
Yes.
Which one did you do?
It was over in the greenhouse. So I think it was just about sustainably. So I was living in an RV. So me and my husband were RVers for 2 years. So I think they were talking about solar energy, and then they were talking about planting
awesome.
and crops and all that stuff. I'm a big buff for anything that's anything that's going to help our planet. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and honestly, during COVID, we had so many people reaching out to us saying hey, I'm going into the grocery store and I don't see a lot of food.
Yeah.
How do I grow my own food? How do I make my own bread? We got so many people, but we've been doing that now for nearly 50 years.
Wow.
And so just to have some, that wealth of knowledge and tips and information.
The masters at your fingertips.
Well, it's awesome because people come out and then they can ask questions and see it done.
Yeah.
And kind of learn how to do it themselves.
Yeah, I love that. And it was so fantastic because it's kind of just getting to see a bunch of people who are all interested in the same thing and, in a forum that is a safe space where you can ask questions and find out more.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's absolutely fantastic. And what else do you guys have going on?
Oh my goodness!
There's so much. So
if we were doing a lot,
just
more
do
than
a whole list.
Yeah. If we were doing more than that, then we'd probably be dead.
Well,
by
true.
Cyber Monday.
Yeah, by Monday we're out. We're gonna go sleep for 2 years.
Yeah, exactly. Go into hibernation.
Yeah, until the next one.
Yeah, no. Honestly, every year there's some new booth or something that I didn't even know was going to happen. Every year it gets bigger and a lot more fun, but. Definitely, you have to come out to see everything. But definitely those 4 categories: the music, the food, seminars, and the kids projects.
Yeah,
adult projects too.
Yeah, adult projects can do things as well. And then of course shopping. You got to get all the fun and cool things that they have to buy.
Yes. definitely. I mean, Black Friday, it's a time to shop.
There you go.
You can get all of your Christmas presents. You can, if you can't buy them, you can make them too.
Ta-da! There you go. Easy peasy. But yeah, I'm so excited, and you guys do this every year, so I'm so excited to finally have you on the podcast and get to talk about it. We're hitting 3 years in February, so I was like, we got to do it now. So
yes, absolutely.
and I've been like, I want to say like 3-4 times. So I'm like, I already try to make it a habit of going. So I was just so excited that you guys were able to message me back. So with this, Finding About the Festival, we're just going to take a quick break, and then we'll be right back.
All right.
And now for a word from our sponsors.
Welcome to One Star Rewind, a new podcast about those dreaded 1-star reviews that every business owner hates to receive, but yet every customer loves to read. During this podcast, we will peel back that 1-star review to better understand how it happened, when it happened, and what the business owner is doing after receiving that 1-star review. This podcast will be about love, hate, and laughter. On One Star Rewind, we will meet with real business owners who will tell their stories and how they do rely on reviews for their business. Follow us on Facebook, Instagram, or download us at RogueMediaNetwork.com. Please subscribe, but only rate and review for not a 1-star review. Join us each time for a new review and a new story.
Frozen heroes. Gonna tell you about frozen heroes. Gonna tell you about.
Hey, I'm Zach.
And I'm Mike.
And we have a fantastic new podcast to tell you about. Bros, Foes, and Heroes. It's the two of us looking into the world of comics, breaking down some characters that you may have never heard of, and some that are just absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, so Zach comes up with a character each time, and I go into it just completely blind. I don't know who this person is or what their abilities are or anything, and basically I guess we kind of go over their origin story and just some of the ridiculous stuff that maybe, especially Golden Age stuff.
Oh, Golden Age stuff is always the best, and we will make sure to highlight all of the shenanigans and just absolute weirdness of everything.
Yeah, that's right. So subscribe today and follow us on Instagram at Bros, Foes, Heroes.
And if you don't, I know where you live. Not really, but please subscribe.
Frozen heroes. Gonna tell you about frozen heroes. Gonna tell you about.
911, what's your emergency?
Do you hear that? It's coming from the house.
It's coming from inside the house? Do you mean? Could it be?
The Poltergeist. New from Rogue Media. Two haunted hotties talking about haunted places. Every episode we dive deep into the darkest places and give you a bit of history.
We're getting spooky in all the right places.
You've gobbled your last ghoul.
Follow along for the craziest and spookiest stories with Debbie's Dark Tourism. The Stanley Hotel,
Winchester House,
The Alamo,
Hotel Monte Vista,
and more spooky places. Find us at _Poltergals. POLTERGALS.
Look over your shoulder. It's us,
the Poltergals. Wherever you consume the podcast, you can find us there. And now, back to the episode. And we're back. Well, we just got finished talking about the amazing festival happening this weekend. So now we'll get into some of the other things that you guys do.
Yeah.
So we're coming up at the end of 2022. We're already thinking about 2023.
Yes.
What are some of your goals by the end of the year? And what are some of the things you're looking forward to doing next year?
Yeah, so I mean, definitely a big goal for next year. I'm planning to really expand some of the videos and stuff that we're doing.
Yeah.
We do a weekly broadcast that's on, sort of, cultural and community topics and stuff. Well, expanding that with more videos about how to grow your own food.
That'll be so fun.
So many things like that. I think that's going to be a big goal going forward for us.
Yeah, that's going to be fantastic. And then, you guys have events all the time, even at the cafe. So tell me about those.
Yes. Yeah. So we actually, for, we opened in 1994. We've been primarily a lunch establishment. Since then, but actually during COVID, we decided to open for dinner.
Wow!
And so we are now open for dinner Thursday through Saturday.
Whoop whoop!
Yeah, it's really awesome. Steaks, farm raised chicken. It's raised on our farm out there. A lot of things like that. It's a really awesome menu. But then we also do special dinners. We usually do them. We'll do them, let's see, Christmas, Valentine's, Mother's Day, and Father's Day.
Oh, that's fantastic. Yeah, and you guys do special events and just, again, the cafe's open all the time so people can go and get fresh local ingredients and their food. And you guys have a variety of things on your menu that just showcase everything that you guys have to offer.
Yes. The best is the Brazos Valley salad.
Ooh.
It is a splash of color and it is a splash of awesomeness to your taste palates that you can't imagine. It's blueberries, strawberries, truffle gold cheese that's made out at the, the farm.
Yes.
And then just these amazing dressings that'll take you to the next level.
All right. I'm so excited. My mouth is literally watering. I just had taco salad. I should calm down. But I am, like I
should have brought you one.
As I previously mentioned, it's okay. Maybe next time. When I have you on next year, you can have a redemption and
that's right.
bring me snacks. No, you're not obligated to bring anything to the host. It's fine. But yeah, so you guys do events all year round. And I know you guys already provide so much for the community, but what is something you would like to see more of in the community?
Yeah, so we definitely, I'm rooting for every, and I know it sounds funny to say as the general manager of a restaurant, but it's not. I'm rooting for every good restaurant that comes to Waco.
Yeah.
I'm so happy about it because I think that every time we open a new restaurant, every time that we do something like that, it just raises the bar.
Yeah.
And I think that's really great. I think people coming to Waco, you see a Pignetti's coming to town. I love Pignetti's. You see 135 Prime. You see so many of these places. I just love that it elevates what we have in Waco.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah, and Waco has such a vibrant community, and I love that we have such a rich cultural center with you guys located, right outside of Waco, but basically right here in Waco. And there's going to be so much more brought to our community. But why do you think it's so important for you guys to be in Waco now and do the things you do?
Yeah, absolutely. Waco has been known kind of more recently as sort of a community of artisans and stuff. We've actually been doing some of these things now since the early 90s.
Wow.
And so we didn't realize what a good spot we were going to be in.
Yeah.
In terms of just the right town for what we're doing.
Yeah.
And I think we've had a very positive impact in that direction. And now you see, something, Magnolia, all of these artisan businesses that are springing up from that. That's something that we love. We love that because it's something that we're doing. And I still remember, I don't myself, watch, TV or whatever, but I remember seeing a couple of the episodes of Magnolia. And I realized it's like, this is why people want to come to Waco. It's because I see the B-roll and I see the cow out in the pasture and the mist rising off of the Brazos. And I see these things and I'm like, there's something about the values of that.
Yeah.
There's something that people love. And so the people that are coming to Magnolia, they share the values that we have. They share a love for the land and family and so many of those things that may seem traditional, but I think it's really great to see those people ever more coming to Waco, just increasing because of so many of these things that have now showing up to Waco.
Yeah, and so again, you guys have been in the community for 30 years, so and especially you being here for at least growing up here,
Yes.
you've been able to see so much grow in Waco. So what have you seen so far that has made you happy in the community, or why are you glad to be here?
Well, I have to think about that one. I'm glad for so many reasons. I mean, I can't imagine. I'll say this. I think that Waco is the best town that I can think of to raise a family in.
Yeah.
100%.
A lot of people say that they come on the show. That's one of the number one things.
Yeah. And like I say, I've got a family with a 4-year-old and a 2-year-old, and I actually live on the farm out there at Homestead. But just in general, for the whole community, I try to picture myself anywhere else. I'm like, you know what? Waco is the place to raise them. And I don't know if I'll be here forever, but I sure intend to stay for as long as I can.
Yeah, so you've made this place your home. Is there anybody that's helped you along this journey, or anyone you want to shout out?
Oh, definitely. If I was to go down the list, we'd be here till dinner time.
Well, I always say you can shout out your mom, your dog, or your grandma, so all of the above.
Yeah, all of the above. No, definitely. There's so many people, out. I'll start with the people at Homestead who have helped me personally. Asa L. Adams, if you watch our weekly broadcast, he's kind of the main host of that. I'm just the producer. I'm not on camera.
Behind the camera.
But certainly him and so many others. My mom, who originally was the first person who really gave me the inspiration to be a part of music, to help Asa L, to do so many of these things. She gets some credit for sure.
Good job, Mom.
And I would shout out my dog, but he's not really trained yet. So
that's okay.
I feel like I'll be shouting out my wife once she is finished helping me train the dog. So.
There you go. I get that. Well, that's fantastic. And thank you so much for coming on today. Make sure, yes, this is fantastic. And make sure and share with us where we can find you, find more information, find out about the event.
Absolutely. So you can go to homesteadfair.com. You can also go to homesteadheritage.com, and we're on Facebook, YouTube,
slide in those DMs.
Yep, for sure. And certainly Instagram as well.
Yeah, that's how I reached out, and you guys were responsive and able to get this scheduled. So that's absolutely amazing.
And watch the fair if you're not able to attend.
Yes.
Definitely watch it live on YouTube.
Okay, that would be great.
I'll be the host. I'll answer questions. If you have questions, just let me know.
All right, great. And is there anything else you want to share with our listeners today?
I can't think of anything else.
All right. That means you did a good job.
Either I forgot something or I did a great job.
I was going to say, check your notes. Make sure you didn't forget anything. No, I think you did great. Well, it was fantastic having you on, and I'm looking forward to the festival.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me, Debbie.
Find us everywhere on all social media platforms, KNOW_Waco. Check us out at RogueMediaNetwork.com, and we're on YouTube under Rogue Media Network. Check out NoWaco.com.
This is Central Texas Life with Ann Harder.
Hello, everybody, and welcome. My guest today is Joan Sanger, who is someone I've known probably for 40 years because I know very well your brother, Philip, his wife, Bea, your mom, who is a spry 104.
Yes, she is.
But you were always the little sister, and you were off doing amazing things. And so I really don't know that much about you. That's why I'm so excited to have the chance to talk to Joan, who you're described as a social entrepreneur. First of all, what's a social entrepreneur?
Someone who probably has not that much business sense. I've done a lot of work. I do ethics work for governments, and I've created a website for people, even if they don't read, in English or Spanish, to do all of their career development or business startup online. I have not been very good at marketing that because I'm easily bored, so I move on to the next thing. So I'm now working with a larger company to see, and I think they'll start marketing it. And then,
I'm sure there's a need for that.
Oh, it is huge. Yeah. In Waco, when Virginia Dupuy was the mayor, it was estimated that over 70% of the people that walk into the workforce center aren't functional to be able to read websites. That doesn't mean digitally functional. It means literally the literary level of them. Yeah. And also the other thing I did was this social commentary photography show that was just in Waco. It just closed. And it is juxtaposing mannequins with people on gadgets, and that's also a social message.
Funny you should mention that. Here it is. Whose Reality Is It by Joan Sanger, and it is just an amazing book. And you say you kind of did this for fun, right?
It is for fun. That's the whole social entrepreneur. I dream up ideas of things that I think are socially engaging. Some of them make money, some of them don't.
Okay, so for example, we got a mannequin.
Yeah.
A dude in his skivvies. And then another mannequin, not dressed up like you would think to sell clothes, but
that's the other thing. That always amazes me. How
What's
people
the purpose
think.
Of this?
Yeah, how do people think this is going to make me want to buy this thing?
This hat or whatever it is. Yeah. And then there's a skeleton even with the.
I travel a lot, and again, since I told you I'm easily bored, when my husband's still at the dinner table waiting for the next course of food, wherever we are, I walk around. I used to carry my camera. Now I just carry my phone.
Oh, these are amazing.
Most of those pictures are taken off a phone, and they were blown up for the show here and one that I had in Canada to probably, 4 feet by 6 feet, and they still looked okay.
They're amazing.
I know.
Quality.
I know. So I've got to figure out what to do with my camera that I don't use.
You probably spent a lot of money on.
Yeah.
Another book that you've written, Growing Up Waco.
Mm-hmm.
So let's talk about this. It's a semi-fictionalized stories by Joan Sanger. So
yes,
so it's sort of true. Is that what you're telling me?
Well, protecting the not so innocent.
Well, I mean, I'm just glancing at your back cover. To be born and raised in Waco is a ticket for a ringside seat to some rather unusual events. You think?
Yeah. And it never stops.
Yeah, exactly. It never stops.
No,
it never stops. But this is, and again, this was, one title of caught my attention, No Sex in the City. Does that have something to do with the religious atmosphere of the town?
A little bit. Mm-hmm. Yeah. You'll have to read it.
I'm really, truly looking forward to this. And this was something you did last year. I mean,
I did, but it's going to be out on Amazon starting in a week or two from now, which is early March. It was supposed to be out earlier. I actually substituted one of these stories recently, and I was juxtaposing, again, I won't mention names, someone in their hundreds, you might guess, and someone close to 100 who I've met in Santa Barbara, who was the wife of a very famous person from Waco that no one here knows anything about, who established the big hospital in Santa Barbara. And so I'm juxtaposing the two of them in their riding of the interurban train.
I was just talking to my producer here, Mike Hamilton. He goes, he wasn't aware what the interurban was. And
so amazing.
I know. It really... And I know of it, obviously, I remember growing up and close to Dean Highland Elementary, you could still see the tracks.
Yeah.
In part of and I would ask my mother, she goes, oh, that was from the interurban.
And I think one of the cars, I don't know, but I read, is actually been restored, and it's in downtown Waxahachie.
I might have to go do a trip.
I want to go
Texas
see that.
And go check that out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, because what the interurban was, it was public transportation, and it was long distance. Really wasn't just within town.
No. It started in, I think, Sherman to Dallas, then Dallas to Waco, Dallas to Waxahachie. I can't remember where else, but the brilliance of it in terms of a business model was that it was really done by the guy who owned the utility lines, the electrical utility lines, and he wanted a way to get that amortized, I guess you would say. Mm-hmm. So he ran these trains, and they even had fancy cars on them. But the juxtaposition has to do with if you were a black child and you were riding the train, you had to sit in the car with the porters in the kitchen area. And whereas the other person who was white never even realized that. So their experiences were so different, yet also you look at what they both became. And my point of all that is what's really a disadvantage. the person who seemed to be disadvantaged ended up being kind of a rock star in terms of her profession because she was challenged at many levels that most of us aren't.
Interesting way to look at that.
I wouldn't say most of us, but some of us aren't.
Right, right. Your photography, though, you've got like almost 1,000 pictures at the Texas collection at Baylor. And this was through a project that you had gotten a grant through the Waco Foundation for. Let's talk about that, what all that was.
Well, this is going to really age me. That was in 1977. Okay. And I thought I would never get this. I just made up a grant.
Did you really?
I did. And it went to the Waco Foundation, Cooper Foundation, Waco Foundation. Right. And that was when Jerry Cartwright was in charge. Mm-hmm. And they gave it to me. And I didn't do all 900. They're 900, a little over 900. And Myron Wood, who was a pretty well-known photographer from Colorado Springs, who I took a photography class under my junior year in college, he did it with me. And so he and I would photograph together, say a month out of the year, and then I would go into my uncle's darkroom and print, and then he would go back to Colorado. Oh, black and white, old school, your hands in chemicals. It was fun, though.
Yeah.
It was really fun.
Yeah. Well, what were you documenting? What did you...
Well, my mother says that everyone would think all that was in Waco are cemeteries, churches, and old black people. So those seem to be my themes that I enjoy.
Yeah.
Like, and old people in general. Yeah. So I photographed a lot of just people on the streets, people I met, old houses, but things that, interestingly now, I hate to say, a lot of them are gone. I'm quite surprised. So I'm really glad that I did that. Oh, and yes. I wish we did that in every city every year because things get torn down.
They do. They do. Thankfully, we have had a strong historic Waco Foundation that has managed to save.
But those are the major houses. A lot of the ones
these are like just the ordinary bungalows that people.
Some of them not so ordinary. Some of them are quite beautiful, and they're gone.
Yeah.
And some of the old honky tonks and these down homey places that were run by families.
Yeah, yeah. So, is that part of a book, or is it just?
No, it's at the Texas collection.
So you say you go to the Texas collection. If I were wanting to go see some of these. Do I ask for the Sanger collection, or what? What is that?
No, because that's something different. Actually, you just ask for the Myron Wood and Joan Sanger photography collection. The Sanger collection's is archive, but I believe, I don't know if they still do. They actually reprinted them and had a big show around the Texas collection. I don't know if that's still there, but the show was originally at the Art Gallery, the Art Center in Waco, and that was just some of the photos. And then the collection itself, which are 8x10 photos, are archived there.
Mm-hmm. Now, and you recently had something at Cultivate 712, right?
Yeah, I did.
Tell me about that.
Well, that was the silly one that had to do with the book.
Okay. That's your mannequins?
Yeah, it's more than mannequins, though, because I have so many photographs now. It's no longer something unusual. So many photographs of people on gadgets in inappropriate situations.
Like these?
Yeah. Exactly those. And some of them are really funny. And so I have like 75 or 80 rolling pictures of those. Those are just on a video. The mannequins are all large prints, but then interspersed in there are the people on gadgets. And the whole idea is who's really having more fun.
Well, really. Yeah, but I mean, you've just always got your eyes open. You're just aware and curious, like a journalist in a way. I mean, for what
but
you're documenting.
Without the self-discipline, yes.
Oh, I didn't know there was any self-discipline involved. That's funny. Well, I do want to talk to you more about some of your experiences in the past, and we will do that. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to talk more with Joan Sanger about some of the famous folks she's worked with, so you stay with us.
Pros and heroes. Gonna tell you about pros and heroes. Gonna tell you about
Hey, I'm Zach.
And I'm Mike.
And we have a fantastic new podcast to tell you about. Bros, Foes, and Heroes. It's the two of us looking into the world of comics, breaking down some characters that you may have never heard of, and some that are just absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, so Zach comes up with a character each time, and I go into it just completely blind. I don't know who this person is or what their abilities are or anything, and basically I guess we kind of go over their origin story and just some of the ridiculous stuff that maybe, especially Golden Age stuff.
Oh, Golden Age stuff is always the best, and we will make sure to highlight all of the shenanigans and just absolute weirdness of everything.
Yeah, that's right. So subscribe today and follow us on Instagram at Bros, Foes, Heroes.
And if you don't, I know where you live. Not really, but please subscribe.
Bros and Foes and Heroes. Gonna tell you about Bros and Foes and Heroes. Gonna tell you about.
Hi, this is Sarah.
And I'm Carter.
And this is Some of Our Thoughts.
We're two Southern sommeliers, and we want to share everything we love and know about wine. We started hanging out during quarantine and cooking and drinking and listening to music, and we just thought this would be a great way to bring everything we know to you guys.
We will make wine knowledge and food pairings easy and approachable. So put on your favorite vinyl, grab your favorite glass of wine, tune into our show, and let's have some fun.
Wine and
vinyl.
So check us out on RogueMediaNetwork.com or wherever you get your favorite podcast. We'll be talking about a lot.
Hey y'all, I'm April.
Hi, I'm Caroline.
And we have a new podcast for you. What's it called, Caroline?
Bloody Happy Hour.
It's going to be your new favorite guilty pleasure. We're going to talk about some bloody stuff. Serial killers, true crime, rapists. Why not join us? We'll have a good time.
You literally never know. I don't know what I'm going to say. Bloody Happy Hour. Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen to podcasts.
And I'm back with Joan Sanger, who is a social entrepreneur, but she says she's just bored easily, so that's why. She's busy. You are here in Waco, though. Your mom is a spry 104.
Yes.
Just incredible.
Yes.
But has some health issues from time to time, and you come in to
Not much.
But yeah, I mean, she's incredible. She's incredible.
She's never been on medication, and she just had COVID, and that's why I came in. And that was about a month ago. She's fine. She's been fine for a couple of weeks.
Just got over it. Now she's got all the immunities from COVID, so.
Yeah, she said she thought she was going to die, and then I came in, and then she didn't.
No.
So I told her it's something she's really bad at. She's good at most things.
What was it you said? You don't say when you die, but if.
Yeah. I say if you die.
If you die. Well, she's got some pretty remarkable genes. I mean, her brother lived to 100. I mean, you got some pretty good genes in there.
It's also in that neighborhood. It's weird. There's this
tell me
whole
about it. So kind of in a part of
Waco. Yeah, off of MacArthur. So her neighbor lived to be 106. Her neighbor behind her lived to be 100. She just passed away. The man across from them, who was jumping on from his walker to his riding lawnmower and riding all of everyone's lawns just to be sweet and mow them.
Just mow everybody.
Except it was also their sprinkler systems. That was a bit of an issue.
Oh, well.
And he's 97. My uncle was 100.
And he lived next door.
Right.
She took care of him.
Yeah. Not next door, but a few doors down. And then, I'm sorry, the man behind her also died a couple of years ago. He was 99. So
wow.
I don't know what's going on. You know what? A friend of mine had a really interesting theory about that. Now I
what's
forgot exactly what it was, but that there was something that was happening at Fort MacArthur that she thinks maybe got into the soil there. I can't remember what she said it was, but that was really good for you, as
Apparently.
opposed to bad. Yeah, I don't know. I can't remember what she said.
That's true, but that is where.
It's right where it was.
Where it was, that part of Waco. Well, she's darling, and I know she's always happy to see you. But Joan, you do kind of live a jet setter lifestyle. I mean, you live in Ontario,
Extremely non-glamorous jet setter lifestyle. Thank you.
But you're traveling a lot. So,
I
but
do
you
travel.
live in Canada and also in California. Is that right?
Yeah.
So explain to me about
Well,
that.
I spent 27 winters in Canada and vowed that was never going to happen again.
that was enough.
It was a wonderful place to raise kids, for sure. I have 2 boys.
Uh-huh.
But then we had gone to Santa Barbara on our vacations.
That's a beautiful place.
Yeah. So we're like, okay. So we found this little tiny adorable place. It's 100 years old, but it has an avocado tree, my most important reason for buying it. And it overlooks the ocean and the town. It's the smallest house there. I mean, where it is. By far, it looks like someone's shed, but it's so cute. So it's not glamorous, but it's very sweet.
Yeah. And so your husband, where is he?
He's currently in Santa Barbara.
He's in Santa Barbara. Okay.
He doesn't really come to Waco quite as often as I do.
Yeah,
He's
I
not
know.
as enamored with it as I am.
I imagine that's true. So let's get back to the early days. I mean, you went to college at Wellesley.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, I think you have a comment on here about that. Let's see. Yeah, lots of stories I semi-fictionalize here occurred before I was forlornly sent away to become cultured at Wellesley.
It didn't take.
Well, that sounds pretty fancy, though. Wellesley. But you got your Wellesley. And you say didn't take, and then got your law degree from UT. So from that point on, you began doing some political work. So let's start. There were some very famous folks that you were in contact with. This was back in 1987 with
Chet Edwards.
Ann Richards, who
It was actually Chet Edwards first.
First was with Chet Edwards?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then when did you start working for Ann Richards?
After I was working for Chet. I worked for Chet for 2 sessions, and we did such major reform. He was just amazing. He would always ask me, this is the most amazing man ever. He would say to me, okay, who are we going to make mad? And I would name them. And it was usually the utility companies, the insurance companies, the prison system, the doctors, whatever.
Yeah.
The big groups of big heavy hitter lobby groups.
Sure.
And then he'd look at me and go, is it the right thing to do? I'd say, yes. And he'd go, then we have to do it. And we literally won everything. And that had to do with a lot of
reforms, I guess.
Yeah, but it was kind of guerrilla marketing on my part with staff and senators. And Chet was very happy for me to do that. He was wonderful about that. It was so much fun. It really was fun.
Of course, he was, he served this district for a long time.
Right. He was state senator then, and then he was in Congress. The other thing we did was the entire high-tech package of Texas.
Right.
And that's kind of interesting because I've now started admitting how that happened.
Okay. So,
Because that's kind of really an ironic thing.
okay, you ready to talk about it?
Yeah, it was a Robin Hood kind of thing. So it hadn't passed for 2 sessions. So I asked Chet, do I have permission to get it passed any way that I can? He goes, I guess. So what I did, I couldn't even use the computer very well. I was really a complete loser on that. So I cut and pasted a 1-sentence bill, the other bills all onto that, and wrote a proclamation by hand to the lieutenant governor why they all had to pass, each one of them, 11 of them, because this other bill passed. And we only had passed 1. So he just signed off on all of them. Now, sometimes these things come back to haunt you.
Oh, really?
Because look at what happened to Austin. I'm not sure that's a good thing ultimately, but I'm saying the irony of it is the high-tech package got passed in the least high-tech way, with tape,
I was going to say
scissors, tape, and my handwriting.
That's right. A little whiteout if you needed it.
Yeah, I mean, people don't realize there's thousands of bills that get passed at the last day of the session.
Yes. No,
that aren't voted on.
Yeah, I know that is true.
And I didn't think any of these were harmful in any way, so I was very careful about that. But I think ultimately you don't, and part of my ethics seminars I teach now, you don't understand the ultimate consequences necessarily of what you're doing.
Right.
And I didn't think of, 30 years hence that it would make Austin unmanageable.
Well, you have to kind of have a crystal ball in a way, to be able to predict some of these things. But
yeah.
So Chet Edwards, of course, had an amazing, wonderful career, and Ann Richards. Tell me about Ann Wacoan.
And I propose
her really Lacey Lakeview, I guess, is really
right. Well, and actually Abbott, really.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Some cute stories about her and her dad and stuff. But anyway, I proposed the job to Chet, and I proposed the job to Ann. There were no job openings. I just went in and said, let me show you what I can do for a couple of weeks free, and if you like what I do, then I'll work for you. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I tried to earmark the two people that I thought were sensible and ethical and got stuff done. Mm-hmm. So I went to her and told her what all I could do. So she let me. And the first week I was there, she wanted me to do, or I did do, an ethics seminar, sat in on them with the other staff members at the state treasury.
Good.
And not to mention any names, the person who was doing it had been indicted for bribery.
Probably a lesson they needed.
That was my feeling. But she thought the guy, because he got acquitted, that he was innocent. And I went into her and I said right after that, because I was doing issue work for her on tort issues, criminal justice issues, utility issues. I can't remember, a lot of stuff, human services. So I went into her and said, Ann, I know you don't know me very well, but that was a really confusing seminar to have someone who was indicted teach it. And I don't believe that what he said was exactly accurate. I think it confused people, and I think you need to have an ethics program.
Right.
And so she said, all right, you do it. She used to say. So I did.
Hear her saying that.
Yeah. And so I did, and she loved it. And I later parlayed that many, many years later into doing ethics work on my own for government, including a comedy ethics program, which was really fun.
How do you do that?
You get crazy people, and that's not hard in Austin. And so I got the Esther's Follies actors and Bob Eckhart, who you might remember, he was in Congress, and his first cousin, Helen Hanley, who had both been editors of what later became the Daily Texan. They were first cousins, like 1 year apart. So both completely creative people. So Bob did the cartooning and the drawing. Helen did the script, and the songs were designed by Standish Meacham, who was a songwriter and played the piano. So these are all of my creative people were over the age of 80, and they were all old-time Texans. So Helen Hanley and Bob are both descendants of the Clayburghs of the King Ranch. They're old-time, serious.
Long-time serious Texans.
Yeah. And they had, it was hard to control sometimes.
I'll bet.
And there's some really funny stories about that. And then Esther's Follies acted out. I was the straight man ethics teacher, and then the Esther's Follies were stereotypes of government workers.
Yeah.
And they did a lot of ad-libbing. It was fun.
Yeah. Lessons learned, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. So is this kind of thing still going on today? Are they still doing any ethics training?
It doesn't seem like it's very effective. But
might need to go and kind of retool their curriculum.
I don't even know what they're doing. Generally, ethics training is about compliance, and that never sticks. Yeah. It means nothing. Ethics is the gray areas, and it's what you're internalizing and inculcating as your being and how you act. And so it's hard to do that when you're talking about complying with the law. That's not very exciting, and it's not engaging. So what I try to do is engage people. I'll do another one at in a big city in Canada in about a month.
Oh, okay.
But I haven't done them for a while. They just called to ask me, and I've done some in Africa and the Middle East.
So you have traveled all over.
Yeah, that didn't take very well either, I don't think. But whatever.
Yeah, but it's important information. It's at least something people need to think about, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
What is the right thing to do?
And Anne used to say, if my mama could read it on the front page and be proud of me, then it was okay.
That's very good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, I would tell kids when I would speak to school groups, you know, with relation to these things.
Yes.
I said, if you wouldn't mind it broadcast from a television news desk, it's probably, you know, okay. But just realize
what you're writing.
It's just about the same thing that everybody, and it's out there forever. I mean, it doesn't just.
Well, I had Professor Roberts from Baylor came and spoke at my photography show. Mm-hmm. And he's an expert on the impact of social media and gadgets on people. Mm-hmm. And one of the things that struck me that he said is that it's now one of the number one problems in relationships.
Oh, I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. I mean, we're seeing with young people that they're not really dating anymore. They don't know how to even have those casual relationships that we took for granted when, you know, go on a Coke date with somebody, see if you like them or whatever. They don't even know how to communicate.
Yeah.
It's pretty scary.
It's very scary. And it's scary in terms of their accountability to the world around them. And that includes the environment. If you didn't experience nature, and we're in a climate crisis, and we have to learn to live differently, how are you going to do that if you don't know what it is you're protecting? Yeah. Those kinds of things and social response
stuff.
Really basic stuff. Yeah. I'm talking big picture stuff, but yes.
Yeah. No, for sure. Gosh, so much stuff to talk to you about. I mean, it's just been a fascinating career you've had. And I guess, is there any one thing that kind of sticks out that, you know, that you're especially proud of kind of throughout? I mean, I know you also, when Ann Richards ran for governor, you wrote all but, I think, 3 of her issue statements, papers, which that's pretty remarkable because you were a young pup yourself.
I wasn't that young. I was younger than most of the people that were working on her campaign, for sure.
I bet you nickel you were the youngest one there.
Well, the issue at that point was Anne was nervous and a little hard on staff people, and they were scared to write them.
Yeah.
So I did.
So you did.
And it was a learning experience for me because a lot of things I didn't know that much about. She was literally a master debater, right? She won the national debate finals. Oh, yeah. So she could talk about anything, even if she didn't know what she was talking about.
Yeah, she was good at that. Yeah,
unbelievable. And usually she did know. She had a photographic memory. Mm-hmm. So I briefed her a lot on issues over years, and she would say to me sometimes, "That's not what you said a year ago," and then she would remember what I said, and I was like, "Did I say that?" Okay.
Well,
she was amazing in that way.
She was an amazing
But
leader.
something that stands out that answer your question, I don't even know how to answer that. Probably the ethics work, and still doing it and feeling like I really would like to do it more in other countries. I felt like that was my calling. Oh, I also taught at a university. I didn't mention that. I taught for 5 years at the University of Waterloo, but it was a very similar reason. I think I impacted those students. They let me design the class. They gave me a curriculum that was just the most boring thing in the world. And I said, I'm not going to teach that. If you let me design it, I will. And the kids loved it. And so that was also fun. I'd say that kind of thing where you feel like you've made an impact on an individual and encourage them.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you certainly have done that. Well, we could just keep going on, but need to bring this to a conclusion. And I like to end these with a little questionnaire. It's similar to the one that the late, great James Lipton would use inside the Actors Studio. So it's kind of my take on his question. And the first one is, what is your favorite word?
Favorite word? God, I don't know. I don't know. I like names often. I like beautiful names like Francesca and just kind of beautiful Italian-sounding words. That I've always loved Italian. I listen to Italian in my car and try to learn it, but it's so far. Other than waving my hands around, I can do that.
Yeah, that's right. You've got the driving part, right?
So I'd say anything that sounds Italian.
That's neat. That's very good. Well, what is your least favorite word?
It would usually be a 4-letter curse word.
Okay, there you go. All right. What turns you on creatively, spiritually, or emotionally?
Like I just mentioned, having an impact, especially on young people, and spending time with them to find out what their priorities are.
Yeah.
That's a huge part of my website. Like I serve different populations. I have 14 different programs on there for seniors and ex-incarcerated people and youth and a lot of people, and in English and Spanish and simple language. So to know that a person really, their life was changed by it. Mm-hmm. And a good example, in El Paso, there was a woman who had just crossed the border, had never seen a computer. Oh. And she was in tears because she could use it because it was reading to her and she could find a viable career path ultimately. Mm-hmm. To me, that's the best.
That's amazing. What turns you off then creatively or spiritually or emotionally?
Greed, critical behavior.
I've heard that before from guests, for sure.
Yeah. Negativity.
Yeah. What sound do you love the most besides Italian?
The harp.
Names? Oh, the harp, really? Oh, good.
We had a harpist play at my photography show. It was beautiful.
It is. It's so delicate, but sort of just heavenly, ephemeral. Yeah.
It's ephemeral.
Yeah, beautiful. What sound do you hate?
Probably just really, really loud whistles. Like I like the sound of the train in Waco from my mother's house, which is 7-8 miles away.
It's a long way
But for it to be right here where you are,
that's right.
That was it's startling to me.
Well, but we're glad that it alerts someone at a
or the sound of someone being injured, or or a dog being injured.
Oh yeah. You've done a lot of things in your life, but what other profession would you have liked to try or have done?
I don't think anything. I think I would have been, I went to school to be a lawyer, hence the ethics programs and such. I probably would have enjoyed teaching young kids. I love young kids, but I didn't really know that until I had them.
Yeah. Yeah. Your boys are grown, I take it.
Yeah.
Any grands?
No.
No grands.
One of them just got finished traveling on a motorcycle through South America. He just came back last night.
Well, at least he's back. That's good.
Right. Oh, that's another story.
Yeah.
I forbade him from riding through Mexico and Central America right now.
Gosh.
But anyway, so they flew them from Miami to Bogota. Anyway, they got down to the tip of South America last week.
Accomplishment.
So they just came. He's on his way back to actually work. Uh-huh. And then the other one moved to Hawaii and started a business there. So I kind of taught them maybe to have too much fun.
I was going to say, those nuts didn't fall far from the tree.
Yeah, but I said, do what you're interested in and have fun. But maybe I took that a little too far.
They're having a lot of fun. Well, what job do you know you would not want to do?
Well, I tried it, so I think I know. Veterinarian.
Oh, really?
I thought I would, but I can't stand to see an animal hurt. I passed out when my dog was getting her toenails clipped, so I'm really not for that job.
I was gonna say.
I empathize.
Sometimes it gets a little too close and it bleeds.
Oh. I know. That's what happened.
I know. That's horrible.
There was a drop of blood, and I hit the floor.
Well, finally, what do you want to hear God say to you when you arrive at the pearly gates?
It was a good run, baby.
And it's not over yet.
No, it's not. I hope.
Yeah, I tell you what, Joan, it's just been a delight to have you here and to learn more about your incredible life, what all you have done and the people you've touched.
Thanks. I mean, there's a lot of downtime, too.
Well,
there's a lot
of course, with anybody. But you've just really accomplished so much. And so folks can, Growing Up Waco, we'll be able to get this on Amazon, right? And whose reality is it? This is available as well? Or?
I didn't put that on Amazon. That was really just for the show here. They asked me, the gallery asked me to do it. I like that back cover.
Yeah.
It's so funny, the lady looking at the mannequin who has escaped from the store.
Who thinks of these things?
Who does think of these things?
Right, and then you photograph it, so that's what's great.
Well, let me tell you a quick one. So one of my favorite selfies, I have these pictures of these people all taking pictures of themselves and talking on their phones. My favorite one is a Saudi woman completely covered. All you can see her eyes, and she's taking a selfie of herself on the Bosphorus. And I'm thinking, how would anyone know who that is? Because you can't see her. And I thought that was kind of at least entertaining.
Yeah, that's kind of poignant in a way.
Too. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of funny things of people taking pictures of themselves in really weird situations.
I guess that's true. She knows who she is.
She knows who she is.
I guess that's
And I'm sure she has a wonderful life, but whatever, it was funny.
Wow. Well, Joan, thank you again. It has just been a delight. And thank you
fun.
for joining us on Central Texas Life. We'll see you again next time.
Central Texas Life with Ann Harder is part of the Rogue Media family. Be sure to check out our other shows at RogueMediaNetwork.com. Please rate this show 5 stars on iTunes, Spotify, YouTube, or anywhere you get your podcasts. Join us again soon for more Central Texas Life with Ann Harder. This is Central Texas Living with Ann Harder.
Welcome, everybody. Thanks for joining me. We are emerging from the winter season, and that's good news, but that's not all that's emerging. Snakes are coming out, and the annual Oglesby Rattlesnake Roundup is coming up. It is a delight to visit with our very own Texas snake man, Jackie Bibby. Hey, man, it is great to see you again.
Thank you, ma'am. It's always a pleasure to visit with y'all prior to us doing the big show down there every year. So thank you so much for having me today.
Well, it's a little different. I would have you a couple of times. I had you on Central Texas Living, the television show, when that was still on the air. It was so much fun because you brought boxes of snakes.
We had a great time.
Oh, man. I remember Diablo. Is Diablo still with us, the white rattler?
He passed, and I actually have had a walking cane made out of him.
Did you really?
I did, yes. Here's my walking stick, which is made out of the white rattlesnake. It's got some other snake stuff to it, too, but this is the white rattlesnake.
Oh, my goodness.
The walking stick. So his name was Diablo Blanco.
Yes, he was. He came on the show 2 times. There was one of my colleagues who left the building when you came. There are people who are so phobic about snakes. I mean, I don't particularly like touching them or holding them, but let's talk about you and your vast career as a snake handler. How in the world did you get started with this?
53 years ago, about this time of year, I went to Brownwood, Texas, and entered a rattlesnake sacking championship.
And why was that? Why would you do that?
Oh, I've always been a thrill seeker and a daredevil. So it was that kind of activity. So I got involved, excited to do it. And I was 18 years old and thought I was invincible and untouchable by anything. And the first year I ever entered that contest, I won 2 trophies, $30, and got my name in the paper. So I had found my hobby at that time.
You were hooked.
3 years later, I'm still doing it. And it's got me all over the world. 16 trips to Europe, all over the United States, over 200 appearances on television. So it's been an amazing journey. And I've just rode them rattlesnakes as far as I could ride them.
Well, some of the pictures on your website are just remarkable. And it's not fake. Those aren't photoshopped. You're actually holding these snakes.
Yeah, and getting in the bathtub with them, getting in sleeping bags with them.
Ooh.
I don't know, you may not have seen it, but a lot of people saw the Go Big show the first year they had it. They're in the 2nd season now. But in the 1st season of the Go Big show, Snoop Dogg, Jennifer Nettles, and some of those people, Cody Rhodes, we were in Macon, Georgia for a little over a month filming there, and I made it to the finals. I didn't win the $100,000, but I made it to the finals, and I got in a sleeping bag head first with a bunch of rattlesnakes and put rattlesnakes in my mouth and a spider on my head. And Snoop Dogg was just tripping. He just had a great time with us doing that in Georgia.
Well, it's It's activity. It's hard for some of us to get our heads wrapped around, but truly it is a service. So let's talk about why it's important for people like you to be able to, not just immediately kill the snake, which is, our general impulse, kill it,
Of course, and I'm not averse to killing a snake if it's anywhere where it might endanger someone's life,
Right.
or your livestock or your pets or anything like that. But it's better, in my case, to call me and let me relocate the snake or let me use it for educational purposes. And we do kill snakes, and some people get upset about that, but we eat them. We eat the meat and we make products out of the skin. And, we use the entire animal. So, and we're never cruel to an animal. If we have to butcher it, just like you have to butcher a cow, you have to kill it, but we do it as humanely as we possibly can. I've been accused many, many times of being cruel to animals, and that's absolutely not true because I'm an animal lover. I would never, ever be cruel to an animal. But there's very few rattlesnake roundups left. The rattlesnake roundups originated back in the late 20s when they were trying to get the snakes away from the ranchers and the oil field workers that were out there where they were at a lot. And so they had these rattlesnake roundups and people brought them in, and they gave some very small prizes. Back when I first started turning in rattlesnakes at rattlesnake roundups, they were bringing 20 cents a pound. Now they're up around $5 a pound. And we've seen them as high as $9 and $10 a pound. So, like anything else, rattlesnakes have a market value just like a pork belly for bacon does. So, but why we do what we do at the roundups is for entertainment, but also for education, because we like to teach people what to do if they're out on a hike or going to their favorite fishing hole. They encounter some rattlesnakes. We give them options of what to do and how to do it, where they lessen the probability of them receiving a very dangerous venomous bite.
Yeah, well, that is really important. That aspect of your work is education. And you take these snakes, the ones that you have. How many do you have personally that you use in your talks?
That varies dramatically from 0 to 2,000. So right now I don't have hardly any, but we start next week. We'll start gathering them up and getting ready to come down to Oglesby. So we'll probably have several hundred at Oglesby at least.
All right, so let's talk about the Oglesby Roundup itself. It's going to be the 26th and 27th of February. Is it usually this particular weekend, like every year, kind of a thing?
Yeah, it's every year at the last weekend of the month. And this is the 52nd annual Oglesby Roundup.
They've been doing it a long time, and it is the Lions Club. It's a Lions Club sponsored event. They've been doing it a long time, as you say. So what does the spectator expect to see when they come?
Well, we're going to do some educational stuff, talk to them a little bit about how to treat first aid on a snake bite, if they should have one occur. And then we're going to start doing a little bit about safety as to how to get out of them if you walk into a group of them. But then we're going to do some stuff like daredevil stunts. We'll sit down and put them in our lap and on our heads, or we'll get in a sleeping bag feet first or head first, or we may get 2 people in a sleeping bag with 50 rattlesnakes, and I might put snakes in my mouth. That's one of the world records that I hold. And we'll just do some stuff showing people we can push the envelope, press the limit, and people are entertained by that because, of course, just like at a stock car race, everybody comes to see if they're going to crash. They come to see if we're going to get bit. And occasionally we do.
Occasionally that does happen. Show everybody your hands.
And my hand's pretty deformed, pretty messed up. My thumb's kind of messed up. That's from 2 of the 12 bites that I've received. In 53 years of snake handling, I've received 12 serious envenomations. So.
Hey, I'm April.
Hey, I'm Caroline, and this is Bloody Happy Hour,
Your newest true crime comedy podcast.
So grab your favorite drink and join us every week for Thirsty Thursday.
We promise to tell you the bloodiest stories and give you a laugh in between. Go find us, follow us, and subscribe anywhere you get your podcasts, because guess what?
We about to be sipping on some murder. This is Mandy and the F-Bomb, where we shed light on stories and invite you to find your place and purpose in the world of foster care. Through my involvement with families involved in foster care and being a foster mom myself, I've learned that it's the things that wreck us the most profoundly that can stitch us back together into the best, purpose-filled versions of ourselves. Tune in to Mandy and the F-Bomb. It's stories that invite you in to find your place and purpose in the world of foster care. You can find us anywhere you get podcasts or at RogueMediaNetwork.com. Make sure you subscribe so you don't miss a thing.
Tell them the story about the boot when that was a really, really serious bite that you had when the one was in your boot, right?
Well, I didn't get bit by the one in my boot. That was down at Oglesby 3 or 4 years ago. But I wagged that snake all over town back in Waco before we went to the motel room because I have a prosthetic leg. I couldn't feel it. So after I unzipped my boot to take it off, there was a rattlesnake in my boot. We were in a motel room, and Dougie, my roommate, he had short breeches on. He was barefooted. By then I had my leg, so I was one-legged, and we didn't even have a box or a pin or anything else. Some people down the aisle from us, all the other snake handlers had gone to eat. And so it's just us two there, and we wound up putting the snake in a beer box to hold it till somebody came back with some tools to catch it with.
Well, and the reason you have a prosthetic
I
leg.
received a bite at the Arkansas State Fairground. No, this bite was in Dallas. The Arkansas State Fairgrounds was this one on my hand. This one is in Dallas. I was doing a show for a motivational show for an electric company, and had about 300 people in a big hotel meeting room, and we had several hundred snakes there, and a big, huge snake, about a 6-footer, bit above my boot and got me in the calf of my leg. And so they took me to Parkland almost immediately, but 3 days later they had to amputate my leg. It started out below the knee, but we had 10 different operations, finally wound up above my knee before they could ever find flesh that would hold. And so most people would have had enough sense to just quit, but I bought a leg and kept on doing it. So I got a store-bought leg and a God-given leg.
Oh, Jackie, you are amazing. Well, and another aspect of rounding up these snakes is also for the anti-venom, right? Let's talk a little bit about that.
There are still very few people who are collecting venom, but there are some. I actually spoke this morning with Bobby Stevens, a guy out of Ranger, Texas, who collects venom for research and for medicine. The big guy, the venom gypsy that's out of Alabama. He's out of Alabama. He collected rattlesnake venom at the rattlesnake roundups for many, many years, but he's kind of long in the tooth now. He's about my age. So he's slowed way down, and he doesn't collect very much anymore because he's got so much venom on hand. But like the crowfab people that make the antivenin, they actually keep a lot of their own snakes. I don't really know how many they buy from outside sources, but they keep a lot of their own snakes and milk them themselves to have access to the venom to make the antivenin.
Oh, that's interesting.
But the rattlesnake venom is used a lot in making medications. Blood pressure medicine, much of the blood pressure medicine is a derivative of rattlesnake venom.
I wonder how many people knew that.
I would not have known it were it not for the venom gypsy telling me about it.
That is fascinating. Well, now you talked a little bit about your educational aspect of telling folks what to do. So let's get into that. We have a little bit of time here. Say you're on a hike, and of course the thing about snakes is they're very good at disguising and camouflaging themselves in the leaves and so forth. But when you hear that distinctive rattle, what's the first thing you need to think about doing?
Rattlesnakes will bite for 2 reasons: food and fear. We're not a food item. They're not ever going to bite us to eat us. So the only reason they'll ever bite us is because they're fearful of us. So we're a big, loud object coming through the woods. So if we're jumping and hipping and hopping and moving around, it's going to scare them. They're going to strike at us. If you get real still and you can find that snake, and they are very hard to see, they blend in so effectively with their surroundings that they're almost invisible. So you hear that sound, you look around and find that snake, identify where he's at. Then you look around some more because you need to find a clear avenue of escape. certain times of the year these snakes are concentrated. They're either going in or coming out of the dens. They're going to stay in that area for several days before they scatter. And when they do, you might be in an area where there's 50 rattlesnakes in 50 yards. And so you may walk into a pile of them before you ever hear anything rattle. And then when you do, you got to start looking around, and then you move very slowly, cautiously away from where the snakes are at. And if you move slow, they'll never bite at you because you didn't scare them. If you step on them, they're going to strike. You know, if you get too close to them, they're going to strike. But if you can see them, they can only strike about half their body length. And the further out they go, the lower they go. So if you've got any kind of cowboy boots on, you've probably got all the protection you would need. And they can't penetrate a boot. They can't bite through leather. The fangs are very sharp, but they're very brittle. So they can't penetrate anything that's very hard. But if you just move very slowly and cautiously away from them, they'd rather leave you alone than bite you.
Yeah, that's great advice. But they were so quick. They're quick on the strike, but you say they only can go half their...
Just about half. If they're up against a log or a rock, they might go 3/4 of their body length because they're braced against something. But out in the open, about half their body length is about as far as they can go.
Now, you talk about vast numbers of snakes. Of course, this time of year, in the winter, are they kind of hibernating or...
I'm not trying to be a smart aleck, but I'm trying to be technically correct. Rattlesnakes don't hibernate, they brumate. Brumate is a slightly different thing than hibernation. A bear hibernates, goes to sleep. A rattlesnake brumates. He gets into that den, brumates. He gets down into that den down in the ground because that's insulation, because he does not have the capacity to regulate his body temperature. So he's going to be the temperature around him. So when he gets down in there and they all coil up together in a pile, then they'll get real still. They don't go to sleep, but they just get real still, and they slow their metabolism down to the point where they don't need food, nor water, or anything else until next season. It's called brumation.
Interesting. And so they come out, getting to be this time of year, after winter is done. You say they kind of stay close to that den area, and then they scatter out. How far will a snake go? I guess somehow.
Generally only about 2 miles.
2 miles.
About the absolute maximum distance one would go would be 5 miles from the den. But generally 2 miles from that den. They'll use the same den year after year. We've worked dens for 20 years, and you get all the snakes that are there and come back next year and there's more snakes. So we don't get them all. We think we do.
So you have a method, you have a system, you know where to go to find these snakes. Now in a roundup, do you win prize money for however many snakes, or do they just pay you per pound, or how does that work?
There are prizes for the longest snake with the most rattlers, and the shortest snake, and the most pounds turned in. Because we buy them by the pound, and they bring $5, $4 to $6 a pound. And that fluctuates depending on the market, how much they're needing the snakes. And they're big buyers of snakes. Randall Briggs is a guy out of Paris, Texas. He'll be at Oglesby this weekend, and he buys snakes year-round and makes products. He makes belts and money clips and billfolds and things like that out of their skin.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. I know. I've seen it canned, and they say it tastes like chicken. Is that true?
Tastes like what you cook it in. Rattlesnake has a very bland taste. It has virtually no taste at all. But you put it in cornmeal, flour, pepper, salt. You spice it up a little bit, and then you cook it. Most people deep fry it like fish. So it's breaded, and then you taste the coating. You don't taste the skin. You don't taste it's white flesh. It's very white. It's kind of stringy. You know, it's hard to eat. A lot of bones, but most people eat a rattlesnake to say they ate one.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, so it's not really like fish or the consistency. I have not tried rattlesnake. I'll have to.
If you cook it in butter, it tastes like butter. If you cook it in flour, it tastes like fried flour. You know, cornmeal. Most people do a cornmeal flour mix, dip it in egg to make it stick real good, and cook it like fish. That's how most people cook rattlesnake. At the rattlesnake roundups, they're selling those little chicken McNuggets, about a 4-inch piece of a rattlesnake, which has been deep fried, and most of that's rolled in egg batter, then in cornmeal and flour with a little salt and pepper in it, and deep fat fried.
Oh man, anything deep fat fried is going to be good. So the Oglesby Rattlesnake Roundup is going to be where you can try that. How many hunters will be there? Are your ranks increasing, or are there fewer people like you who go out and round these guys up?
We're almost completely extinct. There's very few rattlesnake roundups left in Texas, and there's very few hunters going out to find the snakes. There'll probably be 4 to 5, 6 teams that'll turn into snakes at the Oglesby Roundup. When I started in 1969, there were 42 rattlesnake roundups in Texas. There's 7 left.
Really?
So they've pretty much completely gone extinct. There's quite a bit of pressure from individuals who, it's a very not politically correct thing to say, but we call them tree huggers oftentimes, environmentally concerned people that give us a great deal of grief because they don't like what we do and how we do it, and they trying to regulate us. And when I started, you could catch many rattlesnakes as you wanted to. You didn't have to have a hunting license or anything else. You could sell them anywhere where anybody would buy them. Nowadays, you have to have a license, a hunting license, and a non-game permit to even collect them. You got to have that to sell them to the commercial dealer, who has to have a commercial license, who reports every snake he buys, sells, whether he kills it, what he does with it. It's a nightmare. But we're still willing to do it. When you're passionate about anything, you'll go to any length to keep it alive.
Well, I mean, in a way, it is considered wildlife management, isn't it? I mean, if it weren't being done, would we just be overrun by snakes?
Well, that's a heatedly debated topic, because a lot of environmentalists say, yes, we would be, but many of the things that have been studied indicate that it's not necessarily the case either way. There's areas in Texas which are never ever hunted that are prime real estate for rattlesnakes. So probably 80% of the territory in Texas that's habitat for rattlesnakes never has a hunter on it. So those rattlesnakes go on like they've gone on for millennia, and they're never bothered. But there's certain areas where, people know, okay, I got rattlesnakes on my place. I want to get rid of them every year. So the hunters will come out and find the dens. Most of the dens we go to have been found previously by the ranch manager or one of the oil field workers, somebody that's out in that area all the time, because they see where the snakes are coming and going from. So they can tell us, okay, there's a den here, or there's one somewhere up there. And we know to look on a southern exposure, to look up high to some crevice or some hole or a cave. That's generally what they get in. So we kind of know what to expect and what to look for. But most cases, we've kind of been directed to a general area.
Well, and that brings me to my next question. I mean, we mentioned taking a hike. I'm referring to just the average person who might encounter a snake. Are there certain areas you just need to avoid to limit your chance?
I think that would be dependent upon where you chose to hike, because I know from my own experience, there's places where they have signs that says beware of rattlesnakes. Yeah. If you're on a hiking trail, as far as knowing where they're going to be, about the time I think I got them figured out, I have it wrong. So I don't know the mind of a rattlesnake. I thought I did.
Well, you have something figured out if you stick your feet into a sleeping bag that's got rattlesnakes in it. So how do you just do that very slowly?
Yes, gently and slowly. And that's the way I can pick them up. That's why I can put them on top of my head when they're called up, put them on my face, and hold them in my mouth by their tails, because I'm holding them gently and I'm not being rough and I'm not moving fast. I'm moving slow and easy, and I also have a lot of help. Anytime I'm doing one of those dangerous stunts, whether it's myself or one of my associates, we have a lot of people in there watching for us and taking care of us and looking out, because if a snake starts to come up or try to bite you, generally if it tries to strike, you'll see it and you can drop it. But if I'm doing snakes in my mouth, I've done 13 rattlesnakes in my mouth before. So I have to have somebody on each side watching for heads, because one of them heads comes up too high, he could get in my face or bite me in the neck.
Yeah, that would not be good. That would not be good. Well, the Oglesby Rattlesnake Roundup, it is an annual event. You say this is the 52nd, 53rd? 52nd. And Oglesby is west of Waco.
20.
It's
McGregor and then the Oglesby turnoff. It's 2 miles off the highway.
and there are events, all kinds of events that are happening over the
Yes,
2
ma'am,
day.
We've got music, food, vendors. The snake show, we got dealers of all kinds of products. The snake products will be there. The reptile vendors will be there with lizards and turtles and snakes and stuff. So it's a family event. You can come out and stay all day long. There's carnivals. There's music. There's tractor rides in the little train behind the lawn tractor. So there's lots of fun and exciting things to do for every age.
Well, Jackie, you are.
We're doing 4 shows on Saturday and 3 shows on Sunday. On Saturday, we're doing 10, 12, 2, and 4. And on Sunday, we're doing 12, 2, and 4. So if they want to come during those times, the show's about an hour long, and they can touch a rattlesnake. We let people pet rattlesnakes, but we never suggest they do it on their own. Do it in a controlled environment. We'll be holding the head in a secure way so there's no danger of them being bitten. So they get the opportunity to feel a rattlesnake, see what it feels like. Most people are really mistaken about what it's going to feel like. But all that's part of what we can do to educate individuals and talk to them about, how the animals are and what good they do. And it's exciting and fun for us, and the people seem to enjoy it. Obviously, it's been going on for 52 years in Oglesby. They must still be having a good time.
Well, it is a fascinating work you do. You are a fascinating guy. You're coming to us from your home in Rising Star.
And I still do a lot of TV, movies, and YouTube. So if anybody is the least bit curious about some of the things that I do, please go check out my YouTube, Jackie Bibby Official. Now you see me doing indoor skydiving, driving monster trucks, handling snakes. And I'm just going to go on and on. I'm never going to quit. I'm 71 years old. I have a prosthetic leg, and I can put most of the half people my age under the table doing stunts and being exciting and having a good time.
Well, your resume is extensive. Scuba diver, rodeo bull riding, bareback horseman, skiing, public speaking, military experience, hang gliding, also drug counselor.
Doing that. I'm in recovery myself. I'm a recovering drug addict with 53 years clean. 33 years clean. I got confused there because of my snake handling. 33 years clean, and I work in the field with other individuals. Anybody who's struggling with alcohol, which is a drug, or any addictive disorder, I help those individuals find the appropriate treatment facilities, the right treatment program, where to find 12-step recovery groups, where to find halfway houses, recovery houses. I network with all the people in Texas that provide that kind of service. And so if somebody needs that kind of help, they're welcome to contact me over the internet. I'm easy to find. I'm pretty visible. And they can talk with me, and I'll be glad to find them the help that they need.
Jackie Bibby, you are doing an amazing work. Our own Texas Snake Man. It is a delight to get to visit with you again. This is really a lot of fun, and don't miss the Oglesby Rattlesnake Roundup, February 26th and 27th. It's going to be a great event. And again, how can folks? You have a website? What is that address?
I don't actually have an active website anymore. I've got 3 or 4 Facebook pages, and I'm on Instagram, and I've got a YouTube too. I think there's 3 YouTubes. I have a publicist, and she does way more of that than I do. I show up and talk. That's what I like to do. But you can find me really easy if you Google me. One of the funny things, every now and then I have to Google myself just to check it out. But one of the funniest things I ever see on the internet, what's Jackie Bibby's net worth? Check it out, but rest assured, it's not right. It's wrong. I'm not worth near that much. I wish I was.
Well, I'm glad to see also that Diablo Blanco is living on in a wonderful article that you can enjoy every day.
In addition to my costume, I guess you'd say.
Well, it's a delight. Thank you so much, Jackie.
Y'all come out and see us. Oglesby Rattlesnake Roundup, 26th and 27th. We'll be having a great time. Be there, be square.
Bye-bye. Central Texas Living is part of the Rogue Media Network family. Be sure to check out their other shows at RogueMediaNetwork.com. Please rate us 5 stars on iTunes and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Join us again soon for more Central Texas Living, the podcast.
This has been a Rogue Media podcast.
This is a Rogue Media Network podcast.
Boobies.
Hey, there's a voice.
Hi.
Thanks, Josh.
Oh, and welcome to Boobies.
Man, this show just starts, doesn't it?
It does.
Jump right in. I'm Joshua.
And I'm Caitlin. And today we have a guest.
Hello.
It's
Named
Mike.
Mike.
Mike. This was
Hey, I'm
so
here.
unrehearsed, but you know what?
It was very unrehearsed, but
Off
that's
the
okay.
cuss, that's the best
We've
thing.
known each other for a while, so it's
Long
good.
time.
Yeah.
Really.
So what is this show again?
This show is
No, I'm just kidding.
Boobies.
I'm
This is
just
a
joking.
boo. We are going to be talking about a special movie today, especially to Mike over here.
A
happens to
special
love.
listener request.
It is a
got it.
listener request, which if you all know, this month we're doing half of our shows are listener request, and today's is The Evil Dead 2.
Woohoo!
Sam Raimi's film released in 1987.
87.
Follow up to the original Evil Dead.
Slash.
In a way.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So Josh and I talked about this a little bit earlier, but
Mhm.
we figured maybe we'd let Mike explain it to us. But we were confused. We looked it up, and so we know the answer now.
Yeah.
But maybe our listeners won't know.
Yeah.
And so I was confused. I was like, is this fool really dumb enough to go back to the cabin?
Mhm.
And then also like, holy shit, Ash moves on fast. He gives
Yeah.
a whole new same necklace to some
Same
new
name.
bitch.
Yeah.
Also, yeah, he likes Linda's apparently. But I was like, this is clearly a different person. So I didn't clue in that it was supposed to be like a requel.
Like a recap of sorts.
Yeah,
at the
so
beginning.
so I don't count the first movie. Honestly, it's just not even.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, it's great that they did it, but they all did it when they were super young, had no money in Detroit. You know, they all knew each other. They were just goofing around, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And then somebody made the mistake of giving them some money, and so they just basically remade the movie with more stuff.
Yeah.
You know?
Definitely felt like bigger budget. You
Oh,
know what I
yeah.
mean? Like they had
Oh,
more
yeah.
resources to actually
Yeah,
kind of
the
make their ideas come to life.
Prosthetics and stuff were
Mhm.
a lot better.
Yeah, and they even had
The
that moment with
practical effects.
you know, here at the beginning, or you know, towards with Linda like reanimating
Mhm.
and stuff, like
Mhm.
you know,
Yeah.
whole body
Looked like
dancing.
claymation.
Yeah, it looked like Tim Burton.
I'm pretty sure it was claymation. Yeah. And I want y'all to understand something. I understand that this movie is not like the greatest movie ever made.
Oh,
I
yeah.
understand the effects are a little goofy sometimes. And
Yeah.
stuff.
But that's part of the charm.
It is
right?
part of the charm. And the way that I look at Evil Dead 2 is it's a cartoon. It's a big cartoon. And honestly, that's the way they kind of looked at it when they were making it. So Ash, if he gets blown up in one scene, you come back next scene and he's fine.
Yeah.
You know, it's just like a cat getting hit in the face with a frying pan. It's the shape of the frying pan. Next scene, he's
Very
fine.
Tom and Jerry
Yeah.
Acme
absolutely.
thing
Absolutely.
falling on
Yeah,
people.
they even like I know for one for sure goof was when Ash got thrown into the cellar at one point. He destroyed like all of the stairs on the way down, and then later on, whenever he goes to
There's no continuity. at all.
meet Henrietta and stuff,
He's like climbing back
all
up them.
all of the stairs are intact.
Yeah.
and I was like, that doesn't.
Yeah, you're not
doesn't
supposed to
quite
take
line up.
You're not supposed to take any of this seriously.
But that does
Yeah.
make sense when
Yeah.
you say like think of it in the sense of a cartoon.
It is a cartoon. Yeah, that's really all it is.
Because it's really out there and
Fair-
it's really like campy.
It is
you know.
very campy.
Mhm.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. I will. So,
You said 87. That's when this came out. Good God. Okay, so I was 18 years old when this came out. So sweet spot, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that is a sweet spot. I took a girl to see this, not knowing how a visceral reaction she would have to it, where she's like, "This sucks," and I'm just like, "Well, then you can leave. I'll stay."
I'm enjoying this.
Yeah, I stayed and watched the whole thing.
Yeah.
So
Did she actually leave?
yes, and so
Nice.
that's fine. I don't care. I
Well,
just,
that's how you know.
Just met you.
date.
See ya.
Yeah.
You know, that
well,
kind of
that's how
thing.
you
So-
know she's not the one.
Yeah, she
Yeah.
was definitely not the one, and then and I've made that mistake several times. But
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know, man. This movie just hit me in the right place at the right time.
Yeah.
You know, it's just one of those things.
I think
It
it's
just
the
got you.
nostalgia, and then it's also when things happen, you keep them with you. You know, they
Yes.
grow with you. They kind
Oh,
of become like who you are in
Yeah.
a way.
Well, I've got
Like-
Ash tattooed on my leg, the
Yeah,
whole thing. Yeah,
exactly.
it was a moment in time, you know, that I
Mhm.
wanted to keep. The other thing about this movie and Sam Raimi is this made me a huge Sam Raimi fan, and I wanted to see anything and everything he'd ever done.
Yeah.
Spider-Man 3 I don't count because that sucks.
That
also,
was so bad.
It wasn't his fault though.
no, it wasn't his fault.
Mm-mm.
That's the
Studios, yeah.
saying, "Oh, well, let's do this, and more is better." Well, shut up. No, it's not.
Mhm.
So, Spider-Man 3 should have just been about Venom, and
Mhm.
I would have been happy. You know,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
Venom is such a big anyway. It doesn't have anything to do with this. But yeah, Evil Dead 2, one of my all-time favorite movies, hit me at the right time. It's a big cartoon. That's all I got.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we ready to jump into it?
I'm ready. Let's go.
What is that?
Because
what are you
even-
eating over there?
Mac and cheese.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
We
okay.
got mac and cheese at
From the mac and cheese.
Shout
spot?
out to Roni's
Yeah.
at
Roni's.
The Union Hall.
The
Sponsor
Union
us.
Hall. Yeah.
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 And
It's
then
pretty good.
Also,
Was it good?
Butterfinger.
Yeah, mine was
sponsor
good.
us.
Sure, Butterfinger. I think that's a little bit of a reach there, but maybe
They're gonna come.
They could.
maybe
they're gonna-
Roni's.
And
gonna love it.
HEB Hill Country Fair gummy bears. Shout out.
Those are
Anything
full,
on the table.
Are
Sponsor
those
us.
full sugar?
I believe so.
Gummy bears?
Yeah.
Okay.
They certainly taste.
You don't
like it.
want those other ones. Those are the ones that give you diarrhea.
Oh really?
The
No.
ones with the
These
fake
are
sugar.
so
oh
good.
yeah, because of all those Amazon reviews where they were
No,
like,
no.
I like shit my pants for 4 days straight.
Yeah. A lot of people would eat those and just
I didn't hear
evacuate
about
their
that.
souls. Yeah.
Oh no, this is I don't know. There's something about the flavor in these that I just like. It's so much better than like the Haribo, however you say that brand.
yeah.
Like those are like everywhere.
Yeah.
These are way better.
Yeah. Okay.
No,
Good job, Hill Country Fair.
Yeah. But yeah, in the movie, we're starting off basically with like a recap, and we get the backstory on like the Necronomicon and how it's the Book of the Dead opens up a rift.
All
in,
the syllables.
Yeah, it opens up a rift in space and time, and
Yeah.
to a different dimension or portal to is it hell or just not even hell? No,
it's not
just
even really hell.
It's just
no. It's just alternate reality
yeah,
kind of thing.
because in the end, we get the whole scene in the Army of Darkness, but it was written in blood, disappeared a long time ago,
Inked
and then we
in
get
blood from the red, like a
The
red
oceans,
sea, a
yeah.
blood red sea.
Mhm.
Yeah, and then it was 1300 AD. The book disappeared,
yeah, pretty wild.
and then we opened to Ash driving like a bitch in the middle of the road.
Yeah.
So the Pontiac. Can we talk about the Pontiac real
Yes.
quick?
Yeah.
The car that they're in.
Mhm.
That Pontiac shows up in a lot of different places that Sam Raimi. So the most
Oh, yeah.
recent one is Doctor Strange, the newest Doctor Strange movie.
Right.
The
I
Pontiac
remember you
shows up in
told us
that.
about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It has become as big a character as like Ash has,
Yeah.
Like Bruce Campbell is in every one of Sam Raimi's movies
He makes-
somewhere.
Mhm.
And now the Pontiac has shown up in a lot of his stuff.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's
was
cool
the
for old
Pontiac
guys.
in
Easter eggs are
Evil
cute.
Dead Rise? Was that the car that they drove?
So
kids?
No,
No, I don't
but
think
I
so.
think it
could have been in the parking lot.
I think it is in the parking lot, but I'm not
Okay.
100% sure. Yeah.
Mhm. There were a lot of nods
Now-
that in watching this one because
Yes.
I hadn't seen this one before.
So you
I
saw
was-
Evil Dead Rise
Yeah.
before you watched this? Okay.
But I mean, I did watch the Evil Dead, and
Yeah.
then the remake.
I saw Evil Dead Rise before I saw any Evil Dead.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought maybe I had seen Evil Dead,
Mhm.
and then we watched Evil Dead, and I was like, no.
Yeah.
I've just heard so much about it that I thought
Probably all here, but sure. Yeah.
that I thought I had seen
There
it.
were a lot of nods from this one and the Evil Dead
Yeah.
Rise that
Yeah.
I was like, oh, that makes sense.
Well, and I told y'all, I think during Evil Dead Rise that Bruce Campbell, he's not in the movie, but his voice is on the record that they play.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's like one of the priests or
Yeah,
something.
yeah.
You would never know had he not said anything.
Yeah, it's really cool though.
Yeah.
because
That's great.
Sam Raimi likes to like throw in those Easter eggs. And so,
which is really clever.
One of my favorite, by the way, and this
Uh-huh.
has nothing to do with this movie. One of my favorite Easter eggs that Sam Raimi's ever thrown in is at the end of Darkman. You ever seen Darkman?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, you should watch Darkman. Darkman's a goofy, over the top thing too. It's more of like a superhero type movie. But at the end, the idea is that he can change his face and he makes this synthetic skin and all this stuff, and so he can be anybody. At the end, he's walking through this crowd. He turns around and he's Bruce Campbell. And so he's like changed his face. Yeah. It's just, I love that kind of stuff.
I think maybe I've seen that.
Liam Neeson.
Really?
Not that I've seen
I like
it.
Liam
I think
Neeson.
maybe
That man comes out with a movie like every year.
Well, he didn't used to, but yeah, now it's same plot, different title every
Yeah,
time.
literally.
Yeah. I'm on a plane. No, I'm on a train. No,
I'm in Alaska.
I'm in a sewer. Nope, I'm in Alaska, and I'm fighting bad guys. That's every movie.
Man, ever since Taken, I guess that's kind of what set
He
him back
found
off.
he found his thing, man.
niche,
You know, he found his thing. Yeah.
Yeah. It's funny because me and Robert watch a lot of his movies. And,
Really?
And Robert's like, yeah, man, this is like, he can play an alcoholic because he is in real life. So he just never has to not be drinking.
How wonderful.
And all of the recent movies, like, got some alcohol problem or adjacent.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Well, those shakes don't do well on camera.
And so, yeah, like you said, Ash is driving. He's with Linda, and she's got the necklace on and everything. And they're heading, she's talking about, like, what does this place look like? He's taking her to his parents' cabin or something, right?
Yeah,
I
it's
can't
just a
remember,
cabin
right?
in the
Or some
woods,
cabin,
yeah.
right?
Fun fact, one of my fun facts, it is supposed to be, although the cabin is supposed to be the same one as the one from Evil Dead, that movie was shot in Morristown, Tennessee. The sequel was filmed nearly 270 miles to the east in Wadesboro, North Carolina.
Okay.
And most of the film was shot on a set built inside the gymnasium of Wadesboro Junior High Faison Junior High School. Junior Faison.
Yeah. Junior Faison. Love his stuff.
Confused. Financer Dino De Laurentiis.
Dino De Laurentiis.
Yeah, he's the one who's like the
Laurentiis.
producer of the film.
So
Had originally offered his studio in Wilmington, but director Sam Raimi chose Wadesboro, a 3-hour drive away, fearing that being so close to De Laurentiis' office would lead to a studio interference.
Yeah. De Laurentiis, just to give you all a little bit of history on him, he used to produce a bunch of this kind of stuff. And one of the things that he used to produce, and I believe this is correct, he produced some of like the Jason and the Argonauts type stuff. And I don't know if y'all have ever seen that, but in Jason and the Argonauts, and this is going to Army of Darkness, they fight a lot of claymation skeletons and monsters and stuff like that. And so in Army of Darkness, he's kind of given a nod to all that claymation stuff that De Laurentiis did in the past. And
Yeah.
that's
Kinda
why
like
it's
the
so
creature at the
goofy.
end.
Yeah, it's just so
Yeah,
goofy
yeah.
looking, but it works because if you know the history.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
It makes you
Linda's
have
an
a-
idiot too.
Deeper appreciation.
Yeah.
Linda?
Linda's kind of a moron.
Yeah, she is.
Linda is a little
just kind
stupid.
of floozy, just
They
kind of
kind
dancing
of
around.
all are, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
And there's at some point too, it is very camp, like the over dramatics of like how they act, and then kind of like the
Yeah,
stereotypes too, like Annie, and then what's his name? I can't remember his name. The dude who was Bobby Joe's boyfriend, Jake. His
Oh,
name's
I called
Jake.
him Tow Truck Man.
That's Jake. No, Jake
Tow Truck
had me
Man.
laughing the whole time.
Yeah.
Especially when he's like, get the paper, and he's like, well, you ain't got no choice now. And
That's
just,
right.
Like, throws him down
Yeah.
in the basement.
Yeah.
I thought he was gonna put it in the fire. I thought that
I
would have been
thought
a
he
way
was
better
gonna put it in
idea.
the
Chunks it
fire.
down
And then he
there.
just goes and
Yeah.
chunks him down in the
Chunks
basement.
it down in the basement.
I guess because we need him later.
We needed
Sure.
him.
But yeah, but we make it to the cabin, and we're just we're chilling. It's basically a speed round of what we got in the first
Yeah.
movie. And then he finds the book and starts reading the incantation, and then obviously she gets sucked out, and then she's he's looking for her, and then she comes back, and
And this one is the Naturum de Monto.
Yeah.
Which is also the Book of the Dead, but it's not the Necronomicon.
from the first
I
one,
don't
or I
think
don't know.
so.
I don't know.
It talked about the Necronomicon at the beginning,
uh-huh.
but then it called this one the Naturum de Monto.
I think that it's just two names for the same thing.
Same thing.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the actual
it's like-
literal translation of Book of the Dead.
Maybe it's like the King James versus the New
Non-
Age Bible or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what
NIV.
it is.
NIV,
Yeah.
National,
Yeah.
International. No.
National
that's-
International version. Yep.
Yeah.
That's it. Okay,
I
made
get
it in
it.
one.
New
That's it.
international
That's
version.
it. Yeah, you got it.
No, but that makes sense though. But I think I get what you mean though, because in the Evil Dead Rise, we get kind of the introduction that like there are other multiple iterations,
Of
like
the
different
book.
copies, volumes.
Yeah.
That's what I got from Evil Dead Rise.
I'm assuming, because it did rub me the wrong way when I first saw the book, and it wasn't the same book. And I was like, come on, at least use the same book. But if there are different versions and they're in different places and things like that, then I completely understand.
Yeah. And I think that is what they're going for.
And by the way, Evil Dead Rise, great movie.
Yeah.
Very, very well
Enjoyed
done.
it.
Yeah,
I liked
very
it
well
a
done.
lot.
Yeah.
It's a nice, like, same kind of situations. And like, they didn't, I mean, it even had like same things happening, like with the eyeball popping and like certain shots. And then a lot of homage, but it's like also a new spin, like now that they're in the building and it's like not outside, not like in the cabin in the woods kind of situation.
I hope that it spawns a whole new
chain.
Well, like a universe, like a Marvel universe or something, but it's an Evil Dead universe. I hope so.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
We watch it just like
yeah,
spread,
especially with the
grow.
special and practical effects they have now.
Yeah.
There's a lot more they can do with it visually. Yeah.
Really cool.
And now a word from our sponsors.
And so, we have, I think what happens next, she gets attacked by Linda, right? And she is now a fully not animated.
Yeah,
but
because we get our first shaky shot of the demon approaching the cabin, and
God,
it
I love that.
blows through the window,
And then she's like,
"Ah!" and gets
sucked out.
Yeah,
basically.
I'm guessing because she disappears.
Yeah.
And then she's outside, and then that's when Ash goes out to go find her, and she's just like, "Ah."
Yeah, she's a deadite at this point.
Yeah, she is a deadite.
She's a deadite, and she starts attacking him, and then he has to, like, pop her head off, like we saw
Cuts
in
her
the
head off
first
with a
movie.
shovel, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
one fell swoop.
then it just
Yeah.
goes in the air, and then he has to bury her.
Right.
But then that's whenever she ends up, she comes back, right? Because then he has to, her head comes back, and it starts biting her. Biting his head.
So
here in a little bit.
Yeah, that's in a little bit. He
Oh,
sees her
yeah.
out the window, doing her ballerina
My bad.
dancing.
Yeah. But that's whenever
It was all happening so fast.
It was.
My notes were, I was like, damn, that was really
then-
fast.
and then-
Like,
and then-
Linda's already dead? Okay.
But my bad, because this is where I guess officially the second movie kicks off, because then he's flying through the woods, through the trees and all that, but then ends up at the same exact spot.
Yeah, for the most part. Yeah.
Because he's still in front of the cabin.
He ends up in that puddle, right?
Yeah,
In
he
this
wakes up in the puddle.
wakes
Because
up
then
in
I
the
like
puddle.
how the camera like spins out and he's like wakes up and it's
So
like
that is one of my favorite things about this whole movie.
This shot was so funny,
Yeah,
too.
what made me like a Raimi fan is I love the quick shots, like when he's putting the arm thing together.
Yeah.
I like just boom, 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 one shot, one shot, and then the shot that you're talking about through the woods.
Yeah.
That is so cool. It was just everybody's just kind of
The way his head was flopping about was so unnatural. I was like,
Yeah.
"Ooh." That's a little, I was like,
It just
"Homeboy's
shows
neck
body
should be
movement is really
broken."
good as an actor.
Well, it just shows
Bruce
you how
Campbell.
creepy you can be with just regular stuff.
Yeah.
You don't have to go overboard.
All the gimmicks.
Yeah.
Yeah, it did a really cool job. And then the effects were so much better this time than the original.
Sure.
Because whenever he wakes up from the puddle,
And he's like all possessed.
he's all possessed, and his face is like, protruding and stuff, and his eyes are all sunken in and purple. He looked pretty cool, pretty
That's a
scary.
really good job they did of making him look like you knew from where he started and where he is. Like they didn't even have to say it. You knew what was going on.
Yeah.
Right. Just by those effects. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the sun comes out, and just like in Demon Slayer, that's
Just like clears it all away.
demons burn up in the sun. He didn't, but he went hiding.
Yeah.
Well, I like to think that he wasn't totally possessed at that point.
Yeah,
right?
did
Like
it,
they
like-
tried to get to him, and the sun came up in time, and those kind. Anyway,
And I
well,
think
it's kind of
he
like later
also
on as well.
has-
He gets possessed
Yeah.
at a certain point
Yeah,
too, and
sure.
then it gets out of him.
It kind of reminds me of like the Sunken Place and Get Out, when like the people are able to come through again, and like they're able to fight and kind of push that other
at certain
being,
times,
down and stuff. And so I'm wondering if he was able, like his consciousness was strong enough to like be like, get the fuck out, demon.
Maybe.
And then like, especially whenever it had those ties, like, cause he saw the necklace and started crying and stuff.
That's
and
what
then
brought
that
him back.
Brought him back.
Yeah, like his emotion.
And then same with, now it didn't quite work, but it did distract Henrietta enough whenever Annie started singing Rockabye Baby.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
And stuff too. So I think it I think the demon doesn't have complete hold over their bodies at that moment, and then they're able to like resurface.
Well, I think you saw a little bit of that in Evil Dead Rise too.
Like their humanity.
Like people would be partially possessed, and then maybe they'd come back, and then it would fully get them.
Like,
you know, that sort of
don't
thing.
let it take my babies.
Like the one in the kitchen, like eating the glass and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I felt like that person was, and then wasn't, then was again. You know.
I like it when my tummies have the creepy crawly.
That's your favorite. And so he ends up waking up, and he's sitting in a chair in the cabin. And at this point, you're thinking like, wait, was that real? Was that not? But
also,
then,
can we talk about all the position changes he had while sleeping in that
Oh,
puddle?
Yeah.
Because I was like, man is sleeping hard.
Yeah.
With how many times he's changed positions now for someone
He's
who's
in
supposed
that
to be
deep
unconscious.
sleep. Yeah. REM.
Because he changed position like 4 times.
Oh, sure.
And I was like, well,
I think it's all about just the creepy movement, you know,
Yeah.
and just the making you feel uncomfortable about what's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because maybe it wasn't even him moving.
It's the
demon forces
demons.
moving.
Could be.
him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he wakes up and he's in the cabin, and at this point, I think he's even thinking like, "What the fuck's going on?" And then we have Linda's head just pop falling from the sky and into his lap.
Oh, and we got the demon face on the house.
That's
saying,
true.
join us.
Like
they
the-
like to do those apparitions a bunch in this one.
Yeah.
It's like the whole front of the house became the demon.
Yeah.
And was like, join us.
Well, it's so cool, like where the windows are. I mean, and then from that time when they put the demon's face over the house, you can't really look at the house and not think, oh, that's a scary fucking place. You know, I mean, that's
kind of like Amityville.
Yeah,
It's already got eerie
absolutely.
vibes
Yeah,
to it.
yeah, a lot like that.
And it almost makes a face itself.
Yeah.
Just by being itself.
Well,
yeah.
as humans, we have that thing where we look for faces anyway, you know, and so, yeah.
And then before he ends up back in the chair, he also, the sun starts going down and the demon's like chasing him, and he drives. The bridge is destroyed once again.
That's true.
Just like
All
it was in
curled
the
up.
first movie.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just like, it looks like, it reminded me of Anastasia, the animated film,
Yeah.
whenever the train is rushing and then that big goblin just shoots through and the train tracks go like that.
Yeah.
It reminded me of that.
I've never seen Anastasia, but yeah. I
Oh,
feel you.
really?
Mm-mm.
Oh,
Been
it's
a
so
very
good.
long time.
It's one of my
But
favorite
yeah,
films.
I forgot because his over dramatic, like, no.
On the,
He's good
yeah.
at
At with the bridge, yeah. Whenever
And
he's
you
like,
get that little shot of him when
Yeah.
he's so little.
yeah.
And he almost looked fake. He almost looked like he wasn't a real
I
person
wonder how
in
they
that
shot
shot.
that. I don't know. Maybe it was
Maybe they just got on
miniature
the next
scale.
mountain.
I think everything was miniature scale, and then they put him on top of it, like, you know, be able to mask around him, so it just shows him like standing there. Yeah, but I think all of it's probably models.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
they used a drone.
he is going and he starts driving afterwards once the demon starts coming up to
Oh,
him
yeah.
again. He's like driving backwards and then he whips the car around and then he crashes the car and is ejected from the window.
He's not a great
Yeah.
driver.
No, he just
goes right through. He should have died.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he remarkably gets right up and is like,
But again, it's cartoon physics. you
Yeah.
know? It's cartoon physics.
yeah, he had the Acme.
That's
thing
right.
on his
That's right.
head.
Yeah, the Acme windshield.
And
Yeah.
then just kept going.
Yeah.
Um,
And then this is whenever he wakes up and then starts running and gets chased all the way through the cabin.
Yes,
And it's that
which
really cool
this
shot
is
that you like.
I really liked this shot. I thought this shot was super neat because
Where
it
it's
was
chasing
just
him through the house.
yeah, one long shot.
Yeah.
And it was
Yeah.
just like following him through, and it felt really in the moment. It was really
Yeah.
cool. I liked it.
And then he shook him off and hid in the cellar.
Yeah.
I was also thinking like, how do you shake off an evil entity? Like, how do you lose it? How does,
Yeah.
Yeah, and the demon gives up so quickly.
yeah, it's just like, oh,
okay,
yeah,
he's
and
gone.
then kind of
Well,
goes back.
the way I think about that is like, you know, we're on the 21st floor here in this building, and people always ask like the crickets. You know, there's still crickets up here, like at this time of year, right? And then my answer is always that the crickets have all day. You know, this is all they do. Right, is climb to a thing. Well, same deal with demons, right? Is the way I like to think of it. Like they're just biding their time. They'll be fine. You know, they'll get him later.
Yeah,
you know, that
okay.
kind of
Yeah.
thing. So they're like,
Yeah.
screw it, we'll get him later.
Yeah. I feel you.
We'll come back when he's easy to find.
Yeah, that's exactly
Yeah.
it.
They
When
just
when his
tire 'em
defenses
out.
are down. Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
just like COVID.
Very much so.
I'm just kidding.
R.I.P. And so,
R.I.P.
I mean,
I got you.
The numbers speak for themselves.
Sure.
That's true.
So he ends up
the only
I
episode
think
to be taken down.
It's
Yeah.
right.
That's
We're getting flagged. But we have at this point, I think it cuts because he gets up going. He's hiding in the cellar, right? But then it cuts to Miss Annie arriving on the
showing
plane.
up,
Yeah. And she's meeting Ed, right? That's his name.
I
Ed?
called him boyfriend.
She means business. I'm telling you. She is
Already off the bat, like
she
getting
is-
off.
Yeah, here
And
I go.
She's just
Yeah.
like, here's the pages. Like I found this, and like I got to meet up mom and dad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I was thinking parents because she was meeting her parents there. Not, I guess, because they just chose that cabin to be at secluded. But we have.
Well, that's where they used to go to have a little vacation or whatever, and then they
Gotcha.
were doing their translations and all the stuff. Yeah.
So that does make a lot more
Sure.
sense. And so they end up. I love how whenever they're getting to the car and he's like, "What did you find?" And she's like, "Probably nothing, or a portal to another realm."
It's one or the other.
Yeah.
It's either nothing or
This
something big.
or
Yeah.
Literally. But then we're back with Ash at the cabin, and then I think this
the
is what I was
piano's playing
talking
by
about.
itself, and he's having an emotional moment for Linda.
Yeah.
and he's like sitting there like crying.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden we look out the window, we hear like this sing-songy music start playing, and then Linda's hand go "Bleh,"
Yeah, she's
up,
back.
and then she just crawls out of the grave
Very
and her little
Carrie-esque.
yeah
Uh-huh.
yeah, and then she's just dancing around like a little ballerina.
Yeah, and it's
With no head.
and it's fake, and it's goofy looking, and all that stuff. But for me, that just adds to the. I was a big stop motion fan, like a lot of those dinosaur movies and Jason and the Argonauts and all that kind of stuff. I was a big fan of that. So when I saw that, I was like, oh, that's a bold choice.
Back
Yeah, it was
back
cool.
then, was that like no, I don't want to say newer thing, but was it seem as not exciting or cool, or was it like more of like claymation and stuff like that? I don't
Yeah,
know.
claymation was not cool in any way,
Okay.
shape, or form.
Okay.
Claymation started. I want to say like 40s, 50s. I mean, it's that old, right? Is when
Yeah.
how they used to do things.
Yeah.
But 1987, no, I think the technology had caught up, and you could have done it with practical effects. I think again, like I say, I think it was more of a nod to De Laurentiis than anything else.
It was their choice, specifically.
Probably it's
and
probably cheaper too.
Probably.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, she was doing pretty
Does
good.
take
She
so
was
much
dancing,
time.
and then the head came on, but the body was still spinning, but the head was still
Yeah.
looking at him.
That was pretty cool. I like that.
You
I
can't do
was
that
like,
with a real person. I don't know,
No.
not specifically.
Ah,
I
you
don't know.
might be able to take their head
Maybe.
off. Who knows? Yeah.
just kill him.
A dummy head, something.
I mean, they
Just
made The
kill 'em.
Exorcist head spin around.
Sure,
So
that's true.
There are ways. I don't know.
there are ways, and
There
that
are-
came out
There
first.
are ways.
And so I love how she's like, dance with me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm. And so and then at that point, I guess it seems like a fever dream because he just wakes up in the chair. This is the part where I was thinking about, my bad. And he wakes up in that chair. And
Well, he thinks he's going nuts at this
Yeah.
point.
Because she like flies away, and then she pops up and is like, "Dance with me," and then starts slamming his head into the wood. She's just like, "Gah, gah, gah,"
Yeah.
to him, and so at that point, he's got to be a little disoriented too.
Well, and even that one, like it's the it's the fakey looking hands that are smacking his head
Yeah.
up against the thing.
Yeah.
I don't know why I bought into that, but I loved it. So
I thought it was fun. I really
No, yeah.
had a good time watching this movie.
also, I want you to think of this. Sam Raimi and Bruce Campbell and the other friends, which one of them is Sam Raimi's brother, who's in a lot of his stuff also. They were huge fans of the Three Stooges.
Oh, that makes sense.
And so
Yeah.
when you think of Three Stooges and then you think of a horror movie, this is pretty much the equivalent of a Three
Yeah.
Stooges episode. Yeah.
His brother played Henrietta.
Yeah, his brother's been in a ton of
I
his
was
stuff.
certain
Yeah.
that Henrietta was a man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, Henrietta looks
like a man
exactly
as a
like
dead-eyed.
soul.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. No, apparently Sam Raimi too lived in a house at that time with like a whole bunch of other like famous people that like included like Kathy Bates and like,
Really?
like a
I
few
didn't know
other
that.
like when they were all young and
Yeah.
actors and aspiring and like, working and hustling at that point.
I think they've done okay for themselves.
Yeah.
All of them.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and then what Kathy Bates breakout was Misery, I feel like, right? Which was
Kathy
kind of
Bates
like
had been in a lot of stuff, but
horror
Misery was
adjacent.
definitely one that I remember her from. Yeah. Yeah. That's a great movie too.
Have you seen that one?
No.
No.
Stephen King?
It's
Misery?
Stephen King.
No.
Yeah.
She basically
Very
is
good.
like a stalker, super fan, and kidnaps a book writer, and then like does a whole bunch. Yeah, it's pretty good.
Think Swim Fan, but a good movie.
Swim Fan.
You ever seen Swim Fan?
No.
Really?
I don't know what that is.
Oh man, come on! There's this girl who's a swimmer, and she gets like this person who's just completely stalking her. Yeah.
I'll look it up.
Well, seems cool.
How about Single White Female?
No.
That's another one of them. That's like stalky-esque.
It sounds like a Sharon Stone film.
Single White Female is I don't know, one of the girls that was in St. Elmo's Fire and that sort of.
Okay.
Sorry, this is
No,
not
you're
at all
good.
what you brought me in here for. but
No,
go.
it's okay. We always end up on tangents about other things that
Sure.
are not the movie.
Sure.
But
That's what makes it fun.
where were we at?
So this is the room where everything starts laughing at him, right? Is that where we're at this point?
Not quite yet.
Okay.
Not
okay.
quite
We're
yet.
not there.
Because her head pops up and then it's like fucking with him and making fun of him, and then she bites his hand. And he's freaking out.
Yeah.
And like trying to beat her head off every which way he can, and
Which-
she's like biting even harder.
Yeah.
It feels like a hermit crab. Have you ever had
Yeah.
a hermit
Oh,
crab
yeah.
pinch you?
Sure.
It does not let go.
Yeah.
And the more you try to get it off, the like harder it pinches.
Yeah. Or like a Chinese finger trap or
Oh, yeah.
whatever, that kind of thing. Yeah,
Mhm.
you just can't get it
Yeah.
off. Yeah.
I've never, for fear of getting them stuck, I've never
Really?
even put one on.
Oh, yeah.
I've never messed with one.
You got to
before.
do that.
I've seen it.
I feel like I've had to rip them off of me
Yes.
before.
Absolutely.
Where I've had to like.
Sure. It like starts coming apart. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's terrifying.
Yeah, I don't know why this thing was ever invented, to be
Mm.
honest with you. Yeah. But yeah, she's biting on his hand, and so
Yeah.
that's how his hand starts getting possessed.
Yeah, how it gets transformed. But this is whenever he I love how he's like trying to get it off every which way, and then like he just like says out loud, like
Work
for the
shed.
audience, he's like work shed. And then we're just like, okay, we're going to the work shed, and then every which way just is stumbling,
Yeah.
like
I
does
know.
a spin,
I almost
falling.
was like, sir, get it together.
Yeah.
I know
Yeah.
you're getting bit right now, but
Sure.
come on.
And then every time he's smacking her on a tree outside, she's like biting him even more.
Yeah.
And I love how she's even making like
Yeah.
yum, like noises.
She loves the taste of his hand.
Yeah, and then finally he gets her to the shed, and that's whenever he gets her head clamped on the thing.
He's looking-
on,
yeah.
whatever those things are.
On a vice.
Vice,
Yeah,
yeah.
a vice.
Gets her
Mhm.
clamped.
Yeah.
She lets go, and she's like, "Linda's soul was rotting in hell with us. You know, we've got her." And I think that's whenever he looks at the chainsaw thing, and the chainsaw's missing.
Yeah,
first.
chainsaw's
The
missing.
demons don't they cut right to the chase.
Mhm,
Yeah.
mhm.
Oh, she's in hell, right?
Yeah, we've got her.
There's no
Yeah,
no
later
vagueness.
on, later on, she says your love was a lie, and now she burns in hell.
Yeah.
And I was like, damn,
Yeah, it's rough.
they're savage.
They're pretty. They are. They hit every which way they can, and she, her body, Linda's body starts running in
Comes
with the
in
chainsaw,
wielding it, yeah.
and then starting
And it's
attacking.
just like rubber. Yeah, just
every which way. And then I love how he gets it to turn around, and then it like cuts her in half. But then, and then I really liked how the blood was like getting
Yeah.
everywhere, and they got him
Yeah.
the light bulb, so then like the room turned red.
Yeah.
But then she starts attacking him, and I'm like. It made no sense to me how he did not get cut up in any which way as
Sure.
he's like fumbling with
Sure.
her all over the place. But obviously, it's
It's cartoon.
cartoon.
That's it.
It's
You
a
got
cartoon.
it.
Say it with me,
You got
folks.
it.
It's a cartoon.
It's a cartoon.
And so then he finally, he's able to get the chainsaw off of her, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
He pries it off.
And then he chops her head up.
Mm-hmm.
He's like,
Oh,
I'm
not before.
sorry.
Yeah, not before she's like, no, wait, don't. You said
Mm.
you promised we'd be together forever.
Yeah.
And he's just like, ah,
Yeah.
chops her head off.
Chops.
Yeah. And I think
You have
there's-
crossed a line whenever
Mhm.
you're willing to chop up your girl's
Oh
head.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've definitely crossed a line.
And then we have the way that they shot it too, like you don't actually see him doing it because
No.
Sam Raimi wanted to try to not get like
Mhm.
a TVMA or whatever
X.
his rating X.
It would have been an X at the time, yeah.
Well, it ended up being unrated
Mm-hmm.
because
Mhm.
he couldn't even get the R rating.
Yeah.
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 Which is crazy to me. What did they do? What did they say? They're just like, we don't even want to. They're
So
just-
I think this was even before PG-13. Like PG-13 was a thing that happened in my life, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the ratings happened before I was born, but after, like, I think it's late 80s, early 90s is when PG-13 came out.
I didn't even know that.
I think Woman in Red was the first, or Lady in Red was the first movie. That's Gene Wilder comedy. And
Yeah.
I think that was the first one that was PG-13. Yeah. So, yeah, at the time,
It was either like G or rated R.
Yeah, an X rating would doom your movie. Like
nobody would go watch it.
Nobody would release it. You couldn't show it anywhere.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, unless you wanted a bunch of perverts watching it. You know,
Yeah.
then you could show it there, but that you're not making any money.
Yeah.
So an unrated movie is better than an X-rated movie.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so
and I'm sorry.
No, you're
And
good.
also back then, X was not the same as triple X. Like there was X and there was triple X. So triple X was your adult content. X was maybe there's some adult content. There's a lot of blood. There's a lot of violence. There's so
bad
much
language.
stuff.
Yeah. Mild, coarse language.
Yeah.
Not even mild. Yeah.
Nudity.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. Nudity was okay, but you could only have so much of it. And then after a while, you crossed a threshold and you were an X.
Well, it's like even nowadays you can only have like so many F-bombs and
Yes.
all that kind of stuff in
Yes.
films or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, which is wild to me because it's like there's the internet. People
Sure.
are watching that shit
Sure.
everywhere, regardless of film.
Well,
I guess
entertainment's not famous for keeping up. So yeah,
that's true.
Things like that take a while.
And so after cutting up Linda's head and everything, he goes back in the house, right? He goes back in here and
back in the cabin. He chooses. He finds a gun, which he'll use throughout the movie as well. And then the rocking chair starts moving on its own.
That's right.
And
he tries to go stop it.
Touches it, and it stops. And then we get one of my other favorite scenes, which is this mirror scene. I thought it was super cool.
Yeah, because
And-
his head is like hurting and he's like, looks like he's out of it and he's looking at himself in the mirror and then the mirror does the thing where it's like,
it comes through and grabs him because he keeps repeating, I'm fine. And then the thing comes through and he's like, I don't think so. We just cut up our girlfriend with the chainsaw. Does that sound fine?
Yeah.
And I was
That's
like,
pretty cool.
Yeah.
Because if you
Got a
remember in the
point.
first one, they did that ripple effect in the mirror, the watery effect. So this is like even more enhanced. Advanced. It's pretty cool. Yeah. And then that's whenever we see that his hand starts getting all the like black veins on it and it's transforming into I guess a deadite hand or
So it's starting to infect him from the bite, right?
Yeah.
So I think of it as like a zombie bite.
Yeah.
You know, like even on Walking Dead or something, as long as you
they
cut it off in
cut it
time,
off
you can
before
still
it
survive
gets all
it.
the way in your
to
bloodstream.
your heart or whatever.
Yeah,
your
and
brain.
kills you.
And so he's getting attacked by it because it's
Didn't
choking
they cut
him
off
out.
Herschel's arm?
Yes.
They cut off a lot of people's.
Cut off a lot of people's
leg.
everything.
I think it was
it
his
was
leg.
legs. Yeah, it was leg.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or it reminds me of, have you all ever seen World War Z?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Whenever he cuts her arm off,
Yeah.
hand off, and
Yeah.
it saves her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This one's
It's
funnier.
exactly like that.
Yeah, that's
This one's way funnier.
Fast Zombies.
Yeah, fast zombies are a different thing.
Yeah.
Now, if you're talking like, what is it, 28 Days Later?
Mm.
That's good because they don't say they're zombies. They say it's a rage virus.
Yeah.
And so
it's
I'm okay with the zombies running at that point.
Mm.
Other than that, zombies are slow.
Yeah.
They're methodical. It's like the mummy.
Yeah.
You know, who the hell is scared of the mummy? Well, if you stand in one place long enough, you ought to be scared of the mummy.
Get you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Come find you. But yeah, now Ash's hand is
Turning on him.
Oh, and this is also where we get the weird interaction between Annie and the tow truck driver.
Oh yeah.
What's his name again?
I do not remember.
Jack.
I don't remember his name.
Okay, I'm gonna call him tow truck driver.
Tow truck man.
Jake.
truck
Jake.
man.
Jake.
Jake.
Jake. Yes, Jake. Because
from
that's
State Farm.
Yeah.
And we
Let me
meet
go down.
Bobby Joe.
Bobby Joe, yeah.
And
Because they're at the bridge.
Her boyfriend. Yeah,
Mhm.
Bobby Joe is
Yeah.
her name. And they're like, actually, there is another way in. There's a trail we
Mhm.
can take.
But it will cost you.
Yep. And
Mhm.
she's like, that's great. Carry my bags and we'll be fine.
Mhm.
And then later on, he's like, I thought it was going to be those 2 goddamn small bags.
Yeah.
And he's got the fucking trunk on
Got a
his
big
back.
steamer
Kind
trunk.
of bit of an
Yeah.
ass.
Yeah.
And then at this point, at the same time, Ash is getting beat up in the house by his hand. And he's kind of going back and forth. And
It's
then,
going ham on him.
Yeah, it really is. It's kind of kicking his ass.
I know.
And
it was
then
breaking all those dishes on his head.
Mhm.
I was like, damn.
Again, Three
It's pretty
Stooges.
long. Yeah.
Yeah.
And because it's a pretty decent chunk of time that he's like spinning, fighting his own hand.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And then he ends up cutting it off with the chainsaw,
He
which
does.
is pretty savage. I mean, yeah,
'Cause
it's
it
giving
was
Saw.
carrying his body towards like a meat cleaver.
That's right, yeah.
And was gonna like
I'm not
kill
sure
him,
how
I
those
guess.
physics work. You know, that your own hand is pulling you towards something.
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
unconscious,
sure.
dead weight.
Yeah,
Like
that's right.
just new.
But I've never been possessed by a demon, as far as I
That's
know.
true.
So, you know,
I
who
think
knows?
that's like 10 times strength
Could be.
immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Strength of an ant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Maybe. Yeah.
Yeah. But he ends up cutting it off, and then I think that's whenever we go back to the people on the trail, and they're looking, and they have the flashlights that are coming through. But then we have Ash back at the house, and his hand he's still now fighting his hand that is its own entity running around.
Yeah, I like how he locks his hand up in the bucket.
Yeah,
and puts just a few books on it.
And the book said something about
it's a farewell to arms.
Yeah,
is the name of one of the books.
That's funny.
Yeah.
But then it's able to get loose.
And it flips him off.
Yeah.
At some point too.
Yeah, it's running around, and it goes through like a mouse hole or a little hole in the wall.
I love
Gets caught in a mouse trap.
I love the sounds that it makes. It's like just
At
all
one
over
point,
the house.
whenever it flips him off, it actually you can hear it say "fuck you."
He's like,
fuck you.
Yeah. And then it goes into the wall, and he starts just shooting holes into the wall. And then finally he thinks he gets it.
Yeah.
But little blood starts coming through the wall. But then
and it starts to like
then all the blood
blasted by the blood. Yeah.
There's a few
So I wonder how they did that.
blood-soaking scenes.
And where
in
does all the
this.
blood go?
It goes out, and then it gets sucked back in.
Yeah.
But then it turns like it's more like dark and like visceral looking.
But he
like,
is just covered.
Oh yeah.
He's covered.
And then it goes
doesn't
back into
pull
the
off
hole.
of him.
No.
Yeah.
And then that's whenever I think he goes even more mad, right? Because he starts, or is this the laughing scene?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
So the taxidermy deer starts being like,
with its
and
weird mouth
possessed.
that doesn't move right.
Yeah. It's like hinged.
Yeah.
And then the lamp starts laughing. Then everything's laughing. The books are laughing. The couch
He's
is laughing. He's
Yeah.
laughing. Yeah. Everyone starts.
Yeah, it's
just
giving
laughing.
Beauty and the Beast.
Yeah.
All the furniture is just laughing,
Coming to life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think then that's whenever he starts going into like his maniacal, crazy laughter. Because I think I don't know if it's the possession or if he's just losing it himself.
He's just losing it.
right?
Yeah.
I think he's
Yeah,
just
because he's just
losing
like
it.
going crazy, and then he starts like dancing with the lamp.
Yeah. He's
Um,
like,
Yeah,
Yeah, he's gone nuts.
but I don't remember what triggers him to start shooting again. The hand comes back, or
he hears a noise.
he hears a
He
and
hears
then
a
he just
noise
starts-
on the door, and he just shoots through the door
because it's
and
Bobby Joe and them, and
accidentally
Annie.
shoots Bobby Joe. Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
then-
we get a straight up murder right in
Yeah.
the middle of the movie. Yeah.
right? Because then Jake and Ed bust through, and then they start just attacking him and getting him on the ground. And Bobby Joe comes in after Annie, and she's
Yeah.
like, "Oh,
Yeah, I guess it just grazed her shoulder
yeah,
or
it
did,
something.
Yeah.
yeah."
But-
and then immediately Annie looks at the chainsaw on the floor with the blood, and she then goes psycho on him because she's like, "What did you do to them?" Because I
Yeah.
guess she thinks he killed her parents.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
And this is when they all decide they're like, lock him in the cellar.
Mhm.
So they throw him down the cellar, and this is where all the stairs break.
Yeah.
And as Jake is throwing him down, he was like, "You flat mouth son of a bitch." And I was
Flat mouth son of a
what
bitch.
does that even mean?
It's all ad
It doesn't mean anything. It's just stupid.
It was all ad libbed, I'm
Yeah.
sure.
Flat
I
mouth
just
son
thought
of a
it was
bitch.
so funny. I was like,
You start calling people flat mouths.
"You flat
Yeah.
mouth son
Doesn't
of a
mean
bitch."
anything.
I guess. I don't know. I don't even know.
Tiny
Flat mouth.
lips, I guess.
Maybe.
Skinny lips.
But they're looking for, at this point, Annie's looking for her mom and dad, I believe, right? And they're
Yeah.
going through the house. Ed's with her. And she finds the like tape recorder and all that stuff and the tapes of her dad speaking on there.
Yeah, about the Kandarian demons.
Mhm.
And she's basically finding out that Henrietta, her mom, is dead.
Yeah.
And she can only assume that her father is going to be dead soon, too.
Yeah. And it doesn't take long because then we're introduced to Henrietta. She's down there with Ash and she starts revealing herself.
fruit cellar.
And immediately he's just like, "Oh my God." Like his reaction is so funny to me.
I laughed
as he's
so much.
freaking out and then back up the stairs.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then she's pretty freaky herself. Creepy.
She is.
A little
yeah.
gross.
Yeah,
Little gross.
yeah, that's
Little
the like.
gross.
It gives like on It, the remake, when the leper thing
Yeah.
was coming towards
Mm,
what's his name?
mhm.
Yeah. That's
Towards Ed's mom and towards Eddie.
Eddie. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And this is where we get Dead by Dawn, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Swallow Your Soul, Dead, by Dawn, all that. Yeah.
Mhm.
So I used to work in video stores when they were still a thing, and also owned 3 little video stores at one point.
Mhm.
And I used to take home all of the like stand-ups or mobiles or whatever stuff they would send
yeah.
us for the movies. And I had one that was Evil Dead 2. It was just a skull and it said Dead by Dawn on it. And it
That's
would like
super
spin or whatever.
Oh,
yeah.
that's neat.
Yeah, it was cool.
Yeah.
You
I-
didn't keep it.
No, that's really awesome.
No, I think
RP. Is that your biggest regret?
After movie.
No, I've got a lot of regrets. That's not the biggest one. Yeah, absolutely. Probably did something worse than that this morning.
Oh, yeah, that's life. And so he obviously is freaking out down there with Henrietta coming after him.
Yeah.
And then they end up pulling him out after like he's begging them to. And I think what Jake doesn't want to. And then Annie's like, let him out. And so they end up getting him out. And then that's
just in time. I mean, Henrietta's like biting Ash's foot.
Yeah.
He's like just chewing on it.
Right on him. Yeah.
And then she like transforms into this like dinosaur looking
with a long
monster.
neck.
Yeah, it's got a long neck. And she's like
starts biting
More
on him.
claymation.
Yeah. And then does Ed get bit at a certain point? Or he gets knocked down, right?
Who's Ed? The boyfriend?
The blonde guy. The blonde-haired boy.
Yeah, I'm thinking he must have been
had
bit or
to.
something.
Yeah.
Or the demon just jumped from Henrietta to, well.
That makes sense. Just possessing him.
Yeah, put part of its demon self
He
into
is
him.
probably the best looking demon in all of it, though.
Yeah.
They made him look fantastic.
Mhm.
Like when he's up on the thing and he's
And
doing
he's, like,
with
up in
his
the air.
hands all raised up and all creepy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
He looked cool.
And then in that process that I guess he got knocked over a bit, they're trying to push the demon back down, and this is whenever we get the head getting squished and the eyeball popping out and going into Bobby Joe's mouth.
Well, she just won't put her head down.
Which was pretty funny.
Yeah, it was.
And they eventually, thankfully, get her locked down there. But they're all like, I think, freaking out, and Annie, I think, wants to leave, but I think Bruce is saying like we can't leave or something. Like everything's the bridge is
the bridge
knocked
is out, everything's done.
The trail's not there, and then that's whenever her mother starts singing to her.
Yeah,
the
starts
nursery
singing
rhyme.
Hush, bye, baby.
Mm-hmm.
Or
baby, don't say a word.
Yeah, Mama's
It's a
gonna buy
mockingbird.
you a
Yeah.
mockingbird.
Trying to trick her, but then Ash. I love how Ash is like stops her. Like that's not her.
He becomes like a traffic cop. You know,
Yeah,
he's like,
yeah,
"Nope."
yeah. And then I mean, quickly she's just like, "You're not my mother." Yeah, and you never were. Yeah. And then this is when the dude gets possessed, and he like gets up in the air and starts doing like the spinning, and he's like "Dead by Dawn" and starts singing it with Henrietta.
Yeah.
And he goes and then like
bites off Bobby Joe's hair.
Which is really weird.
It's a big chunk of hair.
And then he eats it.
It's like,
he like starts like
Yeah.
looks like when my cats start choking on their hair.
Oh no.
That's what he was doing.
But thankfully Ash comes to, and he gets up and he knocks him down or cuts his head off or something like that.
Starts hacking off his limbs.
Yeah. And they start
stuff
flying
through.
everywhere. Yeah.
And
then
his blood's all green.
it's gooey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like slime.
Like an ooze that comes from the wall. And then we have Jake looking outside, and this is when he mentions that the trail is gone. He's like, it's as if the woods sucked it up.
Yeah.
And
The woods are bad news.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and then I think later on, even when Ash is like, if she went outside, she's good as dead. And they're hearing lots of bangs and like thunder sounds and crashing from the room on the other side. Behind the door.
Well, and I think
Noises
they
coming
even
from
comment on it. It's like something's trying to get in.
Yeah.
You know, from
Yeah.
another world or whatever. Yeah.
She says at one point, Annie's like, it's so quiet. And then all of a sudden, it's just like sounds everywhere.
I love
I was
the-
like, bitch, you cued it.
I love the head turns. Like, boom, boom.
Yeah,
boom.
I was wondering.
They would follow those sounds around with their
because
head.
it was all like kind of longer shots too.
mhm.
So I was like, did they must have cued him on like, they must have had to practice. Like,
Oh, they had to.
Oh, yeah.
Because the head turns were so exact.
Yeah.
That unless it was just legitimate.
It was
They were,
choreographed.
yeah, but it looked
Yeah.
so in sync. It was just like,
Yeah, they did a great job.
That's pretty cool. And then we have them. I love how they're like, Ash is like, okay, let's go check it out. We'll all go together. And Jake's like, you go. You're the curious one.
he's like, hell no.
Yeah.
I don't blame him. I would have said you go too.
Right?
Yeah. And then
but
Annie's
going out
like,
there.
I'll go with you.
Yeah, him and Annie go, and they go into the room. But then Jake and Bobby Joe end up coming in anyways.
Yeah. And then we get Annie's father's ghost
Mhm.
showing up, his little apparition. And he's basically seeing, like, you got to find the other pages, saves,
Recite the
says
passages.
salvation lies there in the pages that
Mhm.
she found. And yeah, you have to recite them to dispel the evil.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then that's whenever Bobby Joe is like, Jake, you're holding my hand too hard.
Yeah.
And he's like, I'm not holding your hand. And we find out it's Ash's dead
It's Ash's hand,
Yeah.
Ash's
Starts
hand.
freaking everybody out.
And then that,
as well it should.
Yeah.
Sure.
And the lights go out, so that makes it even worse.
And then she just goes running.
She bolts out
and screaming, and then she's just running and screaming, and all of a sudden she stops. She's just like,
makes no sense.
It's like, I'm fine now.
Yeah.
and
then gets attacked.
Then
kind
gets
of like
attacked
the
by the
same
tree.
way in the first movie, but not so
SA.
SA. And so we have her getting dragged horribly through the woods, which I'm sure probably sucks. I
Yeah,
bet
pulling her across the forest
back
floor,
had a
hitting
lot
all
of
those
splinters and the puddles of water and all the branches.
hitting all the, what are
Cool
those called?
shots,
Tree
though.
roots.
Yeah.
Cool shots. Though.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I like how all the roots were like intertwining around her, too. It was pretty cool.
And like becoming almost a part of her face.
Yeah.
They were like
Rooted
going
in.
Poking
into her
and
skin.
stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I love how they end up breaking the pages out of the glass box that they're in, and Ash is
Which I
talking
was
to
like,
Jake.
why'd they have to break them out? Like, I'm sure there was a little.
They didn't have time.
No,
We gotta do this
dramatic
now.
effects,
Let's go.
yeah. Especially in the middle of Bobby Joe's
Break in
like,
case of emergency.
It's like what transitions the whole shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's pretty cool. And then we have Jake, whatchamacallit, being like, we need to go find Bobby Joe. And then that's whenever Ash is like, she's as good as gone if she's out there.
Yeah. If she went out in those woods, you
She
can
gone.
forget about her.
Yeah. And then they end up talking about how the passages Annie translates it. And one passage is to bring the evil into a physical form. And then the second is to then open up a rift to send the physical form back through it and get rid of it.
Yeah.
Which kind of makes sense, but seems like a big risk.
It is.
Yeah. And
None
so,
of this makes any sense, but
it's
sure.
a cartoon.
Yeah, it is.
And so Jake, then this is one of my favorite parts because I'm like the audacity of Jake to then just be like at gunpoint, like, this is a bunch of crazy talk.
Yeah.
This is mumbo jumbo.
Yeah.
We're gonna do what I want to do and go look for Annie.
Yeah.
And then
I
that's
mean,
when he
Bobby
steals
Joe.
the papers.
Yeah.
And then throws them in the cellar. In which I was just like, why the fuck would you throw them in the cellar and not the fire?
Yeah, that was right behind
But-
him. Mhm.
Yeah. But we need them later.
Yeah.
So he makes them go out into the woods. The trees are all like moaning and stuff.
Uh-huh.
And then the freaking Bob, or not Bobby Joe, but Jake,
Yeah, he's screaming her name
tow
out.
truck man, is like sitting there screaming.
It's giving Jurassic
and
Park.
attracting all
yeah.
the
Mhm.
demons. And then the demons come and they get Ash.
Yeah, they kind of bypass Jake and get into Ash, and then Ash also to me at this point looked really good too as a demon, in his demon.
Well, they
form.
both had that
Like
the same
waxy
look. Yeah,
almost,
yeah,
like-
waxy, big protruding cheekbones and stuff. Yeah.
almost like attractive demon. Like I don't know if that. I'm sorry. Ooh,
He
never
wore
mind.
some.
No, they weren't attractive.
Wait, unattractive demon? Is that what you
No,
just said?
attractive, like
Okay.
sexy
Yeah.
demon.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like they
Yeah.
just look
Okay.
like pretty demons, if that makes sense.
Pretty demons.
as
Sure.
opposed to like the other Deadites that we've been seeing and stuff.
Yeah.
Like
well,
that look
yeah,
all like
opposed
atrocious
to like Henrietta.
and like oily
Yeah.
and splotchy.
Yeah.
But
No,
yes,
they look like they mean business.
they
Yeah.
do. And then and they also look stronger for some reason. I don't know what it is. But
Yeah.
he's then throws Jake, and then Jake's head goes into a tree, which I don't know how Jake didn't die from that
Yeah.
immediately.
Yeah, it's just bonk.
Yeah, but cartoons. And then he then starts going after Annie, but she's able to get inside, isn't she?
Yeah. And she
Uh-huh.
conveniently finds this ceremonial looking knife.
Oh yeah, the dagger.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And then she.
Conveniently.
It was
Yeah.
so like
Oh, I
it was
know.
just like all of a sudden it's
Yeah.
laying there and she's
yeah.
like, oh, I'll take this.
Oh
Yeah.
wait, this thing made out of someone's spine. I'll take
Spine,
that.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's been like whittled down
Yeah.
to a sharp point. Yeah. I was like, okay, that's
It's a shank.
bizarre.
That is a shank.
Yeah.
But she finds
shank.
that and ends up accidentally stabbing Tow Truck Man in the stomach
Sucks.
whenever he
Yeah.
opens the door. She opens the door, right? And she
Yeah.
just
Yeah, not great.
stabs him.
And it's Jake, and then he's right in the abdomen stomach
Mhm.
area, so I know
Mhm.
that's not going to be good.
No.
And then she ends up, after stabbing him, she's just like, I'm sorry.
And
And then doesn't really do too much.
But then Ash pops up and
Yeah.
she's like trying to get the door shut and
Mhm.
she's just like
Yes.
shoving
and she's
it
closing it on
closed
his
on him.
feet.
Well,
And-
first she's closing it on his like midsection,
Mhm.
and then she pulls him in a little bit, but
And
not
it's not
far
enough.
enough.
Yeah.
And so then she starts like slamming it on his feet, and then
Mhm.
pulls him more. And I was like, "Girl, you
Poor
couldn't
guy.
tell that he was still in the door frame."
Yeah.
Like-
She didn't care.
She didn't.
She's like, I'm just shutting these demons out.
And then that's whenever he ends up getting he gets sucked into the basement somehow, or
Yeah.
the demon grabs him or somehow he gets sucked in, and she's trying to fight it and hold him, but
Mhm.
he ends up getting pulled in, and then like all this blood.
And while
right?
while she's pulling him too, I loved the scene whenever he was just like, and then she was like, shut up,
Yeah.
shut up.
After she just stabbed him.
Yeah.
Well, because she's already pulled it out at this point, right?
Yeah, stop griping
Yeah.
about that.
Because she's like,
big
I'm just
gaping hole in your
pull
stomach.
it out, which I
Yeah.
don't think you're supposed to do.
Yeah, you're
No,
not.
probably not.
No, yeah.
I don't know the etiquette of a spine knife, but
Yeah.
I would assume you don't
It's even
pull it out.
Probably
Yeah.
not.
Yeah.
Yes, because that's like
Mhm.
serrated.
It does more
Serrated.
damage pulling it
But
back
with
out
big
from every
big
angle.
chunks. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
It's ribbed for no one's
Ribbed
pleasure.
for no one's pleasure.
And then he ends up
That's the
getting...
quote of the day.
It
Thank
is.
you.
That's the
Good
title
job.
for the episode.
You
We
did
should
it.
put that on
You
a
did it.
t-shirt.
Yeah.
And so
for no one's pleasure.
Boobies.
That's how, yeah, that's it. It's our
that's
tagline.
good.
That's us.
And so at that point, and because all that blood is then getting like splattered everywhere through the not a trap door. What are those called?
It's a
Floor
cellar door.
Cellar door.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then Ash comes inside at this point, and I think now he's trying to attack Annie, and Annie's fighting him off at this point.
Yeah, he like fucking chunks
Oh,
her.
he does. Yeah.
Chunks her just against the wall, and then she lands on the couch and stuff.
I don't really blame him at this point, though, because you don't know who's possessed, who's not possessed. You don't
Well,
know
and
what's
he is
going on.
possessed at this point.
Well, yeah, that's true.
He
That's
is
true.
possessed. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
He's
Yeah,
possessed,
yeah.
and then she tries to kill him, but at this point, he like comes out of it, and that's whenever
because he
That's
finds the
right.
necklace, and the necklace's chain was in a skull shape.
Was it really?
I didn't even notice.
Yeah.
I've never noticed that.
I even rewound it to make
Yeah.
sure, but the way that it was, it had two eyes and the little
Like the
mouthy
mouth.
part
Yeah.
at the bottom. Yeah,
That's cool.
it looked
Very
like a
nice,
skull to
Caitlin.
me.
Good job.
Anyways,
Good eye.
it could be that it was completely just unintentional and that was how it laid, but it
Oh,
looked
I
like a
doubt
skull
it.
to me.
It's
Yeah.
probably intentional.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm sure
But
it's intentional.
he ends up coming back and then trying to tell her like 5 times, and she's still. It's funny because she stops, and then out of nowhere she's like, "Ugh," and he's like, "No, I told you, I'm back.
I'm fine.
I am good." And this is whenever they end up going to the pages or to try to get the pages in the cellar. And so he goes
Yeah.
down there, and it's like it looks like, things have been thrown around. There's like water everywhere.
Mhm.
It looks really messed up and janky. And then he ends up getting the pages, and then that's whenever he ends up.
Yeah, it looks like a skull.
Yeah, I
going-
literally looked it up and looked.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so it does.
I didn't even
it looks
notice
just like a
that
skull.
at
I've
all.
never noticed it.
I really
That's
didn't.
awesome.
And they end up going to the shed, and this is where we have the cool scene of him the
Becoming
little
the
cut
original
scenes.
Chainsaw Man.
Yeah.
Original Dingy.
So this is it right here, right? This is my money shot as far as the movie goes. Is all of the chung, chung, boom, gong,
Yeah.
all of the quick shots, like him putting that thing together, jamming his arm in it,
Yeah.
all of that. Oh,
It was so cool.
that
It's
is
like a
the one.
montage, but not a montage, if that makes sense.
Yes, it absolutely
Yeah,
is. And
yeah.
if you watch any of Raimi's stuff after this, you'll see that shot a lot. Like he repeats those
Oh, and
things.
Spider-Man.
In Spider-Man.
Yeah.
In Drag Me to Hell, which is a good
I just
movie, by
rewatched
the
that
way.
one not too long ago.
Yeah.
Drag Me to Hell's a good one.
Mhm.
And it's
It's
very
a lot campy. The goat talking and all
it
that,
is
dancing
a lot,
on the table.
It's a lot of
The old
Evil
lady
Dead type stuff.
when
yeah.
she's like biting onto the
Mhm.
girl with her mouth.
Yeah, yeah.
It's been.
But you can tell he's even got
so
more
long
money
since I've seen
at
it.
that
Oh, yeah.
point, to make it look good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Justin Long.
Justin Long is in like every other scary movie ever.
My buddy
I
was
love
telling
him.
me about a movie that he has coming out where Justin Long is the mayor of this city, like this small town, but he's a serial killer also.
Oh, that's cool.
It's supposed to be like a horror comedy kind of thing. Anyway, I don't know the name of it, but he's,
I'll have to look it up.
if it's
That
got
sounds
Justin
cool.
Long in it, I'll usually watch it.
Yeah, I do
Yeah.
love Justin Long.
It was what, Barbarian?
He was
just
in Barbarian.
Oh, yeah, we
and
were
like
talking about covering that
uncredited. Like you didn't even know he was in it
Oh, yeah,
until you
yeah.
watched the movie.
He wasn't
Yeah.
on like the main things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was great
Yeah,
in that
'cause
as a
you
real turd.
Really only got he did play such a good asshole.
Yeah, yeah.
That I was like, wow, I didn't know Justin Long could be this mean.
Yeah. Well, he is a Mac.
What's that mean?
Do you remember those commercials where one guy was a Mac and one guy was a PC?
Oh,
He was the Mac.
yes, that's right.
True.
He's allowed to be an asshole. He was a Mac.
I
That's
forgot
right.
about
He
that.
was the superior.
That's right. That's right.
But a dick about it.
So many
Yeah.
people.
And the
all
other
the
one is
Android
the other guy
users
is
get
John
mad.
Hodgman.
I don't remember
He's the
that.
PC guy, and he's long storied comedy career.
Oh.
He has a podcast called Judge John Hodgman, where
Oh.
he decides these things for people in a funny way.
Oh,
Anyway, anyway, there you go.
That's pretty cool. And we get that all of this is happening, and then I love how whenever he's done with it, he just looks like at her, and he's just like groovy.
Yeah. At that point, I was like, what?
Yeah.
Groovy.
Yeah, and also pretty cool that he could do that all pretty fast, like literally, like
And that he had
attach
that
and then
idea and stuff, and
then-
had that cool
then it
little
has, like-
thing to start the to start it on.
He's
to
got the
where it
little
just
clip there, and he
pulls.
just he just
Yeah.
pulls it out. Yeah,
Yeah.
Smart.
Yeah,
because I was also wondering, like, how does that work? But he found a way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then this is
Life
whenever
finds a way.
this is why he gets ready, and then he goes down into does Jurassic Park, and then he goes down into the cellar, and he's gonna get the pages. Which at this point, does anything attack him down there?
So he goes down, and eventually he does get attacked
That's
by
right.
Henrietta, but
Yeah.
he finds one page, and then we hear this like hissing sound that's coming from the other room.
Yeah.
And he's thinking it's Henrietta, and he's going and going and going, and then all of a sudden it's just like the water heater.
I'm not going in that
or
effing
something.
basement.
No,
I'm not going down there.
No matter
Yeah,
what.
no,
Screw
Saints are
that.
not.
No,
with
screw that.
Henrietta down there, and then a skeleton pops out and falls on him. Who I don't know who that skeleton was supposed to be, but at first I was like, "Is that Henrietta's skeleton?" And then
I think it's the guy.
yeah,
I think it's the
dad.
father. Yeah.
Yeah,
That
because
makes
it definitely
sense.
wasn't Henrietta.
Yeah,
Because
sure.
she pops up later, and I love whenever he goes back and he throws the papers up to
Annie.
Annie, and they're just like perfectly still stacked.
Yeah.
It's like they'd been glued all together.
That's
Yeah.
right. Yeah.
They probably were.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was really entertaining to
It
me.
was all that gloopy blood.
It was.
Yeah.
The green blood.
Yeah.
And then that's whenever she starts reciting the incantation, the first part of it.
Yeah, and Henrietta gets him from under the stairs.
Yeah.
She pops up.
She's gonna like gets him knocked out a little
Terrifying.
bit. Like, boom, gets him off his feet.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
That's it just plays into such a major fear for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Like just getting a cellar,
Yeah.
but then B getting attacked on the stairs way up to from the
Getting out,
cellar.
yeah.
Because everyone
going down.
always turns the lights off
And
and
then
then,
you run.
runs so fast up it. And
So
yeah.
there used to be a haunted house here in town. You know where the football stadium is?
Oh yeah.
Right across the street from the football stadium, there used to be like a warehouse.
Okay.
And that warehouse for a long time was a XXX shop, right? Like it had, you put the quarter in, you watch the movie, jerk off and leave or whatever, right? It was one of those kind of places.
Wasn't Summer Palace used to be there? Do you remember?
I don't know. Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe.
Okay, gotcha.
But anyway, that thing finally closed down.
Yeah.
Through the sheer will of Baylor. They shut it down, and then it became a haunted house for like, I don't know, it's 5 or 6 different Octobers. Like
okay.
Oh, wow.
it just sat there until
That time of
haunted
year.
time came around, But that is the only one I've ever been in where you went down the stairs and somebody tried to grab you from under the stairs.
Oh.
That sucks.
Yeah.
You do that, I'm kicking you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're not making me trip down these damn stairs.
Yeah, I know. I was like, that sounds like a lawsuit waiting to happen.
Yes. Yeah, it sucked.
Well, and also like if
That's
they
so
touch you, it's
scary.
like unless you signed a waiver, which I'm
Mhm.
sure you did.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Not at this time. Mm-mm.
Yeah. Then like I feel like that's a grounds
It
for
was
like
like, we
nah,
got through
it's
Halloween,
too
only
far.
one death.
Too far.
Or
Yeah.
whatever. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was only one death.
I did not
I'm
like
here for
that.
the illusion of fear, not
No,
real fear.
Don't be grabbing my feet.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, that's weird.
But he after she recites the first part of the incantation, she gets attacked by Henrietta.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And she's like flying around
Mhm.
and just like
Being evil.
nomming on her head and stuff.
Henrietta reminds me of like a Thanksgiving Day blimp at this point.
Yeah.
You know?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She was really bloated.
She was.
Well, I mean, just the flying
Well,
around and the whole thing,
Yeah.
Just yeah.
And she looks
And why don't they fly more often?
That's
I mean,
true.
I would think you could attack more people if you're flying.
Yeah.
But
I
just
feel like
every
they would
once in a while.
possess that skill.
Yeah.
It's
No pun intended.
I mean,
Mhm.
we saw Ed. Is his name
What?
Ed, the boyfriend?
Oh, yeah, yeah,
We saw
yeah.
the
When he was
boyfriend
up
fly
earlier. Yeah.
earlier too.
Yeah.
So,
But why
I'm
don't
just
more
saying,
of them
just
do
fly.
that? Yeah.
yeah,
Grab them, throw them in a
fly
pit,
everywhere.
something.
And then Ash ends up coming back too, and he gets back upstairs, and that's whenever he's trying to fight Henrietta, and then that's whenever her head starts turning into that like
Dinosaur
Yeah.
looking thing.
Yeah.
Gets the long ass neck.
mhm, which reminds me of like SpongeBob, the chocolate. You know what
Yeah.
I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Her head. And
Selling what?
they're selling what?
Chocolates.
And so this is whenever he's fighting with her now, and I think Annie is still trying to read the incantations, but Henrietta somehow, oh, that's right, the hand, doesn't it stab? Is that not yet? Wait, hold up.
That-
No, not yet,
not
not
quite.
yet, not yet.
Yeah.
No, because you're right. She ends up singing the Mockingbird. This is when she sings
Yeah.
it.
Hush, little
Annie
baby,
sings it
don't say a
to
word.
distract it.
Yeah, and then Ash ends up basically dismembering it.
Yeah.
And then the head's still going, and she's like, I'll swallow your soul, I'll swallow your soul.
Mhm.
And then he goes, hey, swallow this.
Blows her head up.
Boom.
I put standing ovation for that line.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, Ash is very good at that. I have a soft spot in my heart for any funny asshole. And Ash definitely fits that bill. Like he was one of the first for me. Like he's
Like
really
an anti-hero.
Honestly, Ash is a dick. I mean,
Yeah.
he's not a great guy.
Yeah.
But he gets thrown into this situation, and the humor and the ridiculousness that comes with it. He makes a very good anti-hero, like you say. Yeah. And I love how this sets up for Army of Darkness, all the different quotes and stuff, like give me some sugar and all that stuff.
Yeah, the
Anyway.
one-liners.
Yeah, those are my
punchlines.
favorite.
And then Annie has to finish the passages because at this point, all of
trees
the
are
evilness
attacking
is
the house.
has its physical form now because
Yeah.
she recited the first part.
And it's
Klaatu
put it
Barada
into
Necto.
flesh.
Mm-hmm.
And then this is where the hand pops up and stabs Annie with a ceremonial looking
Yeah.
knife.
Right in the back.
Stabs her in the back.
Yep.
And with her last breath, she finishes the incantation for the
Kanda.
second for the second passage.
Yeah, and then the portals, the portals, the portal starts, the rift in space and time starts
Electrodos.
opening,
Bust the door down.
and it does, and then like all the evil starts going back into it, and then the book goes into it, and then I love how it just like gets real quiet for a second, and we think like, oh,
It's like the eye of a
over.
tornado kind of thing. Yeah.
it's fine, everything's good now, but then it just like goes crazier, and then the whole house starts getting sucked into the portal, and then we have Ash getting sucked in there to it.
Finally.
That's
That's when he gets the stripe in his hair, right?
I think so.
Like, doesn't he get the white stripe in his hair because he's so
maybe.
scared? Yeah.
Mhm.
Like it's
Very
like shows
rogue.
It. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
remember seeing that.
Mr. Fantastic.
Yeah, that kind of thing.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
But he ends up getting sucked in and then falling kind of into a
Medieval
He falls through what looks like just Christmas lights.
It does look
It's
like
just a bunch of
Christmas
Christmas lights. Is all.
And then some lightning.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
and
It's
then,
a good portal. Whatever. It's a good representation of what you think a portal would be.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean,
reminds me of like we're going plaid.
yeah.
Spaceballs and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, then it's like left to your imagination because I mean, a portal could be
Sure.
anything. We don't know what
Sure.
it looks like
Yeah.
anyways.
We have no clue.
Could be
We've
all
never
bunnies.
been.
It could be.
Yeah.
Or just
Yeah.
nothing. Or just
yeah.
Who knows? Just light. Just
Or
white.
maybe portals
Portals
aren't
are
a
always usually like depicted as like black things, right?
Mhm.
Like dark
Mhm.
nothingness. But what if it is
Yeah.
just nothing but light?
Could be. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Could just be Christmas lights
mhm.
all the way down.
And then
Christmas lights.
he ends up like you said, being transported to looks like medieval times. But I don't think it's medieval times. I don't know what it is.
It
but
is.
It is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's medieval times.
And this
not the place.
Okay,
With the
yeah.
turkey legs, but actual medieval.
not the
times,
Renaissance.
Yeah.
But in this
Renaissance.
in this universe, we have deadite,
Yeah.
pterodactyl
Yeah.
looking things.
Yeah.
that-
Well, he falls, then the
Yeah.
car falls.
Yeah,
Or
yeah.
does
Which
the car fall
confused me.
first? One or the
no,
other.
he falls first,
Yeah.
which confused me because the car went way before him.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
But maybe
Gravity doesn't apply in a portal.
And maybe
no logic.
maybe the car was too big to fit through the
Sure.
portal, and so it had to
It took a little
shove
time.
its way
I
through.
think you're thinking way too deep on this thing. But
Yeah.
sure, yeah.
It's a cartoon.
Yeah.
And
It very much is.
because then, well, first, before we get introduced to the deadite thing, we have all the men in shining armor
Uh-huh.
and riding on horses
Yeah.
surrounding him, and they say, "We need to kill him because he's a deadite."
Mm-hmm.
But then we have an actual deadite coming, and then he's able to
Blow
blow its
its
head
head
right
off.
off.
With a shotgun.
And then they all start praising him, and they're saying "Hell Ash" because he fell from the sky and was able to, I guess, kill the deadite.
Well,
Yeah.
they
he who comes
Yeah,
from the sky,
sky.
and delivers
I
him
mean,
from the terror of the deadites.
There you
Yeah,
go.
I mean,
Yeah.
And
seems
he was
prophetic.
the guy in the book that we saw
Right.
earlier, because in the
Right.
book she found this page,
and he was
it-
like, "What is that?"
It
Yeah, you don't
clearly
realize.
looked like him.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I did.
Well, but I'm saying,
I was like,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
Ash.
Yeah.
yeah.
I didn't even know though that the time portal was.
But she found
part
it
of this.
before the gun, right? Before he had the shotgun and the chainsaw.
Oh, it was pretty early
Yeah.
on.
Yeah. But in the
yeah.
book, he's got both of those, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
does,
And it was predetermined.
and he's like holding the chainsaw
Mhm.
up, which I
Yeah,
thought
that's
he
smart.
was gonna hold the chainsaw up, but he didn't.
Well, wait, he holds the shotgun up.
Shotgun
It's like
up.
that. He holds
Oh,
the
okay.
shotgun up. Yeah, because in the second one, he's like, "This is my boomstick."
Oh,
Yeah.
is that?
Yeah, there's a little painting of it back there.
Mhm.
Yeah,
With
it's
Hank.
It's
Hank
halfway
Hill.
Hank, halfway Ash.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Cool. But
one
yeah,
of my children painted that.
That's super cool.
that's cool.
Yeah, it shows you what I've done to him.
They know their father. But yeah,
But he was guy in the book,
and I love
that's-
I love how he ends it too with just like screaming no. Yeah, and then
It's
that's the
very
end
much
of
a
the movie.
callback to like old horror movies and old dinosaur stuff and things like that. You know, it's very much a De Laurentiis
Yeah,
callback.
it looked like the land in between
Land of the
time-
Lost
Land of the
kind of thing.
Lost. Yeah, that's what it's giving.
Yeah.
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 But yeah, and then that's how we end the movie.
That's
The Evil
it.
Dead 2.
That's it.
So it's really it's only an hour and 25 minutes.
It is.
pretty
It's a very
short
fast movie.
Mhm.
Yeah, I can't imagine what it took to make it.
Mhm.
Because you think about the time that it was made, and even though they had money, it couldn't have been that much.
Mhm.
You know,
Yeah.
and just all of the effects and all of the stuff.
Yeah.
Because back then,
all
I
that
mean,
claymation.
well, yeah, I mean,
claymation takes so long.
forever.
The
It's one
time.
shot move, one shot
Yeah.
move, one shot move. Yeah, it's a lot of time spent on a movie like this.
Yeah. I wonder how much like was also him too, like, and his own like friends and stuff, like
Mhm.
putting in their own effort.
Well, from what I understand, there's like 4 of them,
Yeah.
and that was it.
Yeah.
Like, you know, I want to say that one of the guys, and it may have been the blonde guy, was
Mhm.
their friend as well.
Mm.
It's one of them is.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, it's like putting on a show in your mom's backyard
Yeah,
or
yeah,
something.
yeah.
You know,
That's what it gives.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and
It
then
gives,
somebody
like-
gives you a bunch of props, and you do the show again.
It gives like a labor of love,
Yeah.
like a passion.
Very
for
much
it.
so.
Yeah. Like
Yeah.
just, or like you and your friends doing something.
Everybody
For the
out
thrill
of
of it.
Everybody out of Detroit, Michigan.
Yeah.
That's where they're all from.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So that's another reason he played to the Pontiac, because you think about Detroit in the old days. I mean, it was all automobile manufacturers and stuff like that. Yeah, old school, all made out of not iron. What's it?
American steel.
Yeah, steel. All made out of American steel. Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
That's
That's
pretty
neat.
dope.
So
Yeah.
there you go.
Yeah.
You guys didn't even take a break in this one.
Oh, that's right.
That's amazing.
I forgot.
Good job.
Whoops.
It's okay.
We'll find a spot.
We'll be right back.
Yeah,
No.
right at the end. But yeah, do you have any fun facts for this?
I do. Let's see. So, during the scene where the severed head of Linda bites Ash's hand, Bruce Campbell says the single line "work shed." This line was later redubbed in post-production due to the quality of the audio, giving it a strange,
Oh, I'm
slightly
sure.
disproportionate sound to the audio.
Mm.
9 years later, while filming his cameo in Escape from L.A., the first thing Kurt Russell said to Bruce Campbell on the set was jokingly, "work shed." Let's see. Stephen
so
King
funny.
was...
Have you ever seen that?
No.
Escape from LA?
I haven't seen it.
It's bad. It's a bad movie. Escape from New York is one of my favorites
Mhm.
because, again, it's just the time period, right? I think it's like 82 or something like that. So I
Mhm.
saw it when I probably shouldn't have seen it.
Which one came first?
Escape from New York.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Was LA just trying to bank
LA
off
was
like
96.
It was just them making another one.
Huh,
You
yeah,
know, that's all
uh-huh.
it was. Yeah.
Yeah. Like
Stephen-
a lethal weapon.
Oh, yeah. Stephen King was such a huge fan of The Evil Dead that he convinced producer De Laurentiis over dinner, who was producing King's Maximum Overdrive at the time,
Ugh.
to have his production company, DEG, finance Evil Dead 2.
Maximum Overdrive's a terrible movie.
Is it?
It is an awful, awful Stephen King movie. Yeah.
Sam Raimi credits Stephen King with making this film possible. Raimi couldn't acquire enough money to fund the production, so King, a huge fan of the original, convinced them to give them the money that they need, basically.
Wow.
Raimi later made appearances in the miniseries The Stand and The Shining, 94 and 97, respectively.
That's cool.
And then,
Well, The Shining was the one, the TV,
The TV
version, right?
version.
Yeah.
With the guy from Wings.
Yeah, a
Which
little
I think is
miniseries.
actually pretty good, honestly.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah, it's really, it's not bad.
Mm.
Yeah.
and then Rosebud, the
Closer
supposed...
to the book. I'm sorry.
Than the
Yeah,
actual.
sorry to
yeah.
interrupt you, but it is closer to the book. Yeah.
Rosebud, the supposed film production company, was not a real institution. Producer De Laurentiis was forbidden to release an unrated movie through his own company, so Rosebud was created specifically for the purpose of releasing Evil Dead 2.
Oh, it's like a pseudonym.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
yeah. I was funny too because when it came up at the beginning of the film, I was like, I've never heard of that for
Yeah.
anything else. Yeah.
We know Rosebud. I mean, that refers
So,
to like the
like a-
Citizen Kane thing.
Oh no.
So like Citizen Kane, that was his whole deal. He kept saying, like, as he was dying, he'd say Rosebud. And it goes back to the sled he had as a child. That's what he was talking about. He just wanted those fond memories and stuff. So that's where the Rosebud thing comes in.
I see.
I thought we were just talking about a prolapsed asshole.
Well, I guess it's all the way you look at it. I don't know.
Rose-colored glasses, lenses.
Yeesh.
Was that all for the fun facts? Fun facts.
That was
We'll talk
fun.
it up. B
And they were
ratings.
facts.
Yeah,
They were.
Good job.
Hopefully.
Well,
Can I tell you about something real quick?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, just huge fan of this movie. I'll watch it anytime and everywhere it's on. Went to see the musical. You ever heard of the Evil Dead musical?
There's an Evil Dead musical.
Evil Dead musical. Yeah.
Wow.
Went to see that in San Antonio at anyway, it doesn't matter. Beautiful theater, but the first 3 rows, y'all know who Gallagher is? You ever heard of Gallagher?
Yeah. I think
He used to
so.
smash watermelons and he was a comedian and all this stuff.
Yeah.
And the thing about Gallagher is like the first 3 rows, they would have to bring like umbrellas and stuff because they would get covered in watermelon juice or whatever. Same deal with Evil Dead musical. The first 3 rows were the splash zone because you would get blood on you.
Oh,
yeah, it was.
pretty cool.
It's fantastic.
Yeah.
I've got a shirt from it, and every time I wear it, people are like, "Ha, that's fun." I said, "No, it's a real. I mean, it's a real thing." You know, we actually went to see it. It was a touring thing. Like it went all over the
Wow.
place.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, it's very good.
That's really cool. That's neat.
And it's all
I'd
based
see
on the second one. Really, it's not. It has very little to do with the first one.
Well, that's pretty cool. More horror movies should be turned into musicals.
Yeah.
Maybe I'd watch a musical.
Beetlejuice.
That's right.
Yeah.
Beetlejuice has its own musical.
Yeah.
Beetlejuice does have one. Yeah, Beetlejuice 2 is on its way.
That's right.
Yeah.
How exciting.
What's her name
with
from-
Jenna Ortega.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. She looks like she could be her daughter.
And they're bringing back original people, I believe, too,
Yeah.
like Michael Keaton, Winona,
Yeah.
and stuff. I mean, I don't know more than that, but yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
It's going to be fun.
Yeah.
Love it.
Tim Burton, no, whatever he does, I'll see it.
Yeah.
Same deal with Raimi, Burton, whatever.
Tim Burton doesn't make many bad things.
He doesn't.
No.
And it's all stylized. So, I mean, if
You know a Tim Burton film when you see one.
yeah,
Yeah.
and even if it's a bad movie, you're still like, oh, that was a Tim Burton movie.
Mhm.
You know,
So-
it's still cool.
Still good.
It's going to make sense because it's Tim Burton.
Yeah.
Or it doesn't make sense because
Yeah,
it's Tim Burton.
you got
Yeah.
it.
Mhm.
You got it.
But yeah, boo ratings. We
Boo
ready for a boo
ratings.
rating? I think I'm gonna give the Evil Dead 2 a solid 4.0 rating.
This is 1 to 5?
Yes.
1 to
Or
5.
0 to 5, I guess.
0 to
Yeah.
5.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
All right.
A good 4.0. I mean, I enjoyed the sound throughout the whole movie. I thought like the sound of it was really cool because throughout
Done
the
well.
entire movie, and I also watched it with my headphones on, so like you hear everything, and throughout the entire movie, there's always a carefully planned out creak or sound or ominous.
You can really tell that they spent a lot of time in the sound.
Department of it, which I think really carries the movie because, like we said, there's a lot of like kind of, for the back better term, like hokey pokey kind of like effects and stuff, and so it really adds to where it makes it seem a bit more official and like, you know, more climactic than anticlimactic.
The Foley work in it, which is like the sound work and stuff, is excellent. They did a really good job. Not all of the camera work is stellar, but you can certainly see like a young Sam Raimi developing, you know, and just those cool quick shots. Those will always get me. Always.
Yeah.
And you can see, and now watching this, I can see like all the references that now pop culture has made from the movie.
Well, and that's an important thing here, right?
The influence.
A lot of people, I mean, you guys are way younger than me, but when you watch these things, you're watching them out of context, you know, because you don't know the time, you don't know what was going on, and you don't know really what came before the other thing.
Yeah.
And without Evil Dead, you would not have a lot of the tropes that you have in horror movies these days. Cabin in the Woods is a great
yeah.
It basically is an Evil Dead movie for the most part. You know, it's just cameras and stuff.
It really is.
It's a like new updated take
Cabin
on
in
the
the Woods
same thing.
is
It's pretty funny. Pretty good.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a great
I think
movie.
we ended up both rating it like a 5 or something.
Yeah, it's a great movie.
Yeah.
You're great tongue-in-cheek comedy / horror. Yeah, it's wonderful.
And even twists, because before I watched it the first time, it totally got me with the twist.
Well,
I
you
was
just
like,
feel
oh.
like it's a teenagers having sex and getting high movie, you
Yeah.
know, where they get killed. It
Yeah.
feels like a Friday the 13th movie at first.
It feels
and
familiar.
then it twists real quick.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it's great.
Mm-hmm.
It is so good.
But with
So
that,
Evil Dead 2, what's your rating?
Well, what's yours?
No, I'm
no,
going last.
Caitlin,
You're
you go
going
first.
last?
You got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I'd probably give this film. I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed watching it, and it was such an easy watch. That I was like, I could turn this on anytime and be able to get through this. And it didn't have as many problematic aspects in it as the first one did. And it
You're
just
talking about the roots and stuff.
Yeah. Well, Sam Raimi
it's rough.
deliberately even didn't want to recreate that or something like that.
Yeah. Probably.
Well, there's an interview where he says he regrets that scene.
Well, it's a bunch of college students, right?
Yeah.
And making bad decisions and
Yeah.
just doing fast stuff as fast as
Shock
they can.
factor.
Yeah. Move
Yeah,
fast,
and
break
it did
things.
have shock factor.
Yeah.
But this film I thought was just really enjoyable and easy to get through, and the effects were so much better, like light years better than the first one, and it was just really, really fun to watch. I really enjoyed it, so I'll probably give it a 4.5.
Yeah, it shows you what you can do with practical effects.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think that's a lost art these days. One of the things that is currently pissing me off as an old white man is that when you see fire in a movie these days, generally it's CGI fire, and you can always tell.
You can tell.
Just light a fire. Come on, really?
Just light
set
the
something on
person on
fire. Well, that's what I'm saying, right? There's a whole whole industry built on lighting people on fire.
That's what I was gonna say. Yeah. Give them some work.
Yeah, I don't remember the last thing we watched, but this car blew up, and it just doesn't look right.
It's like Smile.
You know?
When we watched Smile,
Oh, right,
a lot of
when
that was
she went
super
up
CGI, but yeah, you could tell like all of that is
You can
not real
always
flame.
tell.
Yeah,
Yeah. I don't want to see a CGI lion or anything.
or like
you know what I'm
CGI
saying?
blood.
It just doesn't look
Yeah, that's not
right.
your
It's just
fave.
not there yet. Yeah, it's just not there yet.
Yeah.
But as far as this movie goes, I mean, it's a 4.9 for me. I mean, it's almost a 5. The only reason it's a 4.9, if I were to watch it completely out of context, I'd probably say like 3.5 or something like
Yeah.
that, you know. But having my context and my life interwoven in this thing, it's a solid 4.9. Can't give it perfect because of the claymation weird dance thing. I mean, I understand where it comes from and all that, but again, can't give it perfect. But this and Office Space are both at a 4.9 for me.
Cool.
Nice.
Yeah. And then yours was a
4.5,
right? So 4.5, 4.9. I think it's still a solid 4.5,
Yeah,
right?
we're still a solid 4.5, 4.7, something
Yeah,
like that.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and I think too, the movie, after talking about it now with you as well, it's funny how when you talk about something, you can even gain even more deeper appreciation of the film itself.
And this is a very good example of knowing the behind the scenes stories make it a much better watch.
Yeah.
You know, over the years, I've learned a lot about, you know, the way they made this and the people that were involved. And it's done nothing but make it a bigger movie for me, you know. Now, Army of Darkness, whole different thing, whole different movie.
Yeah.
Army of Darkness is not a horror movie.
I've heard it's like
Army of Darkness is a big, goofy movie.
More camp.
I love it, but it's goofy as hell.
I've not seen it.
Yeah, it is. You talk about a cartoon. That is a cartoon. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's fantastic. I love it because it's Ash and it's all that. Now, did either one of you ever watch the Ash versus Evil Dead TV show?
No, but I heard it was really good.
It is very good.
Yeah.
And if you like this universe, that is a place to go because it does answer a lot of questions.
What is that on?
It was on, I think, AMC or something. I don't know what
I think it was
but you can
AMC.
find it almost anywhere at this point. It may even be on Netflix at this point, the whole series run.
Oh, okay.
I think it was 2 seasons, something like that. Yeah, it's probably about 20 episodes.
It's like directly like related, like all.
It is. It's Ash. Yeah, and he is working.
Is it Bruce Campbell?
Yeah, he's working in S-Mart. Yeah, just like he is at the. Is it at the end of this one that he ends up in S-Mart?
No.
Okay.
At the end of this one, he ended up in the
medieval
place, just in the
okay.
thing. Yeah.
Well, watch Army of Darkness, and you'll understand what he worked at a place called S-Mart, which is kind of
like a Kmart.
It's like a Kmart.
Okay.
Yeah. And the Deadites cross over into that time, and I always thought the S-Mart could have been like its own thing. But anyway, that's me thinking way too much about the stupid movies.
That's cool.
Your favorite movies? Nah.
They are.
Stupid.
They are.
Yeah.
They're some of my favorites. Yeah.
Well,
That's
thanks for joining
exciting.
us, Mike.
Yeah, man, I really
Yeah.
enjoyed this. Thank y'all for finally doing it.
Yeah.
This is cool.
I know it's been a long time coming.
Now,
Next
can
one we got to do is rubber.
Yes, I would love. That's right up there. That's a 4.9 as well. Not to spoil anything, but Rubber is the most ridiculous thing you'll ever watch.
Yeah.
Now, I know this has nothing to do with these movies, but I'm going to ask y'all about something just real quick because the fourth one is about to come out. I have just binged the 3 Hell House LLC movies.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Have y'all seen those?
Yeah, we covered
the first
Hell
one.
House.
I thought you did. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I've now watched all 3 of them. And then the fourth one comes out, I think, at the end of this month.
Oh, exciting.
Yeah. And so I'm super excited to see it. These are not the greatest movies in the world,
No,
but they're really well done.
I really enjoyed Hell House.
They remind me of
That's
like
right.
a Sam
I did
Raimi kind of
see
thing.
Shudder posted that Hell House was about to come
And this
out.
one's an origins. So it tells you how all this stuff came
Yeah.
to be. The clown and the whole thing. Yeah.
Which is always
Yeah.
needed.
Ooh,
Yeah.
The clown in
from the
Hell
get-go,
House,
'cause we're always
so
like,
scary.
The clown in Hell House is very scary. Yeah.
Just the way
when
that
he
it
turns
sits
his head
there.
or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's creepy as hell.
And then whenever it just pops up in the hallway. Oh,
This
no,
is-
that scared the shit out of me.
Hell House to me is a very good representation of what you can do with no money whatsoever, and you can still make a good movie.
Hell House is the one where they end up getting buried in the end, right?
No,
Alive?
that's
a
the
different
house is October built.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's the other one. My bad.
No, this
that
is
also had sequels.
Yeah, this is
Yes.
Hotel Abaddon, and they're putting on a haunted
New
house.
York.
In
I
it.
remember.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I remember.
Yeah. And for some reason, somebody lets somebody else put on a haunted house there later. So I don't.
Yeah.
I don't get that.
Because
But they do mention at one point that the town may be complicit in the thing.
Mhm.
So that's the only thing that really explains it to me. But that's
Yeah.
way too far into Hell House. So
It was a good way. I would recommend you go watch those films and go listen to our Hell House episode. It was fun.
Another easy watch.
Yeah.
Like if you turn those on, you can pay 75% attention and still get what's going on. Yeah.
It's not like Malum where
The one we just
you
watched.
don't.
I feel like you'd probably like
Yeah,
that.
I have never
Yeah.
heard of Malum until y'all brought it up in that episode. So
It was pretty
I plan on
good.
watching that. Yeah,
I gave it a 4.5.
I like found footage stuff. I just
This one's not found footage all the way.
Really?
It's
like-
got found footage aspects, but it's only like it's like she literally found some footage
Yeah.
and watches it throughout the film. But
They drive the narrative.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. My favorite found footage movie will always be what's the one in with the big monster?
Cloverfield?
Yeah, Cloverfield.
Mm.
Cloverfield will
Cloverfield's
always
so
be
good.
my
We've covered that as
favorite
well.
One.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Listen to our Cloverfield
It's just so
episode.
good.
Yeah, I like Cloverfield.
And it's
especially
got
when it came out.
You talk about a lot of Easter eggs. That
Yeah.
fucker has a lot of that stuff in it, like the
Mhm.
stuff falling from the sky that you don't see the first time and everything.
Oh.
Yeah, that and
Yeah,
Blair
well, that-
Witch. I mean, those
Yeah,
are
Blair Witch, so good.
Blair
We've
Witch
also
is
covered that.
kinda
Go
like
listen to
the-
that
Blair-
episode.
blue-
That's what I'm trying to do. I'm just throwing up business for you. Is all this is. But yeah, Blair Witch
Shameless
is
plugs.
Blair Witch is one of those that scared the shit out of me as an adult in a theater.
Yeah, I remember you saying
I couldn't
that.
imagine watching it in the theater.
Mm.
Yeah, that's probably really scary.
Well,
All black around
The
you.
problem
and
is
dark.
at the very end when everything just kind of goes,
Yeah.
they turn the lights on immediately, like
Ah.
all the lights,
Yeah.
and that'll
Just like,
scare the
"Ah."
shit out of
Yeah.
you. Yeah.
It shocks your
Yeah.
senses.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think my wife was pregnant at the time, and I may have left her. I don't know.
because you
like
were
you-
that spooked.
Get out of here.
Oh, I thought you meant like you left
No,
her.
no, that's not what I meant.
You're
No,
like,
no, no.
you know what? This movie made me
Like,
realize
see you, bye.
we're not meant
Dirt.
for each other.
I don't love you anymore. Bye.
Oh God,
I was like, wow, Mike.
Yeah, well, it's
eye-opening.
has an important place in my life.
Yeah, we can see that.
Second marriage was Mickey's Christmas Carol. That's what broke us up. I'm just making that up.
Mickey's Christmas Carol.
It's a Donald Duck Scrooge.
Yeah, and then well, I
What do
we
y'all
have
have
anything more
coming
to
up?
add?
What do y'all have coming up?
So we're gonna be doing. We don't know in which order, but we're
Mhm.
gonna be doing Barbarian.
Oh
yes,
yeah,
Barbarian.
We're gonna be doing
Barbarian's pretty kick.
Talk to Me. This movie that came out
The
2022.
new A24 movie.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. I've
With the
not seen
hand.
that, but yeah, I've.
I
heard
watched it. It's
Yeah.
pretty good.
Is it? Yeah.
It looked like it was good. I wanted to see it in theaters, but didn't
Yeah.
have the time.
Time.
I'm going to see the new Exorcist today.
Are you?
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've heard mixed.
I haven't heard too much.
I
of
really
it. I haven't
wanted it
looked
to be
into
good.
Yeah. I'll let you know what
Yeah,
I
please
think.
let me know.
What's it called? Like New Beginnings or something like that? Or
Exorcist.
I don't even know.
I almost said A New Hope.
Exorcist,
New Hope.
Electric Boogaloo.
The Empire Strikes Back.
Oh,
The Force
jeez, almost fell off
Awakens.
my chair. Yeah, I really wanted that to be good because the first Exorcist, I mean, it's creepy as hell. It's not super scary, but it is creepy. And and if you ever watched any of the, this is getting way off in the deep here, but there's a show on Shudder where they talk about all the weird stuff that happened behind the scenes, and that was one of the episodes. It's really good.
People getting sick, people getting hurt, and people dying like after
2 people,
production.
actually died.
What was that? Is that the
Linda Blair broke a
her back.
vertebrae.
Yeah, whenever he
because of the machine was throwing her all over the place. But that was the director. Also, the director was a total tool.
So he like slapped her and stuff.
Believer.
He shot a gun off, a real gun off on set just to get people's reactions on film. Yeah. And like the one lady, the mother, she gets thrown against the wall.
Yeah.
She actually got hurt, and that's the take they used.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, this guy's like a method director or something.
And then they talked about how they punched that one guy in the face.
Yeah.
To get a reaction
to deliver
out of
the last rites and stuff.
Yeah.
To get that reaction
Max
out
von
of him.
Sydow?
We've also covered The Exorcist. It was our first episode.
It was. The Exorcist was a good one. Yeah. All right, guys. Thank you so much. I appreciate the invitation. Thanks for letting me be here.
Thanks for coming on, Mike. And then, like as always, we are in the lovely Rogue Media Network studio.
That's right. They take great care of us, and you can listen to us and all the other amazing podcasts on their network all in one central place, and that is
RogueMediaNetwork.com.
And
can I put in a plug for something?
Yeah.
I have very much wanted somebody to do a horror review show, but not what you guys do. What I want is people to review old-timey horror movies. So like Nosferatu, the original Frankenstein, Boris Karloff stuff, Dracula, things like that. I would love that kind of review show. So if there's anybody out there that loves horror movies and wants to do something like that, hit me up.
Do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be cool. And then
we'll
we
cover
could
them
It'd be a
eventually.
great partner for you.
Compare.
Yeah.
I mean,
be a good partner.
Because we've covered some older ones. I think maybe the oldest one we've covered though has been Psycho.
Yeah. But I think that's the only one.
And that's in the
Psycho's
60s.
more of a horror though. What I want is like monster movies.
Yeah.
You know, Creature
Like
from Black
Frankenstein.
Lagoon.
Creature films.
Yeah. Even Abbott and Costello Meet the Mummy or something like that.
Young
That kind of stuff.
Frankenstein.
Young Frankenstein. Now that's a whole different animal.
That's such a good movie.
If you want an in-depth conversation with me, talk Young Frankenstein sometimes. Yeah. Any of the Mel Brooks properties, honestly.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that.
Oh, it's so good. It's got Gene Wilder.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh,
as
Great knockers.
the
Why,
Young
thank you.
Frankenstein.
Mm-hmm.
It's really good.
Willy Wonka.
Willy Wonka. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
R.I.P. Didn't he go crazy?
Gene Wilder?
Yeah.
No, he didn't go crazy. He was married to Lorraine Newman from Saturday Night Live.
Okay.
And she got cancer and got real bad.
Oh.
And then he had to anyway. He was a very good guy. Good guy.
But
you can always check us out.
Yeah, on all of your favorite podcasting platforms, the biggest two being
Spotify
and also Apple. But wherever you do listen, don't forget to
rate, review, like, and subscribe.
That's right, because that is the only way we can get ahead in this world. And then word of mouth, tell your friends. It's spooky season, so it's prime time for listening to spooky podcasts. And then you can watch these films along with us to check off all your horror film needs for the month of Halloween. And then you can also reach out to us on our one social media platform, which is Instagram, and that is at
Boobays Podcast, and that's at BOOBAES, because we're your boobays, not your boobabes.
That's right. And until next time, you guys.
Bye, bays.
Happy spooky season. Bye, bays.
This has been a Rogue Media podcast.
Hola, bienvenidos una vez más al segundo episodio de Zona del Crimen.
Yo soy Jackie Espinosa.
Yo soy Jessica Torres. Y el día de hoy les voy a traer un caso que no tiene mucho. Es más reciente, pasó en el 2019.
Wow.
Es reciente, ajá. Pero se me hizo un caso interesante. Tiene unas cosas que te vas a quedar de no es cierto, no puede ser. Y se me hizo interesante y quería compartirlos con ustedes, a ver qué les parece. Y se trata de feminicidios y pasó en México. Y a este personaje le titularon el monstruo de Toluca. Así le...
Espérame. No me lo sé. A lo mejor, déjame chequear mis archivos. No me lo sé.
No te lo sabes. Yo no lo había escuchado. Nunca lo había escuchado. Me apareció un artículo de esto. Se me hizo interesante y dije, a ver, vamos a ver de qué se trata esto. Y el día de hoy, pues, se los quiero compartir. A ver qué piensas, Jackie, también.
Ok, échale.
Ok. Se llama, le apodaron el asesino de Toluca, pero su nombre es Óscar García Guzmán. Y hoy lo vamos a conocer por sus crímenes inhumanos, crueles y llenos de maldad. Para mí, esta historia está llena, una vez más, de la ineptitud de las autoridades mexicanas, que lo vemos mucho, desgraciadamente, en el gobierno, de ver la impotencia de unos padres al estar a pasos de salvar a su hija y no lo lograron, y de la indignación de no solo, creo yo, de los mexicanos, sino de cada persona que vaya a escuchar esta historia. Creo que se van a encontrar en el mismo sentimiento de impotencia, de indignación, por lo que pasó en este caso. Entonces, este sujeto es de nacionalidad mexicana y nació en el año de 1990. Fue reconocido como un asesino serial. Era un tipo narcisista, manipulador, misógino y violento, el cual escogía cuidadosamente a sus víctimas. O sea, ninguna fue coincidencia. Ninguna de las víctimas que
era
desconocida, no fue coincidencia. Él las estudiaba y las escogía, para matarlas, ¿verdad?
¿Sabía con quién?
Sí, prácticamente. Todas, tenían características en común. La mayoría eran mujeres autosuficientes e independientes, preparándose para una carrera, a excepción de 2 de sus víctimas, pero cada una de ellas había desarrollado algún tipo de vínculo o de relación con él. Este asesino destaca por algunos puntos muy, muy peculiares que me llamaron a mí mucho la atención, pero que usaría a su favor, como el que él era estudiante de psicología.
Sabía cómo
manipular. Ajá. Se le hacía fácil y al mismo tiempo pues usaba sus conocimientos de psicología pues para adentrarse más y que le tuvieran confianza. Ajá. Aparte practicaba el Krav Maga, que es una técnica de lucha y defensa personal. Y irónicamente era también un amante de los animales. O sea, él era protectora de los animales, según él.
Es raro. Porque usualmente
es lo que te iba a decir.
Los asesinos en serie empiezan
maltratando animales.
Maltratando o torturando a los
animales. Así es como empieza el patrón de ellos de...
Y ya cuando ya no les hace nada a esos, van a gente. Ya. Qué raro.
Es lo que te digo. Tiene unas características diferentes pero particulares. También se proclamaba a sí mismo como practicante del satanismo. Así como él decía admirar a algunos asesinos seriales por su gran inteligencia, lo cual esto lo hemos visto en asesinos seriales que se admiran.
Son narcisistas.
Sí, son narcisistas.
Son la última coca del desierto.
Sí, y se admiran el uno en uno el otro.
Yeah.
Y se inspiran en ellos y pues bueno, ya sabes. Dice, como la mayoría de los asesinos en serie, su aptitud de querer ser un asesino en serie se desarrolló en su infancia, ya que en este, tanto él como su madre fueron abusados tanto física como psicológicamente por su padre, del cual se sabe muy poco. Solo conocemos que era un hombre violento, convirtiéndose en la primera víctima de su propio hijo cuando solo tenía 16 años.
Venía de una casa, un hogar
con violencia.
Con violencia.
Sí.
Que otra cosa que también
es muy común.
Es muy común en los asesinos. Okay.
En los asesinos seriales. Sí, sí. Como discutíamos en el caso pasado, cómo te desarrolles de niño, o sea, en el ambiente de tu hogar.
O sea, creces en un ambiente violento y
sí,
abusivo.
Afecta. Sí, claro.
Que creces pensando que eso es normal.
Uh-huh.
No tienes otro conocimiento.
Uh-huh.
Así vas a ser así la mayoría del
tiempo.
Mayoría.
No en todos,
no
sabemos
todos.
que
Estamos quebrando ciclos.
Sí. A algunos les afecta, a otros no. A otros, como tú dices, crecen, se dan cuenta de que obviamente no es normal y deciden romper con el círculo de generaciones. Ajá. Dice, inició su primer crimen a los 16 años, ¿verdad? Inició su primer crimen, del cual confesó haberse deshacerse del cuerpo, enterrándolo en el patio de la residencia que habitaban en ese entonces. De aquí desataría su curiosidad por matar, así también como el sentimiento de empoderamiento que sentía al tener control de sus víctimas.
El high que agarró.
Yeah. Y así empezarían los retorcidos y crueles asesinatos de aquel estudiante que aparentemente era tímido porque no tenía muchos amigos, no hablaba casi con nadie, era muy...
Loner.
Ajá, sí, él era bastante reservado. Y todo comenzó y se fue dando a conocer por la repentina y sospechosa desaparición de la que sería su última víctima, y la pronta denuncia por parte de los familiares de esta. Su nombre era Jessica Guadalupe Jamarillo Orihuela, de 23 años de edad. Era madre soltera de un niño de tan solo 10 meses. Ya sé. Jessica era la segunda hija de un matrimonio que habían formado una familia y que entre ellos eran bastante unidos. Y se apoyaban el uno al otro. De hecho, apoyaron mucho a Jessica incondicionalmente, especialmente cuando ella se convirtió en mamá soltera y que ella quiso seguir con sus estudios. La víctima era compañera de la universidad donde ambos cursaban la carrera de psicología. Oscar había mostrado un cierto interés hacia ella, mas ella nunca le correspondió. Al contrario, expresó en múltiples ocasiones que Oscar la incomodaba, la perseguía, la acosaba, al punto donde sus padres la llevaban y esperaban afuera de la universidad, debido al increíble temor que ésta sentía hacia él. Sin embargo, el día de la desaparición de Jessica, que fue el 24 de octubre del 2019, su papá la lleva a la universidad, como todos los días, ¿verdad? La llevaba. Pero alrededor de las 2 horas que él la fue a dejar, Jessica le mandó un mensaje a su papá diciéndole que no la pasara a buscar porque se iba a ir a una fiesta con Oscar, que casualmente era el mismo nombre del exnovio, papá del hijo de Jessica.
El papá pensó que hablaba del novio, no del acusador.
Exacto. O sea, ni siquiera él sabía del compañero que la estaba acosando, que ella se sentía acosada, pero él en ese momento, o sea, ni siquiera le pasó por la cabeza de que...
Y nunca fueron a los student services para decirles, nunca se quejó con la escuela, con el colegio sobre
Sí, por lo que pude encontrar, sí se quejó, creo que de hecho hasta consiguió cambiarse de
clase.
escuela.
Mm.
No, de escuela, creo que se cambió de universidad. Pero creo que cuando pasó esto de su aparición, eran como los últimos días que ella iba a asistir a esta universidad.
Ujú.
Pero, repito, en este momento al papá ni siquiera le pasó por la cabeza. No se acordó siquiera del nombre de esta persona, ¿verdad? Entonces dice que, y para esto te digo que su papá automáticamente pensó y asumió que se trataba de su expareja. Al pasar las horas, su papá intenta comunicarse con Jessica, ya que no era normal que ella no contestara llamadas y que se desentendiera de su bebé por mucho tiempo. Por lo regular ella simplemente iba a la escuela, regresaba y se hacía cargo de su bebé porque pues, ni siquiera tenía un año, era un bebé. Dice, al no recibir respuesta de Jessica, entonces se empieza a preocupar su papá, ¿verdad? Crece su angustia, sabiendo que algo no estaba bien. Tratan de dar parte a las autoridades, mas estas les dicen que no pueden hacer nada porque no lleva 24 horas desaparecida. Lo cual, pues sí, para levantar un acta de una persona que desapareció, pues tiene que pasar por lo menos 24 horas. Así que ellos se dan a la tarea de buscarla por su propia cuenta. Pues sí, ¿qué harías tú? Si ya tienes como la espinita como que, ok, algo no anda bien aquí, ¿qué está pasando? Ellos por su propia cuenta empezaron a buscarla. Y la buscan por su celular. La empiezan a rastrear. Y buscan y miran que la última locación en el teléfono, lo buscan la locación en el teléfono y los lleva a una colonia de Villa Santiluca, los lleva hacia una colonia que se llama Villa Santiluca. Ahí era donde aparecía que había estado ella o por donde había estado la última vez, por su locación. Y así empezaría un calvario para la familia. Estos llegan al domicilio de Oscar a preguntar por su hija.
Oscar, el acosador.
El acosador.
Uh-huh.
Es hasta este momento que sus papás se enteran que se trata del compañero de su hija, que les había contado que la acosaba y que llevaba el mismo nombre
del novio.
De su
¿Y
novio.
el novio en este tiempo que decía, no lo buscaron con él o
cuando no reciben ninguna respuesta de Jessica, sí se comunican con él pues obviamente es de que yo no he hablado con ella, no sé dónde pueda estar. Entonces cuando se dan a la tarea de buscar su última locación, llegan, le preguntan, más les dice que ella no estaba ahí. Ellos también preguntan entonces a sus vecinos de Oscar, y estos le describen haber visto entrar a la casa a una muchacha con los rasgos físicos de Jessica, pero que jamás la miraron salir. Al pasar formalmente las 24 horas, la familia regresa con las autoridades y hacen la denuncia de la desaparición. Y esta es tomada y sale el boletín de desaparecida. Mientras tanto, los familiares se van al domicilio de Oscar junto con unos oficiales. Estos interrogan a Oscar, mas niega conocer a Jessica. Los oficiales simplemente le creen y se retiran. Les dicen que no hay nada que ellos puedan hacer.
Pregunta. Uh-huh. Que cuando ya van los papás con las autoridades y les enseñan, pues es que el teléfono aquí dice que aquí fue la última vez que se rastreó o lo que sea. ¿Eso no es prueba suficiente para una orden de cateo? Ellos
les dijeron que no era suficiente. Ajá, que no era suficiente.
Ni las pruebas de
los vecinos.
De los vecinos y de la escuela diciendo que pues es que la estaba acosando y todo esto. Ni así.
No, porque en la escuela nunca hubo, aunque ella se quejó, o sea, nunca quedó como registrado
un reporte ni nada.
Haz de cuenta que fue como realmente
una queja de...
Sí, es lo que te decía al principio. Aquí nos vamos a dar cuenta
Ay.
realmente de que, ay no,
No sirvieron para
las
nada.
autoridades mexicanas, simplemente, pues no. O sea, la defraudaron, no solo a ella, sino a todas sus víctimas. Y por eso te digo, te da ese
coraje.
Ese coraje, esa indignación. Porque
Y no nomás en México, aquí
sí,
también pasa mucho.
también, es verdad.
Yeah.
Pero realmente te quedas de que, ay, México, me dueles.
Ay,
sí.
no.
Entonces, como nunca hubo récord ni nada de eso, simplemente dijeron, no es suficientes pruebas, no hay nada que podamos hacer, nosotros nos retiramos, nos lavamos las manos.
Yo entro porque entro.
Bueno, nos lavamos las manos como Ponce Pilatio y bye. Ahí háganle como puedan, ¿verdad? Entonces ellos se retiran. A pesar de la insistencia de la familia de que entraran a revisar la casa, estos se negaron diciendo que no podían hacer nada sin una orden de cateo, porque no tenían pruebas. La familia de Jessica no se retiró y pasó día y noche afuera de la casa de Oscar, acosándolo, viéndolo entrar y salir de su casa como si nada pasara. El juez niega la primera orden de cateo por falta de pruebas, porque como quiera trataron de meter el trámite para la orden de cateo, pero se les fue negado. La familia desesperada intenta entrar, más este individuo, Oscar, los amenazó echándoles su perro pitbull. O sea, los amenazó de que, o sea, obviamente de que si entran están, ¿cómo se dice? Entrando propiedad, traspasando propiedad privada y
tengo derecho
a hacer lo que yo quiera porque ustedes están en mi propiedad.
Pues hasta el perro le toca también.
Sí, se los quiso echar al perro también. Entonces, a los 2 días, ellos dicen, creo que fue el papá de ella, dice haber visto a Jessica por una de las ventanas, que esta daba la apariencia de que estaba completamente desorientada y con semblante confundido, como si estuviera bajo la influencia de alguna droga o medicamento, o sea que estaba ahí pero no estaba la chava, o sea, estaba ida. La familia vuelve a la fiscalía esperando que esta sea una prueba suficiente para proceder la orden de cateo. Mas no era prueba suficiente.
Oh, que la canción.
Ya sé. Esta vez, el 28 de octubre, Oscar sale de su casa para dirigirse a la fiscalía, porque por lo menos lo llamaron a testificar. O sea, como tanta, yo creo, insistencia de la familia, dijeron, ok, a ver, vamos a ver de qué es esto, por lo menos pues
preguntarle a él.
O para callarle o para tranquilizar, yo creo, quitarse encima un poco a la familia. Entonces lo llaman para que fuera a rendir su ¿cómo se llama?
Declaración.
Su declaración, gracias. Y es aquí donde la policía empieza a sospechar. A sospechar de ya que su versión cambia. Declaró sí conocer a Jessica y que unos días antes sí había estado en su casa, mas que estuvo solo unos momentos y después se fue y la acompañó a tomar un taxi, se despidieron y fue la última vez que la miró. Esto fue prueba suficiente por sospecha para que el juez procediera con la orden de cateo, ya que inicialmente recordemos que él negó siquiera conocerla. Regresó a su casa para cambiarse de ropa. Salió nuevamente de su domicilio acompañado de una mochila. Al salir, cínicamente, saludó a los familiares de Jessica. Ya sé. Los saludó así de que casi de que...
Hola, ¿cómo está?
¿Qué onda? ¿Cómo está? No, ¿ya comieron? ¿Cómo está el calorcito?
Oh my God.
O sea, cínicamente los saludó con una mueca en el rostro, o sea, riéndose de ellos, burlándose de ellos. Sin saber que el asesino de su hija se les estaba por escapar. Ellos nunca se movieron del lugar. Nunca. O sea, ellos estuvieron día y noche sin moverse de ahí porque ellos estaban completamente seguros de que su hija estaba allá adentro. Finalmente, En la madrugada del 29 de octubre, la prueba, perdón, en la madrugada del 29 de octubre se aprueba la orden de cateo, que desgraciadamente llegó demasiado tarde. Y el 30 de octubre logran ingresar al domicilio de Oscar. Al entrar, encuentran el cuerpo de Jessica en el baño, sin vida y con signos de estrangulamiento. No me puedo ni imaginar.
Ya para ese entonces, ¿cuántos días tenía ella desaparecida?
Habían pasado 6 días.
Okay.
Desde que
no la mató luego.
No.
La mató maybe like un día antes de irse, porque si no, al entrar hubieran...
Pues para allá voy.
Okay.
No, sí. Está súper... que te quedas de que... ya cuando la estaba yo investigando y todo, hasta me daban ganas de aventar ya la computadora y decir, no, ya no, hasta aquí. Porque te quedas de que, ay, pero ¿cómo? O sea, porque estuvo tan cerquitas de evitarlo y no lo hicieron. No me imagino, no me puedo ni imaginar lo que esta familia sintió en esos momentos.
Saber que ella estaba con vida.
Exacto.
Todo ese tiempo que estuvieron ellos allá afuera.
O sea, ay, no, qué feo. Y sentir como la impotencia de saber, o sea, de que estaba viva y encontrarla.
Si hubieran
ya...
entrado a las fuerzas, ellos les hubiera valido madre, hubieran entrado y la hubieran encontrado viva. Pobrecitos.
Ya, o sea, sí, porque ya la encontraron muerta. Entonces, cuando encuentran el cuerpo de Jessica, ¿verdad? Más esto era el comienzo. O sea, apenas comenzaba, era como, ¿cómo dicen?
The icing on the top.
No. Era lo arriba.
La punta del
iceberg. Punta del iceberg. O sea, apenas era la puntita de todo lo que se iba a desatar. En el domicilio también se encontraron otros 2 cuerpos. Así como un cuaderno donde había escrito métodos de tortura, los cuales después él confesó haberlos usado en alguna de sus víctimas. Después de que se diera la fuga, la policía ofreció una recompensa de 300,000 pesos por cualquier informe sobre Oscar.
¿Y cuánto es eso en dólares?
300,000 pesos, no sé.
A mí díganme en dólares.
No sé. Nunca hemos mandado cantidades así. 300,000 pesos. ¿Cuánto será? A ver.
15,000.
¿Como 15,000 dólares?
Yeah.
Ay. No, pues sí era algo.
Sí, es algo.
Sí, son unas vacaciones en Hawái, todo pagado, por lo menos. No, entonces ofrecieron una recompensa de 300,000 pesos por cualquier información sobre Oscar, lo que desataría un juego del gato y el ratón para Oscar. O sea, él se le hizo como, obviamente siendo un narcisista, de que
burlarse de las autoridades.
O sea, fue como para él de que, ay, soy importante, están ofreciendo...
Soy un pinche genio, no me pueden agarrar.
Están ofreciendo recompensa por informes míos. Ya soy alguien, haz de cuenta. Entonces, en su cuenta de Facebook, empieza a hacer unas publicaciones. Al pasar unos días de que él se fuga, él empieza a hacer empieza a poner ahí en su Facebook, en las cuales empieza a burlarse de las autoridades mexicanas, tachándolos de ineptos, inútiles, así también como también mandaría publicaciones para la familia de Jessica. Y la primera publicación, o sea, que les manda, como el primer mensaje, ¿verdad? Que manda, él pone: quiero agradecer de todo corazón a las autoridades, ya que sin ellas no hubiera sido posible irme a la fuga. Más de una vez pudieron detenerme, pero no todo es su culpa, ya que si no fuera listo o más que ellos, no hubiera podido ser. En fin, muchas gracias. Sigan así en lo que sigo cazando para mis mascotas. Fue una de las publicaciones que él puso en su página de Facebook.
En otras palabras, diciéndoles pendejos.
Sí, o sea, completamente.
Gracias por su pendejez y también porque soy listo.
Él se creía completamente superior a todos ellos. Entonces,
aunque I kind of agree.
Sí, no te puedes enojar porque realmente es de que...
No, pues es que no, también entiendo.
Chingado, sí tienes razón. Porque sí, simplemente ya con lo primero que sabemos de lo que pasó con la desaparición de Jessica, sí te quedas así de que ¿es en serio? ¿En serio que hicieron esto? Pero como te digo, autoridades mexicanas, ¿qué te puedo decir? Empezó a hacer publicaciones, ¿verdad? Por Facebook, ya que por medio de la televisión y cosas así, él se daba cuenta que las autoridades lo estaban buscando y lo que se estaba diciendo de él. Pero también se dio cuenta que tenían en su poder a sus mascotas. ¿Te acuerdas como en un principio te dije que él era amante a los animales? Él tenía...
Él valoraba más la vida de un animal que de una persona.
Más adelante te voy a decir unas declaraciones que él hizo sobre este tema. Pero sí, él se dio cuenta de que
si no vienes, habían
confiscado sus mascotas. Habían confiscado sus mascotas, las tenían. Miró cómo las sacaban de su domicilio y esto lo hizo enojar. O sea, y ahora sí desataron el monstruo.
Pobre Firulais.
Lo hizo enojar. Aquí entra en clave la persona que ayudaría a capturar a Oscar. Se trata de una activista, o sea, de estas personas que dirigen protestas y que...
Civil rights.
Que era una activista de nombre Verónica Villalbazo, mejor conocida en México como Frida Guerrera. Era su apodo que ella tenía en sus redes sociales y todo y que la gente misma creo que le había dado ese apodo. La cual llevaba seguimiento del caso por medio de las noticias y diferentes medios de comunicación. Esta tenía acceso y comunicación con las autoridades, ya que esta era reportera y se enfocaba en los feminicidios, infanticidios y derechos humanos para las mujeres trans, entre otras cosas. Esta decide mandarle un mensaje a Oscar del mismo método que él utilizó en las redes sociales, esperando que su mensaje le llegara, ya que ella sabía que estaba lidiando con un narcisista misógino y esperando herir su ego, le manda el mensaje y le escribe: eres un cobarde y un pendejo. Eres un donadie que si no fuera por esto, nadie te voltearía a ver. Aquí te espero.
Ouch.
Acompañada de una fotografía de ella afuera de la casa de Oscar. Por eso le decía al de aquí te espero. Quiero hacer pausa para decir que qué huevos, güey, de vieja, de decir.
Sí le caló, porque si no fuera por el crimen que estaba haciendo, nadie...
Y ella lo sabía. Ella lo sabía.
Le dio donde
Ella sabía como más o menos, sin conocer detalles de él, de su background, de cosas así. Ella se daba una idea, o sea, tenía demasiada experiencia lidiando con este tipo de personas, que ella sabía más o menos con quién estaba lidiando. Y pues sí, güey, su plan funcionó. Y él la contacta. Y empieza una comunicación entre ellos dos, el 20 de noviembre del 2019. Le dijo que la iba a utilizar para saber de sus mascotas, lo cual al parecer era lo único que le importaba. Así que ella le dijo que le iba a ayudar a cambio de información sobre las identidades de los cuerpos que se habían encontrado en su casa. Y llega ella a un acuerdo también con que le diría que ella le daba la información de sus mascotas, pero que él también tenía que probar que realmente se trataba de él, ¿verdad? Porque pues cualquiera se pudo haber pasado por él, para, no sé, llamar la atención, sacar provecho de lo que estaba pasando. Hay mucha gente para tener sus 2 minutos de fama, como dicen, ¿verdad? Entonces él le tenía que demostrar a ella que pues realmente se trataba de él. Así que hace su segunda publicación, por decirlo así. Y publicó las fichas de 3 mujeres desaparecidas con el título, haz de cuenta, pone el post en Facebook y pone: para atrapar un asesino en serie debes pensar como uno. Y incluye las fotos de 3 mujeres desaparecidas, incluyendo el de Jessica, que habían encontrado el cuerpo. Pero los otros 2 cuerpos, como ya tenían más tiempo, era más difícil identificarlos. Así que él hizo post los otros 2, que fueron los boletines de urgencia que se dieron a conocer cuando desaparecieron, y eran de Adriana González Hernández y Marta Patricia Nava Sotelo. Entonces, fue como la pista que él les dio de decir: estas 3 mujeres son las que encontraron en mi domicilio, en su casa, en su domicilio. Y con esto, pues él le comprueba a ella de que pues es él, de que sí es él. Él le confesó de que eran las identidades de los cuerpos que fueron encontrados en su domicilio. Le confesó que su primera víctima fue su padre. Cometió el asesinato con tan solo 16 años. ¿Te acuerdas que te había dicho en un principio? Él se lo dijo a ella. También cada uno de los posts que él hizo, primero se los mandaba a ella antes de hacerlos como públicos, ¿verdad? Antes de hacerlos públicos, siempre se los mandaba primero a ella. Pero él no le dio detalles, solo que desde ese momento él supo que él iba a ser un asesino serial. Fue todo lo que le dijo. No entró en detalles de cómo mató a su papá ni nada. Solamente le confesó que tenía 16 años cuando lo había matado. Y le confesó que su segunda víctima fue el señor Tomás Chávez, y el único que no fue planeado. Fue por mala suerte del señor, porque se le atravesó en sus planes, por decirlo así. Y era el padre de Mónica Chávez, su tercera víctima. Así también comenzó una serie de publicaciones en su página de Facebook con el título Confesiones de un asesino en serie, donde él describía cómo asesinó a ambos.
¿Los asesinó a la misma vez o separado?
No,
primero.
No, los asesinó separados. Pero él le describió a ella, a la activista, a Frida, cómo había pasado. Entonces, haz de cuenta que fue como, él dijo: déjame armar como mi telenovela. se quiso sentir escritor y usó su propio Facebook para hacer sus confesiones. Y esto fue lo que puso: Confesiones de un asesino en serie, capítulo 1. Ay, bien profesional. Lo tituló Pelea a muerte. Yo lo resumí porque la verdad sí está muy, muy largo, o sea, todo lo que él puso. Así que vamos a tomar lo más al grano, por decirlo así. Muertes de Mónica Chávez y su padre Tomás Chávez. Lunes 10 de septiembre del 2012. Me dirijo a la casa de Mónica. Al ver que salió y me ignoraba, la amenacé con un cuchillo, pero se echó a correr. Entonces la amenacé diciéndole que si no regresaba, mataría a su familia, pero no me quiso escuchar y se fue. Entonces entré a su casa por la fuerza. Me metí por una ventana del baño. Yo conocía la casa porque ya me había quedado a dormir ahí, porque este sí fue novio de Mónica. Ajá, Mónica era su expareja. Entonces su papá, el señor Tomás, me descubrió y me dijo que qué hacía. Le contesté que su hija era una puta y que me la iba a pagar. El señor todavía intentó disuadirme y que habláramos y que lo habláramos. Y me invitó a sentarme a la sala.
¿Qué es disuadirme? What does that mean?
Disuadirme, o sea, como...
Calmarme.
Ajá, como calmarlo, como... Sí, o sea, como calmarlo, que quitarle la intención, porque ya ves que le dijo que su hija me las va a pagar. So, me imagino que fue eso. Oye, pero qué señor.
No, siéntate.
Tan paciente. Ándale, es de
no,
que...
si yo viera un cabrón con un cuchillo en mi casa, yo no le decía, no, siéntate.
No creo que él haya visto que estaba armado, pero él, o sea, te acaba de decir, tu hija es una puta y me las va a pagar. Y el señor de que, no, espérame, pues, que vamos a hablarlo. A ver, ¿qué te hizo? ¿Por qué estás enojado? Bien, tira, pásale, siéntate aquí al sillón.
Oh my God.
O sea, literal, fue lo que él dice. Pero justo cuando me dio la espalda, ataqué sin duda, sin miedo, sin compasión. Empezamos a pelear, pero yo tenía ventaja, ya que desde siempre me han gustado las artes marciales.
Pero de todos modos lo agarraste por la espalda.
Sí, fue traición. Se creía Goku, yo creo, con las artes marciales. Lo sometí y lo acuchillé hasta que cayó al piso. Cayó en el piso y lo acosté en el sillón. Entonces encontré una hacha y le di con unos hachazos en el rostro, desfigurándolo completamente y asegurándome que estuviera muerto. Después lo tapé con una sábana y le coloqué una imagen religiosa arriba de él, en forma de burla, ya que él, ¿te acuerdas que te dije que él era satánico? Ajá. Mientras esperaba en la casa por Jessica, desayuné.
Unos huevitos rancheros, un cafecito.
Le dio hambre.
No, qué cabrón.
Güey, qué descaro.
Oh my God.
O sea, qué descaro. Dije, ha de haber dicho, tengo que recuperar fuerzas, espérame un tantito, una pausa.
Oh my God.
Dice, desayuné, me serví cafecito, güey, para despertar. Y comí. Quién sabe si como un panecito, me imagino, ¿verdad? O como dices, unos huevitos rancheros ahí.
Oh my God.
Ay, Dios. Serias, Jackie, serias. Cuando llegó Jessica, al darse cuenta que algo no estaba bien, ella se dio cuenta que algo no estaba bien. Y después de mirar el cuerpo de su padre, la sometí, la secuestré y la mantuve en mi casa por más de 2 semanas. En este tiempo, la violé, la torturé hasta que su cuerpo no resistió más y murió.
Wait, ¿cómo se llamaba la muchacha? Tú dijiste Jessica, ¿no que era?
Ay, sí, perdón.
No que era
Me equivoqué, era Mónica.
Mónica.
Disculpen, gracias, Jackie.
Me equivoqué,
Jackie.
yo pues, I'm confused.
Sí, me confundí de nombre, perdón. Mientras ella esperaba a Jessica, en su casa, fue cuando pues echó el desayunito, recuperó fuerzas.
A
todo.
Mónica.
Ajá. A Mónica.
Chingado.
Disculpen. Entonces, a Mónica la tuvo en su casa por 2 semanas, la violó, la torturó, hizo lo que él quiso, con ella. Ya cuando ella muere, dice, me deshice del cuerpo tirándolo en un barranco. Le dejé un mensaje pegado en la frente con la palabra puta.
Qué feo.
Por si no quedaba claro. Y esto solo lo han de saber las autoridades o los que hicieron el peritaje que estuvieron en la escena del crimen. Esto fue en el municipio, de Huixquiluclán, creo que así se dice, en la colonia El Mirador, frente a una gasolinera. Enfrente estaba una secundaria técnica. Encontraron su cuerpo, mas nunca supe si fue a dar a una fosa común o si sus familiares la encontraron. Pues ese caso nunca llegó al internet, ni periódicos, ni noticias. Lo sé porque estuve investigándolo por como 2 años. En este entonces, dice él, era yo un novato y sé que cometí muchos errores y que dejé mis huellas por todo el lugar.
Y tus boronas. Porque, o sea...
Y las boronas del café.
Las boronas del panecito con café.
Las huellas en la tacita de café también. Dice que él dice que él sabe que él dejó todas sus huellas, o sea, por todo el lugar,
Por
aparte de que fue una masacre eso.
Porque le dio con la hacha, imagínate.
Uh-huh.
No.
Sí. Dice, pero como no saqué mi INE hasta los 24 años, la INE es como la...
ID.
Ajá, como una identificación para votar en México, y la sacas, usualmente creo que la sacan cuando cumplen 18 años. Y se esperó hasta los 24. Dice, supongo que como saqué mi INE hasta los 24, nunca se molestaron en buscar
huellas,
nada. De hecho, creo que pensaron que había sido un intento de robo, y que posiblemente pues habían llevado a Mónica y la dieron también por desaparecida. O sea, primer error de la policía. O sea, ¿me entiendes? Entonces fue el segundo, la segunda,
víctima.
No, perdón, el post que hizo en su página de Facebook, perdón. Al final del asesinato, él dijo, yo ya soy un asesino serial. Ya cuando había matado al papá y a Mónica, él se proclamó.
Pero antes de eso ya había matado a su papá.
Sí, fue su
ya
primera
llevaba
víctima.
3. Okay.
Esta fue su tercera víctima. Haz de cuenta, cuando mató al papá, él dijo, así como ¿qué quieres ser de grande? Y él dijo, yo voy a ser un asesino serial.
Quiero ser mejor que Ted Bundy.
Y ya cuando cometió los otros 2 asesinatos, fue cuando ya se proclamó él, ok, ya lo logré, soy un asesino serial. Ajá. Frida dice haber tenido un ataque de ansiedad por los detalles de las muertes que Oscar le describía. Porque, ¿te acuerdas que te dije que yo te lo había resumido? Porque sí hubo cosas más fuertes, pero en sí eso fue lo que pasó. Ella mantuvo conversaciones con por más de 2 semanas. La policía estaba enterada de todo. Así estos le proporcionaban información a ella y fotos, y ella se las mandaba a él, se las hacía llegar. Así también como seguía publicando sobre sus crímenes y burlándose. Publicó la ficha de desaparecida de Jessica, que fue la muchacha la primera que encontraron.
La de la escuela.
Sí.
Okay.
Que entonces él publica su cuarto post. Y pone la foto de Jessica, la ficha desaparecida, la foto, y pone, aquí les dejo su face de mi última perra para que le manden sus condolencias. Gracias, ja, burlándose. Y la foto de ella. Así como también mensajes directos a las autoridades sobre sus mascotas, diciéndoles que no le gustaba cómo se miraban sus animales, advirtiéndoles que los trataran bien. Hasta el momento, solo dieron a conocer a 3 de sus víctimas. Los días seguían pasando, las autoridades pudieron tomar control de su cuenta de Facebook en un intento por rastrearlo, mas esta no dio resultado. Entonces, aquí es donde él hace su siguiente
post.
Su siguiente publicación. Él pone, más les vale que estén bien. puso las fotos, él publicó las fotos de sus mascotas que le habían mandado a él, Y como no le gustó cómo se miraban, él publicó las fotos y les puso, más vale que estén bien. ¿En serio? Horas conectados desde el mismo lugar todos los días y ni así dan conmigo. Puta madre, les haré un mapa. Por cierto, en mi cuarto estaba un cuaderno con el nombre de mis víctimas. Gracias, no son 3, llevo 6, porque en este momento las autoridades solamente habían dado a conocer que habían matado a 3 personas. Entonces él, pues, para tomar ventaja y para volver a dejarlos en ridículo, les dijo que eran 6. Más las que me cargué por pasados de verga con mis mascotas. Solo quedarse mi cuenta de Facebook pudieron, y eso porque dejé la información en mi casa. Son el colmo de la mamada. En fin, para cuando me entregue, porque no creo que me agarren, habré matado ya por lo menos el doble. Negociaré mis mascotas por vidas. A ver si así hacen caso. En fin, ahora sí, ahí nos vemos, incompetentes. Pónganse a leer lo que les dejé. En serio, tal vez y solo tal vez podrían predecir mis patrones de pensamiento. De otra manera, están lejos de mi categoría. Este fue el otro mensaje que les hace saber, ¿verdad? Como te podrás dar cuenta, pues, burlándose de ellos solamente. Burlándose, ridiculizándole a la policía, lo cual, pues, tenía razón. Realmente se está burlando de ellos, pero...
le pusieron like al post.
Ándale. Lo empezaron a seguir, empezó a tener fans. Porque, pues sí, la policía hasta ese momento realmente no había hecho nada. Entonces, como le quitaron su cuenta de Facebook, él abre otra cuenta. Él abre otra cuenta de Facebook, siguiéndose, burlándose, y donde nos deja saber una vez más que no sentía ni el más mínimo remordimiento. Y con sus palabras, seguir atormentando a la familia de Jessica. Una vez más, publicando con el título Confesiones de un asesino en serie, parte 2.
Oh my
Capítulo 2.
Qué raro que Facebook no lo había puesto en Facebook Jail, porque ahora están poniendo a toda la gente.
Sí, cierto. Tienes razón. Yo también lo pensé, pero dije, a lo mejor era parte de la estrategia, no sé, ¿verdad? Para seguirle pues la pista, lo que era la pista. Aparte que como en su primer Facebook, no tenía ni siquiera tantos amigos, ni seguidores, ni nada. Te repito, era una persona demasiado privada. Así que no contaba con una gran, con mucha gente que lo siguiera en la audiencia. Ajá. Entonces, él pone esto, que en lo personal es la verdad de todo lo que publicó, a mí se me hizo lo más...
Lo más gacho.
Sí, porque se dirigió ya específicamente también a los familiares de Jessica y dije, cabrón, sí, no tiene vergüenza.
No tiene perdón de Dios.
Uh-huh. Entonces, esta fue lo que él publicó. Puso. Por cierto, todas sus publicaciones, si me oyen que me trabo, es porque realmente el tipo tenía miles de faltas de ortografía. O sea que a veces hasta era difícil leer bien lo que estaba publicando. Ajá. Entonces dice, confesiones de un asesino en serie. ¿Qué pensarían si les dijera que cuando estaban por ingresar a mi casa con su orden de cateo, yo estaba en el interior, pero me les escapé por la azotea de la casa? Y que hora y media antes de que entraran aproximadamente, había matado a Jessica frente a los padres, hermano y cuñada que estaban frente a mi casa. La culpa no solo fue de las incompetentes e indiferentes autoridades que no supieron ver a quién tenían delante de ellos. Incluso cuando fui a declarar, la licenciada Beatriz, quien fue la que me tomó declaración fue la misma que me tomó mi declaración en el caso de Marta, años atrás. De Marta Patricia Navas Otelo. En ese momento supe que era cuestión de días para que sacaran su orden de cateo. Incluso cuando fui a declarar a Jessica, la dejé viva en mi casa, drogada e inconsciente pero viva. El ribotril me permitía tenerla en ese estado, o sea, es un tipo de droga. Si el cobarde del padre, el señor Jaramillo, hubiera tenido los huevos y el valor de padre para entrar a la fuerza. Ay, bueno, mami.
Qué feo.
Sí, le dice, entrar a la fuerza a mi casa la salva viva. Así que no todo fue culpa de las autoridades. Pero no los culpo al saber a quién tenían enfrente. Es de entender que me tuvieran miedo. De hecho, pensé que al regresar de mi declaración me iban a detener por secuestro, pero por su falta de competencia al actuar por parte de ambos lados, ahora será por homicidio. Ja, 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 burlándose. No dejen de leer mis confesiones, ja, ja, ja. Les deseo mucha suerte atrapándome porque inteligencia quedó más que demostrado que soy más que superior que ustedes. Por cierto, esto está feo. Por cierto, le fui a dejar flores al panteón donde está mi perra Jessica. No se amarguen. Para estas fechas todos cometemos errores. Bueno, el de usted, dirigiéndose al papá, le costó la vida de su hija. Y el de las autoridades a 6 personas que pasaron por mis manos, que han pasado por mis manos. Por eso amo a mi México, jajaja. No se confíen, seguiré matando mujeres por el maltrato cometido a mis mascotas. Por parte de las autoridades no se quedará así. Y la familia de las que maté sabrán que fue por su negligencia y falta de cooperación, porque me quise entregar a cambio de mis mascotas y no quisieron. Eso se lo tendrán que explicar a las familias de las próximas pendejas que asesine. Nos vemos. Felices fiestas.
Wow, what the
Güey. Eso sí se me hizo, bueno, todo, ¿verdad? Pero eso sí fue de que, híjoles.
Echándole la culpa no nomás a la policía, sino a los papás de la muchacha. Pero sí. No, no culpa del papá, pero imagínate cuando el papá se enteró de esto, que tu hija estaba viva dentro. La culpa que él ha de haber sentido.
Sí, y mucha
Qué
gente,
feo.
fíjate que estaba yo leyendo y muchos fue de que, no, pues se merece vivir con eso. Si hubiera estado yo en su lugar, a mí me hubiera valido madre, yo hubiera entrado por mi hija y esto que el otro.
Eso es lo que dice uno siempre.
Exactamente.
Pero uno nunca sabe cómo tú
vas a reaccionar.
Mentalmente, no, todos tenemos el fight or flight risk, you know. A uno, o te quedas así todo pendejo o le corres.
Yo.
What the hell? O I don't know.
Es que es fácil decir, yo hubiera hecho esto, yo hubiera hecho lo otro. Pero ¿cuántas veces nos hemos encontrado en situaciones que supuestamente sabemos lo que tenemos que hacer y te quedas en blanco, en shock? A mí me pasa todo el tiempo.
A mí me pasa
todo el
tiempo. Y me río porque cuando se cae mi niña y se pega recio, güey, yo no reacciono como ya segundos de eso. Oh, shit, te caíste.
El instinto no te...
No, me reacciono.
Y también yo pienso que no sabemos, ¿verdad? Lo que pudo haber pasado por la cabeza del papá. Pero me imagino que si ellos dicen haberla visto y que la miraron en un estado,
como zombie.
Ajá. Yo creo que él a lo mejor también él se detuvo en entrar o hacer algo por temor de poner más en peligro a su hija. ¿Me entiendes? Pienso, no sé, es una idea. Estoy tratando de
No,
verlos.
pero es que también sí es duro decirle, no seas güey.
Sí.
Si miras a tu hija en la ventana,
Pues sí, es que está feo, está feo. Y luego más este pendejo burlándose de él, güey. O sea, burlándose de su dolor, de todo.
Cuando dijo, por eso te quiero, México, no, pues
sí. ¡Viva México!
En una tiene razón el güey, pero sí, no, es que qué feo.
Sí, o sea,
es difícil de, ¿cómo se dice? To agree con un asesino, porque sí, no, es que...
Sí, como darle la razón, pero es que... Sí, porque, te repito, o sea, este caso me llamó mucho la atención por eso. Porque fue de que, no mames. Burlándose de
todos.
De todos. Como él hizo lo que quiso.
Ya.
Pero bueno, vamos a seguir. Oscar le dijo a Frida que ella se hiciera cargo de sus mascotas, que se las llevara a su casa, incluyendo un perro callejero del cual se había hecho cargo. Le dijo que cuando los tuviera en su poder, él se entregaría, y si no, él seguiría matando. Ella trataba de tranquilizarlo, asegurándole que sus mascotas iban a estar bien, pero solo reaccionaba de forma más agresiva. Ella cuenta que le decía cosas horribles de las mujeres, siempre denigrando e insultando. Me dijo que nosotras teníamos la culpa de que nos mataran, porque éramos demasiado era demasiado fácil enredarnos, que todas éramos unas putas. Él mataba por el poder y el control. Se llenaba la boca con poder decir, yo tengo el control de la vida de quien yo quiera.
¿Por qué tanto odio hacia las mujeres? ¿Qué le hicieron?
Yo tengo una
su mamá, ¿qué le hizo?
Como una, ¿cómo se dice?
¿Teoría?
Una teoría, pero te la digo al final. Dice, incluso la amenazó diciéndole que cuando la tuviera enfrente, ella correría con la misma suerte que las demás. Otras otras veces le daba las gracias por las fotos y información de sus bebés, como él se refería a sus mascotas. Otras veces la volvía a insultar. Ella describe que los únicos momentos que se mostraba sereno, o sea, tranquilo, era cuando hablaba de ellas, de sus mascotas. Ella dice que los animales se miraban bien cuidados y sanos. Él decía que los animales eran los únicos merecedores de sus cuidados y atenciones. Y ella le pasaba información de todos menos de uno, del perro del pitbull, para seguir manteniendo el interés de Oscar y que siguiera en comunicación. Ella le pidió detalles de Adriana y Marta, mas solo le dijo que las fechas en que las asesinó y que ambas también las había torturado. Adriana en febrero del 2018 y la enterró bajo la casa de uno de sus perros. Y a Marta en febrero del 2019 y también fue enterrada debajo de la casa de una de las otras mascotas. Después se supo que Después se supo que los familiares, fue de Marta creo, sí. Después se supo que los familiares de esta también habían llegado al domicilio de Oscar y que también ahí enseñaba la última ubicación de Marta.
Igual que Jessica, los papás también de Marta también fueron.
También fueron, ahí, porque siguieron la ubicación por el teléfono de su hija. También fueron a la policía. Casi lo mismo, literal lo mismo que con Jessica. Mas cuando acudieron a la fiscalía, nunca les hicieron caso, ni los ayudaron, ni nada. No los ayudaron a entrar.
Excuse me, pero sí, ya son dos familias que van y te dicen, este güey tiene a mi hija. Va a decir, es que el mismo güey ya son dos.
Pues te acuerdas que hasta él mismo dijo que...
No. Oh my God.
Sí. ¿Te acuerdas que hasta él mismo dijo que la misma licenciada que le tomó la
declaración
de Jessica fue la misma que le tomó la declaración de Marta?
Y por eso se fue, porque pensó que ella lo iba a reconocer.
Pero ni así, ni se dieron tampoco. No pusieron...
Ya me enojé.
No pusieron los clavos, como dicen, los clavos juntos.
puntitos,
No.
ya.
Sí, está de que no mamen. ¿Es en serio? Bueno, a Adriana González Hernández, ella era estudiante también de psicología, tenía 27 años, desapareció el 24 de marzo del 2017 y Oscar la mató en febrero del 2018. La tuvo secuestrada por casi un año, antes de acabar con su vida. Él nunca dio detalles, hasta la fecha, lo que pude encontrar, de lo que hizo con ella por todo este tiempo, más no es difícil de imaginar
No,
que,
pues
que obviamente la torturó y hizo
La violó y le hizo todo lo que él
todo
quiso.
lo que él quiso. Adriana Patricia Navas Sotelo, de 25 años, era estudiante de abogacía, que también era ex vecina de la madre de Oscar. La mató después de unos días de torturarla. Oscar estuvo prófugo durante 37 días después de que encontraron a Jessica y a los otros dos cuerpos. Estuvo en fuga por 37 días antes de finalmente ser capturado, gracias a que siempre estuvo activo en las redes sociales. O sea, siempre estuvo dando pistas y se estuvo comunicando con la activista.
Frida Guerrero.
Con Frida, ajá, siempre. El 6 de diciembre del 2019, Oscar asistió al Canot Fest, que es un festival de música de metal. O sea, este güey andaba
viviendo su best life.
Viviendo su vida, o sea, normal. Él dijo, nadie me va a arruinar mis planes, tengo mis tickets, nos vamos a escuchar música, nos vamos a desestresar. Y fue ahí que la fiscalía empezó a pisarle los talones gracias a que se conectara a un IPN, o sea que es
IP address.
Ajá, pero pues en español. Público en la zona del Politécnico en Zacatenco, en la alcaldía Gustavo Amadero.
Se conectó como a un Wi-Fi.
Ajá, fue lo que pasó. Se conectó a un Wi-Fi, y de sí lo pudieron rastrear. Fue cuando se dieron cuenta más o menos por la zona que andaba. Fueron para allá y, como dicen, preguntando se llega a Roma, lo localizaron y el 7 de diciembre del 2019, Oscar fue finalmente capturado.
Vaya. Finally.
Al momento de su detención,
No manches.
se encontraba de lo más tranquilo en una lonchería, comiéndose una tortita.
¿Una tortita ahogada o qué? Sí. Oh my God.
Otra vez, el
Sí,
tipo...
espérame, no, es que déjame terminarme mi torta.
No sean ojetes, ya pagué.
Con una coquita.
Sí, o sea, él de lo más tranquilo, recuperando fuertecitas otra vez.
Ay, no, qué gacho. No, o sea, yo se me hubiera encabronado. Dices, no es que apenas estoy empezando a comer.
Ay, sí, que te interrumpa, ¿verdad? A la hora de comida. Qué ojetes, ¿ah? Entonces, ay no, ya. Lo sentimos. Oscar se resistió, obviamente, al mismo tiempo que se burlaba de la policía, diciéndoles que bastante tiempo les tomó encontrarlo, que le daba pena ajena y hasta había pensado en entregarse para que dejaran de ser el hazmerreír de México. Se necesitaron de varios elementos para su arresto, ya que pudo derribar a los primeros elementos, o sea, a los primeros oficiales que lo querían arrestar. Dijo, bolas, no, ¡pum! y sí los pudo esquivar, y tenía fuerzas, ¿verdad?
Porque pues peleaba, ¿no? Krav Maga.
El Krav Maga y aparte pues entre otros, ¿cómo se dice? Artes marciales y cosas así, o sea, así que estaba fuertezón el tipo. O por lo menos más preparado que la policía.
Yeah.
Sí. Entonces, los derribó gracias a sus conocimientos y que practicaba las artes marciales. Al enterarse de su arresto, obviamente los familiares de las víctimas y Frida celebraron entre lágrimas, pues sabían que sus víctimas finalmente se les haría justicia. Cuando fue interrogado, confirmó todo lo que ya había confesado a Frida y por medio de sus publicaciones. También tuvo el derecho a una llamada, la cual fue hecha pública. Y él le hizo una llamada a su madre. Y la verdad, a mí en lo personal, no logro comprender el comportamiento de los dos. Y te voy a dejar escucharla. La llamada que él ya lo habían arrestado, todo,
es la llamada que le dan a todos.
Que tienes derecho a una llamada y que no sé qué. Él decide llamarle a su mamá.
O sea, ni siquiera le habló a un abogado, le habló a su mamá. No, pues que ya sabía que ya estaba jodido.
Sí, y aparte creo que el abogado como quiera te lo asignan cuando llegas ahí, porque pues tiene derecho a un abogado, según, y te dan derecho a una llamada, y entonces él hace la llamada a su mamá. Y te voy a dejar que la escuches, güey. Aquí creo que entendemos un poquito de que, no, pues, por eso está así.
Ya entiendo, ya entendemos por qué es como es.
A ver.
¿Qué onda? ¿Cómo estás, hijo? Pues, no, yo no importo. Oye, ¿mis mascotas?
Ahí están, nomás que ahorita mañana voy a ir primero contigo porque creo que tienes audiencia, ¿no?
Ay, no, yo ya... Mira, mis 3 opciones son estas.
Ajá.
Escúchalas.
Sí.
Pero no sientas gacho.
Ajá.
Hay de 3 sopas, o me matan, o me suicido, o muero aquí de viejo, pero es lo único que hay para mí, ¿va?
Ay, hijo.
Es lo que hay.
Ajá.
O sea, no, lo acepto, o sea, fue lo que le dije, fue lo que le dije al detective cuando me entregué. Le dije, mira, yo nomás quería que mis mascotas estuviesen bien, si mis mascotas están chidas, con mí, que sea lo que sea. Pero tenía la duda de que fue de, como ya no te he visto, no sé si te enseñaron la grabación y todo, o sea, todo lo que dije, pues sí es neta. O sea, no, ¿para qué te miento? O sea, ¿para qué te choreo? Así yo maté a papá, yo maté a la hermana de tu novio, pero... O sea, yo también entiendo si pues no me quieren ver. No, o sea, sí lo entiendo. Digo, sí me lo estoy pasando gacho, pero pues, ¿sabes lo que es? No, pues también soy un asesino, tampoco es como para que me lo esté pasando chido, ¿no? Pero, o sea, si te llegas a enterar que ya me pasó, tú tranquila, tú ni me entierres, ya que sea de mí lo que sea, ¿va? Pero ustedes, tú no te chida, tú... Y aparte ya no quería que les... Ya ves que me contaste es que los fueron a levantar para buscarme y todo.
Ajá.
Pues yo no quería que tuvieran broncas por mí, y menos tú, ¿no? Entonces, era eso, nomás quería saber que, pues si ya estás bien, si ya no los acosan, si ya no nada.
No, ya nada, yo ahorita ya me dio todo el apoyo, tengo el apoyo de la PROCO, tengo el apoyo de la Fiscalía, no tengo ahorita nada, ya nada más platiqué con la de los perros y ya nada más voy a ir a verlos para que ya...
¿Quién es la de los perros?
Pues ahorita, voy a ir a buscarla. ¿Mande?
Mis perros, ¿quién los tiene?
Ahorita me dijeron que tienen al bronda hasta allá, no me acuerdo en qué, ¿cómo le dicen? Donde cuidan perros, pues.
¿Pero está lejos?
No sé, porque voy a ir, pero mañana voy contigo y el miércoles voy, ya tomos también, ya me los enseñaron también los perros.
¿Te marcó la abogada que me tocó?
No, mañana voy a ir a conocerla, por eso quiero ir a mañana temprano, porque dice que a las 10:30 va a estar tu audiencia, entonces quiero ir con ella para presentarme y para ver qué vamos a platicar, qué me va a decir, porque también para ver cómo van a hacer, quiero tramitar las visitas, para irte a ver, tus cosas, que te voy a decir.
No quiero que me hagas así, no manches.
Pero no te has golpeado nada.
¿Golpeado? No, y si me golpean, no te preocupes, no pasa nada. Si te llegan a decir que se suicidó en la celda, no pasa nada. Si te llegan a decir que lo descuartizaron, no pasa nada.
No, hijo, no me digas eso, no me digas.
Mira, es lo que puede pasar aquí. Es lo que me puede pasar aquí. Y lo acepto.
¿Estás en una celda, estás con todos o estás solo?
Ahorita por el proceso estoy solo, pero pues es tarde que temprano que me van a mandar donde están todos y ahí sí voy a saber lo que es bueno. Pero no importa, no, tú no te preocupes, tú sigue con tu vida, o sea, lo acepto, o sea, tampoco te voy a decir que me arrepiento, nadie me va a quitar lo que hice ni a golpes, entonces, No, tú relax, jefa, ya.
No, yo quiero verte mañana, de todos modos voy a ir a verte. Pues.
Oye, tenía una duda. Digo, no sé cómo está aquí, pero no me podrías traer cosas de higiene personal. Ya, si no te dejan pasarlas, pues.
Sí, ¿cómo qué te llevo? A ver, dime.
Papel de baño, jabón, shampoo, cepillo de dientes, gel, que en las audiencias me dio de la porquería, cremas, ese tipo de cosas.
Todo, si quieres lo compro mañana temprano y ya te lo llevo porque voy.
¿Me dejan pasarlo? No, ya no sé. Pero ropa, porque...
¿Ropa? ¿Qué te llevo de ropa?
Panza azul, chamarra azul que no tenga cuerdas. Y no sé si puedes comprar unos tenis que no tengan agujeta.
A ver, tenis sin agujeta, pants que no tenga la agujeta
cuerdas
arriba y en la sudadera, ¿no?
Voy. Chamarra sin agujetas, playera, unos calzones.
O sudaderas.
Un par de todo, es lo único que necesito, no, mi existencia no necesita más, un par de todo.
Bueno, entonces
Pero en serio, no quiero que vengas a verme seguido, o sea, ya... Mira, me la van a dejar caer bonita. Ahorita nada más me están sentenciando por lo de Jessica, pero pues, ya me están investigando las 5 anteriores, entonces... No, ya de aquí ya no salgo, en ataúd nada más. Entonces...
Tú tranquilo.
No, yo estoy relax. Ya te dije que yo acepto lo que sea que me pase, ¿no? Entonces... pues bueno, fue mi única llamada que tenía, ya la quemé. Qué bueno que estás bien. Y pues a ver si ya te puedo ver mañana, ¿no? Y ya...
Sí, mañana primero ya estoy llegando muy temprano, te digo, porque va a ser a las 10:30, investigué. Me voy de aquí a las 8, voy para ir a ver. Voy a ir con mi abogado para checar todos los detalles y checar todo lo que tengo que hacer ahí para que yo esté pendiente, porque no sé nada, como nunca he pisado. Quiero saber
ya
cómo...
me tengo que ir. Te
cuidas. Hijo, te quiero mucho, yo también te quiero mucho.
Chale, a mí me hace sentir más, a todos los que me quieres.
Yo siempre te he querido, hijo, y te voy a querer siempre, y lo he dicho. A mí me importa lo que haya pasado, yo siempre te voy a querer, eres mi hijo, y te voy a querer siempre. Escúchalo, siempre.
Pues sale, pues te dejo, ¿va?
Papacito. Y de todos modos, mañana, primeramente, ya te caigo, ¿va?
Te cuidas, bye.
Sí, órale, pues, cuídate.
Wow. Pinche vieja alcahueta.
Que no tenga cuerdas. Y no sé
si... Sí,
Mira, entiendo de que eres madre y que vas a querer a tus hijos incondicionalmente, pero una cosa es quererlos y otra cosa es alcahuetear lo que... Y decir, no me importa lo que haya pasado. Güey, acabas de decir tu hijo que acaba de matar a 5 personas.
Era lo que yo te iba a preguntar. Tú eres mamá, güey.
Pero... No, es que mira, si mi hijo hiciera algo así, like, okay, I'm gonna love you forever, pero no quiero saber nada de ti, no te hablaría, yo creo que yo sola me pegaría un tiro por haber creado a alguien así. I swear to God.
Y cuando yo escuché esta llamada, creo que te das como una idea de decir, ok. Como
nunca le dijo, como por ejemplo...
Me imagino que era como esas mamás de que literal, sus hijos nunca...
Podían hacer perfectos. Nada. Y sí, pues, no, it's okay. Nunca
una
les
justificación.
Ya, no los castigaba, nunca les, responsables por sus...
Por sus actos.
Pinche vieja. No, también ella me cae gorda.
O sea, sí, eso de decirle, no importa, a mí no me importa lo que haya pasado, prácticamente diciéndole a mí no me importa lo que hayas hecho.
A mí no me importan las vidas de las personas que acabas de matar. Los perros, y los perros.
Oh, sí.
Oh, my fucking... Ya me encabroné, ya. I quit.
Sí, está bien. Es que te llena de indignación. ¿Qué te dije yo? Sí te queda de que... A mí se me hizo muy interesante el caso, pero al mismo tiempo sí fue de que... Híjoles, no manches. Aquí una vez más te das cuenta, pues, de cómo está nuestro gobierno en México, lamentablemente, y de que por eso muchas de las veces la gente hace justicia por su propia mano.
Ya.
Simple y sencillamente. Sí, pero esa llamada sí fue y el acento chilangón de que chale, jefa.
Estaba riendo. Oh my God.
Chale. Me veo de la porquería. Muy a la Pepe el Toro. ¿Has visto las películas de Pepe el Toro de Pedro Infante?
No tengo ni idea de qué estás hablando.
¿No? ¿Pedro Infante?
Oh, sé quién es Pedro Infante, pero nunca he visto.
Él hace un personaje de Pepe el Toro. y es un personaje y así habla.
Igualito. Oh my God.
Así, o sea, muy...
¿Sabes a quién me recordó? No va a mencionar nombres. Pero,
no digas nombres.
No, pero déjame decirte, lee mis labios.
Sí. Creo que sí te oyeron. Bueno, vamos a seguir para darle final a esta historia. Te repito, una vez más, este caso es increíble como es la incompetencia de la policía. Este hombre siguió arrebatando vidas por años. Después de sus primeras víctimas, don Tomás y Mónica, solo cerraron ese caso asumiendo que se trataba de un robo. Después, con Marta, donde se repitió la historia con el caso de Jessica. A ambas familias se les negó el apoyo e ignoraron las pruebas presentadas por estas. Definitivamente, para mí fue un caso lleno de indignación. O sea, como te repito, te das cuenta de lo que realmente es nuestro México. En la actualidad, este año se le hizo juicio por su 6ª condena. O sea, han estado en juicio. Creo que la última fue en mayo, si no me equivoco, fue su última condena, sumándole 62 años, más dando un total, ya con todas las demás, de 217 años y 6 meses, que actualmente cumple en el penal de Almoloya de Juárez, al de Tenango del Valle. También se han dado a conocer otros delitos desde su arresto, como una ex compañera de él salió a decir que él había abusado sexualmente de ella y también por eso ya también se le está incriminando. La verdad, pienso que seguirán saliendo más detalles de estos homicidios porque el caso todavía es muy reciente y él realmente no ha dicho muchos detalles.
Pero se me hace raro que yo digo que habrá muchas más personas o muchachas que van a salir con que él me violó, porque es como muy, muy raro que alguien así empiece luego a matar.
Es lo que te
va
digo.
Escalando,
el
va
caso
creciendo.
Es muy reciente y yo siento personalmente que van a salir más detalles de todo eso. Volviendo un poquito para atrás a la llamada, ¿sabes a quién se me imaginó también? Cuando pasó lo de el caso muy conocido también de Chris Watts. No sé si alguna vez llegaste a ver tú o escuchar como las entrevistas que daba la mamá, incluso una de las conversaciones.
La mamá de él.
Ajá. Cindy, creo que se llamaba. Literal así, igual.
Mi hijo es un pan de Dios.
Ella hablaba.
No puedo.
Ella habló, o sea, maravillas de su hijo. De la que de hecho habló mal fue de Chayanne, de su esposa. Ella nunca estuvo de acuerdo con su matrimonio de ellos, no se llevaban, creo que de hecho hasta ella.
Una cosa es que no te guste la nuera y otra cosa es que diga...
Justifiques lo que tu hijo acaba de hacer. O sea, así se me imaginó.
Viejas. No seas mamá alcahueta, yo te lo juro que no voy a ser mamá alcahueta. No soy.
Promételo.
No soy mamá alcahueta. No. Yo digo que no.
Sí, o sea, estuvo, esa llamada para mí fue así como que, pero el bien preocupado también, o sea, de que primero me da risa porque primero es de que no pasa nada, yo no necesito nada, pero si puedes tráeme esto y esto, pidiéndole también a su mamá. Pero bueno, este fue el caso del monstruo de Toluca. ¿Qué te pareció?
Güey.
Me
cayeron gordo. No, las víctimas no. Pero me cayó gordo every single person en este caso. Las autoridades, este güey, la mamá, todos.
Sí, todo tuvo, como él dijo en una de sus publicaciones. Por eso amo a mi México. Y es muy triste y te da coraje, pero te das cuenta de que es uno de muchos casos que lamentablemente terminan igual o tienen las mismas... son similares.
Se me hace raro que un país como México no tenga la pena de muerte.
Deberían, ¿verdad?
No, cada weekend hubieran tenido.
Sí, no tienen
That's weird. Se me hace muy raro. No es por país, no es por estado o es todo el país.
No, creo que en todo el país no existe.
Es que en el...
Ya ves que aquí en Estados Unidos, algunos estados, todavía tienen la pena de muerte.
Sí mencioné en el caso de las Poquianchis que la última ejecución fue en el 1957, creo.
Sí, o sea, la pena de muerte no existe no existe en México.
No existe formalmente, pero de que matan a gente, políticos mandan a matar
pues
gente.
Pues lo que te digo, hacen justicia por su propia mano.
Pues sí.
Una de las cosas que también fue el perfil de este asesino, yo tengo una hipótesis de que si te fijas, cada una de las mujeres eran mujeres, como te dije, autosuficientes, eran inteligentes, independientes, capaces, y creo que eso
lo intimidaba.
Ajá. Creo que lo intimidaba demasiado y era algo que él no podía lidiar con algo así porque era un misógino. O sea, él se creía superior
a la mujer.
A las mujeres.
Pero cuando vio una mujer que, o sea, era mujer cabrona, como, no cabrona del sentido mal, pero like a badass. Yo digo que eso le intimidaba.
Sí, por te digo, o sea, una mujer autosuficiente que no dependiera de él, que no lo necesitara, era cuando... o ya no quería tener nada con él.
No le gusta no podía soportar
el rechazo. Ajá, el rechazo y tener a alguien que fuera, o que él sintiera que fuera superior a él. Y lo de los animales, yo pienso que es porque los animales eran los únicos que lo obedecían, que él podía someterlos. Por eso él tenía como... que se proclamaba que era amante de los animales, protector, y que lo único que le importara. Pero yo también lo miro que es todavía en el mismo patrón del narcisismo mismo que él tenía, de poder tener a alguien o algo de vida sometido a él.
Aparte de lo que hizo con el papá, de cubrirlo con la sábana y poner una imagen religiosa porque según él era satánico, no hubo otros señales de rituales según satánicas con los otros cuerpos.
Hasta ahorita no, pero como te repito, el caso todavía, pasó en el 2019.
Se va desarrollando todavía
Sí, o sea, ya le han dictado sentencias y todo eso, pero es que él no da detalles, es realmente hasta eso.
¿No le encontraron ningún altar en su casa
sí,
o satánicas?
Había simplemente como artículos, o sea, así como pentagramas, había
veladoras negras,
armas de artes marciales, cosas así, artículos, cosas así, pero no nada así que dijeras, ay, le tiene un altar al diablo. No, hasta ahorita no se conoce nada, nada de eso, pero no sé, a mí esa es mi conclusión.
Ojalá se la esté pasando gacho, bien feo todos los días, ahorita. Hopefully. ¿Cuándo les tendrá?
En ese tiempo, cuando tenía 28, como 31, 32 años ha de tener ahorita.
Soy la edad de nosotros.
No. No, sí, pero espero que te haya gustado.
No me gustó porque me encabroné. I was mad. Estuve enojada todo el episodio.
Te indigna, pero repito.
Sí, estuvo interesante la cosa.
Porque por los patrones de este asesino serial, sabemos que todos son narcisistas, pero hubo unas cosas que me llamaron la atención porque eran un poco diferentes que los demás. Y te repito, la manera en que se burló prácticamente de todo mundo y que al final realmente él se entregó, pues por decirlo así, creo que lo hizo a propósito.
Lo hizo a propósito,
Ajá.
Subirse y dijo, no. Pues,
como dijo, ya déjame, ya me voy a dejar que me atrapen, como él les dijo, burlándose. Creo que lo único que se arrepintió fue de que chale, no pudo acabarse su
torta.
Su tortita, pero pues ese fue el episodio de hoy del monstruo de Toluca. Espero que por lo menos lo hagan disfrutado, que nos hayan acompañado. Gracias por haber escuchado. Y esto fue Zona del Crimen y nos vemos aquí en el próximo capítulo.
Bye.
Hey y'all, I'm April.
And I'm Caroline. And this is your Bloody Happy Hour.
Caroline, are you ready for this?
This is your newest guilty pleasure.
It's the bloodiest part of your week.
Did we say something about it also being happy hour?
Show did.
Because we about to be sipping on some murder. Bloody Happy Hour.
Happy New Year!
Hey, everybody. Here we are. Happy New Year.
This is April.
This is Caroline.
And we are back in 2022 for another year of bloodiness.
What's your do you have any New Year's resolution? Do you do that? Do you do resolutions? Do you say you're going to do something?
It's basically lying to yourself.
Oh, I know. Yeah, I totally agree. I don't know the last time I've had a New Year's resolution. It's about the last time I had a flu shot, which I can't remember. So,
well, I've kind of been thinking like maybe a word, you know, like we used to do with CG. We would have like our word for the year, and when we were there, I would kind of use that as my word, right?
Yeah, like rise or shine proud,
limitless,
bold.
Yeah, hustle. So I've been kind of thinking of a word, but I don't. We're actually recording this before the new year, so I have a couple days if I want to get a word to get my word down.
Well, I don't have any resolutions yet. I don't think I will. My goal is to just
do you in 2022?
Yes, do you in 2022? That's exactly what I'm gonna do.
Let's just do.
Just do you, boo. Yeah.
Do it. Okay, bloodies. I am 1,700% happy to tell you guys the story for today. I'm not going to tell you yet. Y'all, I'm so excited for January's theme. Monthly theme, right? That's what we call it?
Yeah.
Our category? It's a category for the month.
Yeah, month. Yeah, theme.
Yeah. It is Waco Town Murders. So, Waco people, your mouths should be watering because we are talking about your neighborhood, right? Our neighborhood.
Literally.
And people that are not in Waco, you guys are going to learn about at least 2 amazing stories that Waco's infamous for.
Yeah.
Let me tell you a little bit about Waco. Not like Waco back then, like when the Waco Indians were here. We don't want to talk about that.
You don't talk about the Indians?
We're going to talk about how they got ran off.
Oh, they're hanging people in the streets? Oh.
Yeah.
How about the Waco tornado? You want to talk about that?
Yeah, not really. I mean, but we did have a big tornado. Let's talk about right now. We're going to sell our town really quick.
Okay.
So 2022, Waco, Texas. If you're not familiar with Texas, we're in between Dallas and Austin. So an hour and a half south, you hit Austin, big city, right? Hour and a half north, you hit Dallas, big city. And if you go 3 hours another way, I don't know if that's east or west, you hit Houston. So we're real close to the biggest major cities in Texas. But we're not really a big city. Like, we're growing, but people come here because they don't want that big city feel, but they want to have some things like, you know, one level Top Golf or something, right? I'm still a little bitter about one level Top Golf.
I didn't even know that existed. But in Waco, anything will exist. Anything. You give us your trash, we'll take it.
We're the test market. So we have 3 colleges here. We have Texas State Technical College. We say that TSTC, and it's actually one of the best technical colleges in the nation.
Oh.
Yeah, people come from all over to go to TSTC.
Wow.
We have McLennan Community College. We call that MCC. Great community college. They're known for their arts, and they have every sport and all their sports. Like they're really good there. And then, of course, BU, Baylor University, Big 12 championship basketball this year and football. So big deal.
And they're like the biggest Baptist university in the world.
In the world. If you're Baptist, come here. If you're not, you can. Even if you're gay, guess what? Equal opportunity institution.
Yeah. Maybe don't be a preacher because...
Yeah, don't be a preacher. Matt Baker came.
Matt Baker ruined it for everybody.
Went there. So right now, here's why you would want to come here. We're one of the top 10 places to travel to.
I don't understand, but go ahead.
At one point, we were number 2.
Once again, people come here and they are like so disappointed. They're like,
No,
oh,
they love it.
They walk. I've passed people and they're like, I don't know. I guess it has really, our downtown has really evolved.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know half the places actually that are probably down here now.
I don't think young people come here to like party. Like you go to
I don't
Dallas
think
or Austin.
I
but
don't think
more
it's young people. I think it's older people who
that
are
coming.
obsessed with Fixer Upper, like your husband.
Yeah.
If he lived states away, I guarantee he would be traveling to Waco.
Do you know what? Like we watch Fixer to Fabulous, and they're out of Arkansas, and he wants to go to Arkansas just to go see some of the houses. Isn't that crazy?
Yes,
so that's what they do here.
Yes. Yeah.
So we used to be known, like anytime I would go somewhere out of the States and they would tell us, they would ask where I'm from. We used to be known for David Koresh and the Branch Davidians. Stay tuned for that episode next month. But now we're known for Chip and Joanna Gaines. They had the show Fixer Upper. Have the Magnolia Silos, and that empire is just growing. So most of our people traveling here are traveling for that type of, for that. To look at the houses, to stay in those Airbnbs, and to go to those shops. I'm going to tell you about some stuff that you can travel to, and you got some murder sites to come and visit.
Yes.
So we also have one of the most beautiful parks in the world called Cameron Park. Carolina's sleep on Cameron Park.
I was just about to say, I heard, you can actually go listen to another podcast on our network.
Yeah.
What is it called? Waco in the Know?
No Waco. No Waco. KNOW.
No Waco. And we have an episode on there. We're real professional.
Yeah.
So if you want to go know more about Waco too. But that's where I learned that Cameron Park was so legit.
Yeah. So No Waco is a podcast, and they tell you all. So they kind of highlight all the different things going on in Waco or different people. So if you plan on coming, tune in to No Waco. But Cameron Park's known for the scenery on the Brazos River, and they have the amazing hike and bike running trails. And then the best beast of a workout is Jacob's Ladder.
Oh.
So if you're a worker-outer and you come, you have to hit up Jacob's Ladder, because it's like 88 steps I've counted one time, but these are humongous steps, and they go basically straight up.
Yes.
Very, very
like
high.
You're climbing Mount Everest. I don't know. I've never climbed a mountain, but yeah.
So we're real legit. Can I get it out?
No.
Can I get it out?
No.
But I'm going to tell you about the Lake Waco murders.
Did somebody drown in the lake?
No. I mean, every year, but that's not what this was.
Yeah.
So I had 2 main sources for this episode. I have the book Careless Whispers by Carlton Stowers. And I have an amazing Texas Monthly article called Murders at the Lake. And
that is,
I know.
But like,
Texas
do you subscribe to Texas Monthly?
I must, because I get their emails.
Because it's literally, I have mine.
That's
like,
yours?
I'm like, my sources for today are Texas Monthly and this book.
Yeah. That's all you need. Texas Monthly is legit. If you want to know about any Texas murders, I'm sure Texas Monthly has done something on them. And they sum up the book perfectly. So, and with extra information. So let me start this, okay? So it is afternoon of July 14th, 1982. 2 fishermen are fishing for crappie along the Lake Waco.
Crappie?
Crappie.
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 Okay.
I wrote it crappy.
Okay, it's fine. I don't know.
We call I think it is crappie.
I think it is, but I don't know why I know that.
But we said
And
crappie.
Anyways, I'm gonna not interrupt you.
Crappie slosh crappie. But they were like getting any bite. So they decided to like pack up their stuff and they were going to go to another part of the lake, which we have to cross these twin bridges. And it's kind of across town called Spiegelville Park. The last time they were there, they hit the crappie jackpot, right? So they get up and they go and they drive and they're there and they drive down this secluded, dirty road. And right as they park, they see what they thought was a mannequin propped up against a tree with sunglasses on. It's never a mannequin, y'all. Never a mannequin. But it had glasses on and like this bandana on. And so they thought, oh, is somebody playing a trick? Until they looked deeper and they saw stab wounds and this mannequin was soaking blood. So they know it's not a mannequin. And they saw that it was a teenage boy. So they immediately hopped back in their vehicle and they drove to go get park security. And this is a guy named Gary Thorpe. Hello, Gary, if you're still in Waco. He called the sheriff's department and longtime police officer Truman Simons hears it over the scanner.
Mm-hmm.
And he's driving to Whataburger to go get some dinner. So he decides he's going to come out to Spiegelville Park and see what this body is, right? So he gets there and slowly the sheriff's department, everybody's getting there. On the tree, he sees a teenage boy and he had on his blue jeans. He had on an orange shirt, some aviator glasses, and a bandana on his head. And he still had his pack of cigarettes folded up in the sleeve of his shirt. I remember like that's what they did back then. My dad used to roll up his cigarettes in his sleeve. He had multiple stab wounds to his body, and he was bound and gagged and soaked in blood. So Truman was like, there was a missing persons report for an 18-year-old boy named Kenneth Franks. So he remembered that the report also stated that he was last seen with two young ladies named Raylene Rice and Jill Montgomery. So Truman took charge. Like he was like, y'all spread out. There could be other bodies. So about 25 yards from Kenneth, in like some high, tall grass, there was a body of a young blonde-haired woman. Mm-hmm. She was naked, except for there was a bra wrapped around her legs. She was stabbed multiple times. She was bound and gagged as well. Then another body was found. This was a young female with dark hair. She had multiple stab wounds. She was naked, bound, and gagged, but her throat was slashed and one of her nipples was sliced off, like cut off. They soon realized that they had found all of the kids from the missing persons report. Kenneth was stabbed 20 times. Raylene was stabbed 9 times. And Jill was stabbed 17 times. They were all tortured. Not every one of the stab wounds were deep. Like a lot of them were in the chest cavity, so they're trying to kill. But some of them were just like shallow, like they were just pricking them and like torturing them, like trying to make them die slowly, basically. So
in pain.
Yeah, inflict pain. So Truman was like, this is personal, but this is also sadistic. And so they all left there that night thinking there's a crazy person in Waco, Texas. So Truman, the investigator he's already trying to think through it. He's like, who would do this? Why? And for some reason, he worked on his gut a whole lot. Like he would get these feelings and these hunches, and then he would investigate towards these feelings, like these hunches that he would get. So he walked up to Jill's body and he crouched down by her, and he felt like this murder was more about her. Like she might have been the target. Plus, she was kind of mutilated the most, so they thought maybe it was kind of about her. He crouched down to the body and he told her, his quote was, "I don't know what happened to you, but I promise the person who did this will pay. They won't just go to jail. They will pay. This will not just be another unsolved murder in Waco, Texas." And in 1982, mind you, there had been a ton of murders. It's July, there had been like 25 murders. Half of them were unsolved. Like people had just gotten away with murder a lot that year. And so Truman was like, this is not going to be one of those cases. He called the funeral home. They came to get the body, to retrieve the body, and Truman made sure to tell them that all the kids had names and that they knew the identities. And he said he didn't want them to treat them like a Jane Doe or John Doe. And I guess they do more cuts and things on Jane Does and John Does to try to find out who they are. So he was just like, just do the regular autopsy. Let us know how he died. And then he hopped in his truck and he left. And his prayer on his way home was, I don't know anything about those kids we found out there tonight, Lord. Maybe they were good kids. Maybe they had some problems, but they did not deserve what happened to them. I pray you have welcomed them into your kingdom and have given them peace. Lord, it wasn't right for them to be left out there dead and exposed. I pray you'll help us find the people who did this. Then he went home to his own family. So I have to tell you about these teenagers, and I'm going to start with Kenneth Franks. Kenneth was born in Tyler, Texas. He had a tough time in school due to being dyslexic, and he was put in special education because of it. And then he hated school because he still struggled, like he couldn't pass. So then he rebelled at school and he rebelled at home, and he was just kind of mad and frustrated. He wanted to be an athlete, but he couldn't because he was never eligible. And then to add to it, his parents got a divorce, and this made things even worse. So his dad left and moved to Waco. His mom is staying in Tyler. He's blaming his mom for the divorce. So he's acting out even more. And mom's finally just like, I can't handle this anymore. We need to find somewhere for him to go. So he ends up in Waco, Texas at our Methodist Children's Home. Do you know where that is, Caroline? Right there on Herring. So I didn't know that it's not a franchise, but there's a bunch of these all over the country. And it started off to be like an orphanage. Nice. And now back then it was like for troubled kids, if they got in trouble, troubled youth, or if they were not doing good in school. You sent your kids there. You could visit them on the weekends, or they can get passes to come home. But they live there, almost like a boarding school type thing. A little bit more structured, but probably not as structured as boarding school. And back then, they sent kids to Waco ISD school. So he was going to Waco High. He was living at the Methodist home. And it started off a little rough, but he ended up liking it, and he made friends. So this was a positive thing in his life. And he found a girlfriend, and he had his motorcycle there. And he would visit his dad on the weekend. So him and his dad mended their relationship, and they became really close. Dad lived off Lakeshore Drive, like right down the road. And when he got older, his dad decided to tell him the truth behind the divorce, because it was actually Dad's fault and not Mom. Dad admitted that he could not be faithful to his wife. He worked out of town, and there were so many temptations, and he had multiple upon multiple upon multiple affairs, like so many that he couldn't count.
Why do he need to tell this to his kid anyway?
Well, this is the truth, but he was telling his kid that I'm the one that messed it up. You need to forgive your mom. So he called his mom. They cried on the phone. He apologized, and their relationship was mended. And I say that because it gives me makes me feel good that when he died, he was on good terms with both of his parents. So his girlfriend's name was Jill Montgomery, which was the other girl that was there. Okay. They were official. Like back then they called it going steady. Did you hear your parents talking about that sometimes? So they're basically going steady means like sometimes you gave a ring and made it official. No, talking is just talking. Going steady means you're dating and you don't date anybody else.
Oh.
Yeah, that means your own lock.
Oh. I've never been steady.
You've never been. Caroline's never gone steady.
No.
So he was in love. And then he turned 18 and he was allowed to leave the Methodist home. So he just moved in with his dad. So Jill Montgomery, she was born in Waxahachie. All right. She too was dyslexic. She had a speech impairment. I just lost my place. Mother. Oh, there it is. She had a speech impairment. She was very shy and quiet because of her speech impairment. And then she used to skip school a lot because she just didn't want to be there because it wasn't easy for her. Her parents got a divorce. She too blamed her mom. And she kind of went back and forth to mom and dad for a little bit because she just didn't have, like, she didn't feel like she had a home. So she's trying to find, like, her place, right?
These people don't have any siblings?
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, I don't know if Kenneth does, but Jill has a brother. So she left her mom to go live with her dad, and that didn't work out. She was going back to her mom, and mom was like, you know what? I think we need to look into something else. So that's how she ends up in the Methodist home. But she's excited, and she's, like, adventurous. So she's like, oh, this is a new adventure. I don't have to be under my mom or my dad. I got my own place, and I'm going to make new friends. And it started off rough, but it ended up being really good. And she had a best friend named Gail Kelly, and she met Kenneth Franks, and she was working at the Texas Ranger Museum, and she was loving it. So she spent the whole year there. And that summer she came home and went to Six Flags with her family for the weekend. And then something changed. She had a knife in her purse, and when her aunt saw the knife and asked her why she had it, she said that she needed it for protection. And so, but she wouldn't elaborate, like, protection from what. And then she was questioning her relationship with Kenneth. She asked her mom, what if you love somebody who's not good for you? What do you do? And the mom was like, you go with your heart, but you use your head. And the mom till this day doesn't know why she was questioning Kenneth's relationship. So that's kind of still like a question.
And don't go with your heart. Go with your head.
Yeah, no. That is, I don't know about that.
Been
I don't
there,
know about
done
that. Go with your
Didn't work.
head. Don't, just hide your heart.
Yeah, just
don't ever use
listen,
it.
Don't ever use that heart. It doesn't work. It doesn't work
It
properly.
Yeah, it doesn't know any different. It'll get you into some trouble. So they decided she didn't want to, okay, so she also decided she didn't want to go back to the Methodist home. So she would, when she came into town, she would hang out with her friend Raylene from Waxahachie High School. And Raylene was going to take her to the bus station so she can come back to Waco to go home. But instead, Raylene brought her back home, and she told her mom, I don't want to go back. I want to be here. I want to go to my senior year at Waxahachie High School. And mom was shocked because she had loved it so much, right?
Yeah.
But, and then Jill was adamant. She was like, I don't want to go back. She was in tears. Like, I'm tired of being tossed around. I want to be home. It'll be good. And they saw her mature. And so mom called dad over, and they all agreed that she didn't have to go back. So mom called Methodist home and was like, she's not coming back. She's going to stay here. That next day was July 13th, 1982. Okay. She had to go to Waco to get her stuff and to pick up her last check and cash it. She's kind of like closing all her chapters in Waco so she can come and start her life in Waxahachie. So she called her brother, and she was like, brother, can you drive me to Waco? And he had something to do, and he couldn't take her. So she called Raylene, and Raylene was down. So Raylene was like, oh, I'll drive. Just give me gas. So they drove Raylene's orange Pinto to Waco, July 13th. They went to the museum, and they
picked up her check.
They cashed it. They made a stop at a store, and then they called Kenneth Franks. And they were like, do you want to go to Caney Park? Do you know where Caney Park is?
No.
I knew you would know where none of these places were. Caney Park is when Lakeshore turns into Valley Mills, and then there's the lake, and it's a boat ramp. So you pull in there, there's access to the lake, there's boat ramps there, there's like some picnic tables right here. That's where we always launch the boat. It's right there. Yeah.
I've been out there with y'all.
So that's where they were going. Back then,